He was reborn in an unfamiliar world, not as a hero, but as a half-human, half-orc. Realizing his weakness, he resolved not only to survive, but to become unrivaled in strength. In the orc village, the beast folk mocked him as Org's son and rejected his connection to his human princess mother. While he played with friends, his mother approached him. She scolded him for enduring the bullying and urged him to fight back. He blamed his weakness on his human blood. After he admitted being weak, his mother smiled, drew a knife, and reminded him that strength mattered more than complaints. She leaped forward and struck with tremendous force, shocking him. She explained that although human women were weaker than orcs, she became strong through training her will, magic, and swordsmanship. His weakness existed only because he had never tried to become stronger. Org proposed training together, and his mother happily agreed. He once believed strength was unnecessary in a peaceful village, but his mother trained him harshly. His intelligence, talent, human physique, swordsmanship, magic, and senses could allow him to surpass everyone. His mother jokingly doubted whether he could charm girls. He never wanted to become like his father, who attracted many women. His parents had met during the war between demons and humans. His mother believed herself invincible until she encountered his father's overwhelming strength and fell in love. Drawn to his power, she wanted to bear his child and again encouraged Org to grow stronger. Org had no interest in popularity and had never seen attractive orc girls besides his mother. His mother trusted the orcs. That day, a rare event held once every 10 years awaited them. Inside the special building stood a massive, scarred monster whose power was obvious even at rest. 3 chiefs and several guests gathered for the once-a-decade meeting of the 8 tribal chiefs. Today was his first time attending a meeting, knowing that the chiefs would bring their daughters. The thought of it only annoyed him. The orcs had a tradition to prove themselves by bringing a family from another tribe. His father fulfilled it by bringing his mother and siring him. The Illyasviel tribe held a grudge against the orcs because of this tradition, and he was strongly against it from the very beginning. It was believed that this made them like animals, because a true orc would not touch a woman without her consent and desire. He still didn't know much about humans, but his mother was going to teach him. However, their conversation was cut short when the guests arrived. Before him stood tribes, allies of ancient lineages, whom he had never seen due to his secluded village life. Now he saw many lovely girls and mentally admired their beauty, surprised that such wonders existed outside the village. These were women unlike any others, an elf, a fox girl, a ghost, and more, each with her own unique beauty and allure. Among them were some who might have gotten along with him. After the adults' discussions, the celebration began, followed by a planned secret departure. The young man didn't get along with any of them, and the girls tried just as hard to avoid his attention and interaction. They completely ignored him, not even giving him a chance to get closer. When the meeting ended, the girls had already gone home. The girls didn't connect with him. The tribes hated orcs, and his weakness only intensified their contempt, making his ignorance of them easier to bear. Orcs possessed a mysterious power that amplified a woman's desire to bear a strong child, and the stronger he was, the higher the chance. She wasn't lying. He didn't gain recognition due to his weakness, but he was proud to be born an orc because orcs are the best. Now he dreamed of becoming so strong that every woman would desire his child, and he asked his mother to make him that way. And he could count on his hero mother, whose power would make him the strongest. Once he grew up, he would set out and become a worthy man. He was happy at the thought that one day he would be able to claim them and give them offspring, considering it part of his future strength. If he became strong, he could get closer to his dream, so he began training with his mother 4 years before the coming-of-age ceremony. After taking a potent remedy, he stopped feeling pain and, following his mother's advice, exhausted his body with running, strengthening it to its limit. He felt no fatigue even though he had already run enough, and he knew he was close to his physical limits. The training pushed his body to its breaking point, and his mother, without waiting for natural recovery, poured magic into him, accelerating his healing and strengthening. 3 days and nights of this kind of preparation would make any weak person equal to a soldier, and he thought his mother might be a devil. These dumplings, created by a great sage, contained everything the body needed, including water, nourishing him every hour without fatigue. As they ran and talked about trivial things, a huge monster suddenly appeared behind them, blocking their entire path. She was no ordinary woman, and the training was paying off. He felt his strength growing, and his mother believed in this path. In such moments, he had to shout his goal, because the power of feelings could give his thoughts and body extra energy. Seeing cute girls from other tribes for the first time, he decided to win them over and shouted his desire so loudly that the echo spread far and wide. The boy kept shouting that word over and over, and they, without slowing down, continued to run as if nothing was happening. He screamed the word sex so loudly that it was heard in the forest and mountains, and even frightened birds flew away. The young man screamed that word until his last breath, until his body went limp and his parched throat deprived him of his voice. It was all because of their teasing, so the two orcs watched him closely, never taking their eyes off him. They arrived at night and everything concluded, as if this hell had finally dissipated, leaving behind a clear silence. Now she had pushed him to a state of physical and mental exhaustion that would normally take 3 months of hard training. Mom said that the orc had endured part of the training. At home, he ate a hearty meal, cleansed his body, and rested for about an hour and a half. An hour and a half of sleep restored him as if it were 6 hours, and they would have to carefully manage his rest for the remaining 4 years. He felt a warm flow of spirit in his body, resolving to become strong, and his mother believed that the hero's son could see it through to the end. Knowing that his strength could get out of control as he inherited his father's power, she eagerly awaited the day of its awakening. He endured their fears that his speech would give him away, but after waking from a dream about the hero, the demon lord, and his father, he went back to sleep. 2 people came there, an old man and, presumably, his son. They inspected the orc village, carefully observing its inhabitants. The next day, they prepared for new training sessions. His mother, full of energy, reminded him that teachers were already on their way to toughen him up. She could only teach spirits, defensive techniques, and a bit of camouflage, so they moved to a new location. An orc emerged from that place, greeting the Azure Hero of Thunder. He was glad for the chance to repay her for her training. Landral Company, the largest among humans, traded everything, and the young man marveled at how his mother managed to invite one of its founders. And this man wasn't the only one. Soon, someone else appeared, exclaiming in surprise that he couldn't believe his eyes. Was the boss married now? It was a guy who had grown up and come to the village. Roland, however, promised himself he would get everything out of this kid. He had held the title of martial arts tournament champion for 3 years. He was considered number 1 when it came to unarmed combat. Madame knew both the merchant and this man. I wonder what her connection to them is, the boy thought, pulling a coin from his pocket. And right behind him came the man from that very coin, and the old man turned out to be his mother's biological grandfather. The old man recognized the child as an heir and decided to train him, revealing that his mother was a princess of 4 kingdoms and a hero. Everyone who came today was her friend or relative, with whom she had a long and strong connection. He noticed a stranger flying by and decided that this was probably the most magnificent and powerful among them. Then that person left something unusual and incomprehensible right in front of them. Was it slime or not? It was a presence. Everyone present stood and watched this incomprehensible object or being. His mother said that his teacher had been waiting for him. This power was absurd. The being was like a star, capable of instantly destroying a culture. Suddenly, a man stepped out of a massive iron shell. His appearance broke the silence and put everyone present on alert. Berlin New World, a name etched into legends and tales. A great sage and hero who accelerated the development of civilization by 3 centuries. They said he was the embodiment of passion, making everything great, but not everyone was happy about it, and I asked Mom to decline. So I'll have to call the dwarf and drill all this knowledge into him. 0 under nothing is impossible, like a mother to a son. If he doesn't even have this, getting the best of the best women is nothing more than an empty dream. He's mistaken. The path to a harem is much harder than he could ever imagine. There's no doubt that the training ahead, which involves drugs, magic, and all sorts of tricks, will make even hell seem like a walk in the park. We used it right then. I looked at the paper and the stars, but I didn't understand what they meant. It takes 20 days to teach an orc the basics, from being able to sense to being able to gather it at will if they choose to. The question remains why they are so indifferent to this idea. Meanwhile, the mentor cast several spells right before their eyes. Ronaldo hadn't been here in a long time. In the past, he had fled here to train after being defeated by 40 enemies. The boy could tell it was life energy, as every creature has it flowing within them, and Ronaldo would teach him to feel spirits. He poured a tiny bit of spirit into his hands, reminding Ronaldo that if this didn't awaken his senses, he wasn't special. Ronald delivered a soft but powerful blow, sending the boy flying backward, stunned by the force of the impact, not expecting such power. The blow left a huge hole in the boy's body, which served as a demonstration of the immense power of the strike. He felt spiritual energy, it's brighter at the gates of death. If you can't hear it, awaken your hearing, feel the flow. As he observed, he had to mentally construct a precise operation. If he succeeded, he could defeat and destroy the target. The boy still needed to make the pretty girls happy, so death was not an option for him, and he had to survive at all costs. He had to focus everything into one flow, feeling the warmth emanating from the spiritual energy permeating his body. The next step was to channel this energy into his body, without spending another 20 days on it. Becoming stronger, he felt the energy and aura, and with the next exercise, he didn't have to strain as much. He silently focused with all his soul, completing the task, and he succeeded. A radiant aura appeared around him. The boy returned after 20 days of training and met his mother, feeling a new strength and self-confidence. But for now, he could only accumulate spiritual energy, not yet having learned to use it in combat or for other techniques. Achieving this in 20 days was incredibly lucky. The child had actively trained the entire time, not wasting a single minute. Now the boy faced lessons divided into two parts: physical training and learning theory and techniques. By March, he realized that even if he became popular and pleased girls, if his beloved was suffering, he was no better than the worst scoundrels. After that, his schedule became even more packed, as his great-grandfather personally took charge of his studies, overseeing every single lesson. His great-grandfather prepared concentration and memory-enhancing medications for the boy, helping him to absorb new knowledge and skills more quickly. Once he grasped the basics, the lesson became interesting, with all the knowledge connecting into a chain of stories. However, the final test nearly broke him. The country was in chaos due to feuding heirs. One mistake could cost thousands of lives, and the feeling of a carefree summer was now crushed under immense pressure. For the final test, he found himself in a foreign country with 1,000 gold coins, tasked with opening a shop and multiplying his profits within 3 months. The next magic lesson was meant to teach the boy how to kill fools using it. He would try, learning from his mistakes without risking his life thanks to the medicine. Right before death, he saw the world in slow motion. If he could enter this state at will, he would become the strongest. The blow that makes the brain believe in death is repeated 1,000 times. It's practically torture, testing the limits of his endurance. The boy can no longer run away under the guidance of his teachers. He has completed weeks of half-day sessions and the better part of a month. And so, 4 years later, the boy had grown stronger, smarter, and was ready for new challenges and adventures. The group behind the orc's birth was finally revealed. Time had passed, training was complete, and all the teachers approved. Soon, he would leave the village. The orc father approached his son and told him to follow, as he had important things to tell him. His mother and father had been hiding something from him. The orc was weak, so they taught him human skills, but they themselves possessed ample strength. As evident from their past conversation, the demon lord had long since retired, so revealing his identity could cause problems. What if he transformed completely? His father is an orc and all orcs can transform. Although it seems incredible, he used this form back in the days of the demon lord. There are many orcs in the village and they are all evil. Children born to women of other tribes inherit their strong traits. Transformation is part of the skill. Inheriting only the strongest traits to create even more powerful offspring is far more effective than ordinary selection in reproduction. Evil orcs have a fatal flaw. A child from the same tribe will shed blood being born as a regular orc, losing thousands of years of effort. As their power grew, they lost control, died before adulthood, or went insane. Evil orcs are dying out, so they chose preservation over power. If they continued to be stubborn, everything would be destroyed, so he decided to marry a woman from their tribe. He wanted a child from the mother, and they did just that, kissing right behind their son's back. The child understood the essence, but not why he was born weak. He inherited the strength of his father and mother, the strongest human, and unleashed a rampage on his 5th birthday. Together with demons, 4 heavenly lords, the hero's body, and the great sage Marlin, they used everything they had to finally subdue him. Marlin and Light took away his evil orc power, which weakened him. Today, they will give him the final lesson on how to remove the seal. That's why removing the seal was left for last. She only wanted to protect what was important, but now she couldn't do anything in the face of danger. He would come to his senses through the miracle of love. That's all they had left to say. They hadn't told him this before their separation. Knowing the truth, they began to tell him about its essence. Despite the power, he was happy to inherit his father's and mother's strength. His mother might be a little strange, but her love for him was real and sincere. While they were showing love to each other, the mother and the others noticed something strange on the wall. Is this teleportation magic? Someone is capable of using the highest class of magic. Who is she? Then a fairy-like girl appeared, said congratulations, and all three of them stared at her. The boy was chosen as the Fairy King, receiving the power of the Spirit King and a mark on his hand as proof. She refused to lead the orc, leaving like a Fairy King's drone, making her visit seem like an invasion with empty chatter. The orcs joked about the fairy, saying she had a fine figure and a sharp, attentive gaze. The fairy prayed, "Oh my dear, you have been chosen by the Fairy King to become a hero. There's something Mom and Dad hid from him. He's infertile, he can't have children, so give up YERASS." The boy was chosen to be a hero, and the fairy came to deliver this news to him. Can the boy regain the hero's power? But honestly, there are no problems, so he'd prefer not to have it. Orcs were always considered evil, but humans would gladly accept power. However, for an orc, only the fairy's size matters, nothing more. The fairy called him a lecherous beast, but he reminded her that his friends, even his former bullies, were lecherous paupers with hair. Everyone had grown up, becoming respectable people and friends. He set off on his journey, knowing he would meet Fermo because his mother was a beauty. He took back his words, they really were lecherous animals, but considering the fairy's habits, could he get his power back? The Fairy King is a supreme being who protects the world. He grants power to a hero, but the hero is not obligated to obey his commands. He can learn the details from Miley, his predecessor. It's all true, his mother fought of her own free will. The fairy is amazed by the orc hero. This is a special flower. His mother asked her friend to create a relay. By passing it on, one day the world will be filled with heroes, only Merlin and Light. His mother passed on the hero's power to him. He feels the same might within. Deep in his body, in his left hand, a geyser of power sleeps. He has two marks, which he called the twins' paired mark. One is on a human. What happens if there are two is unknown. He felt an amazing power erupting from him. This is the hero's power. And suddenly he began to notice many fairies. From all directions, for hundreds of kilometers, fairies began to flock to him. Normally, to gain the power of fairies, one had to perform a long ritual, but now they came to him themselves to offer their might. He stopped caring. Even if the whole world collapsed, he didn't give a damn. It's all because of him, Miley thought. He used to be honest. The boy just needs to defeat whoever is annoying the Fairy King. That's it, she can go home. When he felt the hero's power, he also sensed another, the hidden power of the orc, sealed by the great sage Marlin Inlight. Now the boy and the master stood in some place, and the boy asked to be allowed to participate in the final lesson. The boy understood the danger of his power. Either study the seal and become dependent, or seal it, forget it, connect, and live on, but differently. The boy persistently asked to be taught about the seal so he could live forever with his blood and power without losing control. Most of all, he didn't want to lose his power, as it was the result of his ancestors and father's efforts, a part of himself, his essence. It was incredibly difficult and complicated, but thanks to 4 years of lessons, he still managed to understand and master the seal. And with that, the boy gained all the knowledge about the seals. The seal has several stages. The first is 20% of the power, the second is 50%, and the third is full power. The more you release, the harder it is to seal it back. And when the boy tried to do it, it truly seemed like he succeeded, because the lock really did open. At this point, the kid actually transformed into an orc, taking on a formidable, primal appearance. The power that burst forth was truly immense. Of course, with his emergence, a wave of fury descended from the heavens. Striking the ground, he split it, showcasing all his incredible strength. And this was only at 20%. As he grew, his strength also increased. It makes you wonder how strong he would be at his limit. However, it's a shame to lose yourself over such a trifle, and he still dares to call himself my disciple, the master said. He should remember his goal. Training isn't about gaining insane power. He is a warrior who has been trained by the 5 best teachers. It seems the young man can withstand the removal of the first seal. If he releases the first tool and loses concentration for a second, he might not be able to return. Not only physical but also magical power. All control up to this point is incomparable to this. This is inherited power and the experience of it is priceless. The boy owes more than he can ever repay. Without his master, he wouldn't be who he is today. The master's daughters are waiting for him with a treat. At this point, the master once again transformed into a bubble, just like when they first met, and slowly spiraled away, disappearing from sight. After the master departed, the other teachers warmly bid the boy farewell, wished him good luck, and then left him, signifying the completion of his training. Bot enjoyed subverting expectations, no matter what they were. He found it quite amusing, but he still walked away. He has a dream he needs to pursue, and now it's time to begin his journey. Gathering his belongings, he stepped onto the road. Fireworks erupted in the sky before him, as if specifically in his honor, celebrating the start of his adventure. Everyone supported the young man, his teachers and parents, all of whom helped him achieve his dream. Everyone was watching him, and he could hold his head high because he had earned it through his hard work and strength. Because he will undoubtedly make the world a better place by creating his ideal harem and protecting his loved ones with his power. He declared that he had already won, underestimating the master's power, which manifested through his rage and unyielding might. The distance should be about 500 km, roughly a 4-hour drive if he goes non-stop without any delays. First, he'll speed up and ask the wind fairies to reduce air friction to 0. Before he arrived in the big city, he expected to see its hustle and bustle. It was time to check his popularity. The boy wondered how others knew he was from a village. Her name today wasn't Hanako but Setsuko. Disappointed by the street thugs, the boy punched the one who attacked him. The force of the blow sent the guy flying far away. Seeing their comrades fall, the others attacked, but Marchik activated his fire fairies, burning anyone who dared to approach him. It was a good thing no one died, but they got what they deserved since they started it, harassing and disturbing Marchik's peace. He studied economics but not fashion or trends. Perhaps he spoke with an accent. He needed a plan to win over a high-class girl. While strolling down the street, he noticed an elf in a cage. She was locked up, likely for sale. People stood around staring. Behind the lock, the elf was almost naked, in handcuffs. She was held captive like a hostage without any protection. Approaching the bars, the boy saw with his own eyes that it was indeed an elf before him, a defenseless and frightened captive. He looked closely and thought she was such a cutie, but people around him started discussing that such an occurrence was a once-in-a-decade rarity. Sometimes he wondered, monsters are scary, but what about humans themselves? The seller kidnapped girls of other races, treating them like merchandise. Even monsters don't do that. Her eyes screamed for help, all the pain and despair reflected in her gaze, pleading for salvation. A terrible fate awaited the elf. She was taught by humans as if she were an object. He couldn't leave her like that. He wanted to save her. The boy could buy her at auction. It would cost 2 million gil. He had mushrooms and jelly and business skills. He approached the assistant, who asked if he wanted to buy something, but the red zone seemed to make it insignificant. He wanted to start a business, but building from scratch would take too long. He wanted to buy her shop and permit. On the main street, it was too expensive. If it's a stall, there should be many strong, young, and capable workers selling. The girl was happy he got rid of the stall. There were only 3 things there: soy sauce, ketchup, and mayonnaise. This path was created by a boy in the village. Through experimentation, he tried to recreate the taste of home and remembered the way back. A dish from home capable of captivating young people must be like this. He will make minced cutlets, isekai minced cutlets. He's running somewhere with a wild boar, as if it's chasing him or he's chasing it. It's not exactly clear. He already has wild boar meat. He will gather the ingredients himself and can run his business with virtually no costs. Isekai boar has a strong smell and tough meat, but this mushroom will reduce the odor and enhance the flavor. He needs to gather the remaining ingredients: medicinal herbs, other herbs, 0 cost, and a beehive with honey, 0 cost. He will add the taste of his homeland, Rizz boar with a rare mushroom accent, which will give the dish a strong, unique flavor. This is enough, but he will apply the merchant god's method. Attract customers with the aroma so they tell others themselves, without money or advertising. The boy set up his stall near the main street, close enough for the scent to reach people, and his victory was almost predetermined. Indeed, more and more people responded to the aroma of the food. The smell spread through the streets, attracting the attention of passers-by and customers. This world didn't know pirate food, and that also contributed to his success. Now, the first cutlet katsu could be tasted. Juicy meat juices and the aroma of sardines spread everywhere. People wanted not just one serving, but 2 or 3. It was truly delicious. People who noticed the queue became curious and looked around. At the front of the line were fresh meat cutlets. After a few days, so many people liked it that he decided to try again that evening. They had never eaten anything like it and couldn't stop. Now they all became true addicts of the minced meat cutlet. He became famous. A magazine called him Orcs Must Meet Katsu. With this, his startup plan proved successful. Over the past 2 weeks, as his shop gained fame, his profits steadily grew, and then it finally happened. Walking through the streets, he noticed a magazine with the headline Yamago Minced Cutlets. It seemed he had found potential business rivals. Then someone from the magazine said he made this cutlet with an original recipe. Surely, they didn't come to complain. The boy seemed to recognize this person. He is rich and spoiled, having opened many shops without proper planning. He's clearly copying his cutlets. The boy's victory is already decided. His orc patties are a completely different product, incomparable to the poorly made meatballs. These aren't just ordinary ground meat patties without secret spices. Their flavor conveys the true power of a familiar taste. He didn't plan to run the shop forever. The profit was small, so he named it Slayer Minced Meat Patties with Orc brand and sold licenses. With the brand becoming famous, the Merchant Association pays handsomely for permissions and regularly buys his secret spices. Minced meat patties were just one way to earn money. He chose another, faster path to profit for the next stage. The next day, the orc approached his rival and asked how their business was doing. He started a business on a channel with 5 million subscribers in 2 months, but he's using the money to save her today. So let the Great Beast Fest auction begin, where bids and fates will intertwine before all the spectators today. Just like every year, many rare treasures from all over the world are gathered here, and guests can film them today. It seems the elf is the only half-breed at the auction, which is fortunate, as he can only save one right now. Ladies and gentlemen, before them is the main lot of today's auction. Many guests have already noticed it was an elf. 2 incredibly beautiful elven girls were brought in. They say good fortune accompanies men who take an elf's virginity, with a starting price of 10 million gil. Initially, the price was 12 to 13 million, and then the boy raised the bid to 20 million gil. But that wasn't the final price yet. Someone bid 21, and the boy raised the stake to 25 million. He wanted the auction to end at 25 million, but someone from behind offered 30 million. When everyone looked back, it was his rival. The fat man offered 35 million, competing with the boy for the elf. Eventually, the price reached 35 million gil, and the boy, seeing this, dropped his hands, ready to leave the building. "Now you see the power of will," his rival said. The boy lost the elf his confidence, but he would still be able to enjoy his time with her. "I have a business proposition. If he kneels and bows, the villain might allow him to serve under his authority. He can enjoy his victory for now, otherwise it would be too pitiful. Later, he will have to do something terrible." When it was all over, he approached his victim behind bars, ready to act decisively and without delay. The giant was about to take the elf with him, but the boy appeared on the road to bravely free the captive and thwart the plan. And then they vanished. He never intended to resort to crime to save her, so he was able to act without breaking any rules. He paid the price for his overconfidence. Somewhere in all this, he figured it out. It seems she's fine, unharmed. She woke up, and now they had their official meeting, their first true one, after all the trials and tribulations. Not knowing where she was, the one she thought was human turned out to be different, but now she was safe. The boy had come to her rescue. It was clear she was saved, but his aura was different. She probably already guessed who he really was and where he came from. Now, realizing how strong this guy could be, she burst into tears, wondering if the orc would disembowel her. She needed to calm down, as he said he came to save her. She might not remember, but their eyes met when she was being carried inside. The orc then left the village in search of girls for his harem, but she shouldn't worry, he has rules. He doesn't build a harem without mutual feelings. His mother taught him that. They will discuss the future. Soon she'll be noticed, they'll start looking for her, and time is short. He understood, but why was he trying so hard to help, even though the journey wasn't short or easy? What for? The guy decided to escort her to the village. What if she fell in love? And if not, perhaps a future wife awaited him there, a reward. She's cute. If she wanted a child, he would immediately make her the first in his harem without a moment's delay. That's how they met. The elf's name was Tita and the boy's was Ors. He was an orc traveling in search of high-class women for his harem. Even so, they set off to find her village and had already traveled quite a distance. They were about to have lunch somewhere when Tita asked if he could go get some branches. After all, warm food is more pleasant. The orc was going to cook something delicious for her to bridge the distance between them and then use the power of the fairies. By sharing his feelings with the wind fairies, he can see through any space the wind can penetrate. He spotted a rabbit ahead large enough to be today's main dish, and they found their prey. Catching it was so easy with the help of the fairies' power, despite the rabbit's speed and its reactions to them. Now, how should he cook it? Just roasting it would be boring. All right, it's time to use another recipe from his home village. He cleaned the meat with the help of water fairies, and then, to make the flavor richer and more vibrant, he added a generous amount of spices and his own secret sauces. Meanwhile, the girl gathered some branches to bake their food. They lit them with the fairies' power, and all that was left was to wait for everything to be ready. It was the first time the girl had seen fairies with her own eyes, and she was surprised that they actually existed. Only gifted elves are capable of using wind spirits. When the time came, the dish was taken out of the fire, and they began to crack open the hardened clay which had kept the moisture inside, ready to be served. The aroma filled the air with pleasant notes. Compared to chicken, the rabbit meat had an exquisite taste, standing out with its tenderness and unique sophistication. The girl was delighted by the extraordinary taste, as she had never tried anything like it, and seeing her excitement, he felt a surge of joy. After the meal, it was time for a bath, as they rarely got to wash up while traveling. The girl went first, and Ors waited. The orc turned out to be unusually caring, unlike his other kin. He had trained for a long time to become a worthy man for a harem. Only a cunning orc would dare to take advantage of such a situation to attack a defenseless girl, stripped of all protection. Now the children can sleep peacefully, as the orc himself is guarding them, and the blanket, warmed by the fairies, provides warmth to the tired girl. She seemed kind, smiling, and bright. The orc wanted her, but he respected Tita, not wanting to lose his future wife for an instant desire. Restraining himself next to such a sweet girl proved to be much harder than standing guard all night and protecting her peace. With the dawn came a new morning, and it was time to set off again, continuing their long and important journey. Apparently, they were almost at the village, a little further to the left, and he realized why he suddenly decided to go there. He was interested in the strange barrier that affected perception. Always ready for magic and illusions, he quickly understood how to distinguish them. The village and the surrounding forests are protected by the World Trade Barrier, which alters people's will so that no one ventures deeper inside. In the end, they reached the long-awaited village. A huge tree towered there, and the village itself was called Titania. It seems someone has come to meet them, but the boys sense that they are not welcome here at all. The boy introduced himself as an orc. He had saved Tita from humans and came to escort her home, with no intention of causing harm. And it seemed the boy was right. Silhouettes emerged from the shadows. She stood up for him, believing he was her savior and wasn't lying. These silhouettes turned out to be Tita's great-grandparents. She was happy to see them, and her great-grandmother looked so young, showing how slowly elves age. She introduced herself as the tribe's chief, Tanya, and noticed the smell of human blood. She was right, the boy was half-orc, half-human. The fact that the elves didn't welcome him warmly was expected. The tribe was always cautious, and Tita was different, requiring even more caution. The young man answered honestly, explaining that he came to bring Tita home and had no intention of harming the tribe. He formally introduced himself, clarifying that he was gentle, caring, and would not harm women without their consent and request. The great-grandmother was astonished by everything she heard. The purpose of his visit and his intentions completely threw her off. The great-grandmother yelled, "Get out!" but the boy couldn't convey that he was a kind orc and wouldn't harm anyone. Thanks to Tita's strong defense of Org, he was given a chance to stay in the village for 2 days. Moreover, she didn't want to cut their journey short after this young man had shown her such kindness. Honestly, she was the one Org desired most, but he couldn't make her want him back. Seeing Tita safe and sound, all the villagers and her friends joyfully welcomed her, not expecting such a sudden return. Since Tita was the granddaughter of the tribe's head chef, she held a high status, and everyone in the village was very happy for her. After greeting everyone, Tita approached the young man and apologized for making him wait, showing respect and politeness. The young man sent his regards to her parents. He could only stay for 2 days, but he still felt obligated to be there for them. However, it seemed he wouldn't be able to leave in 2 days, as there were matters here where he could offer help and support. Her mother had been bedridden for a long time due to an unknown illness for which no cure had yet been found. No healing herb within the world tree's barrier helped her, which is why she went outside to search for medicine and was captured by humans. It became clear that Org possessed medical skills that might be able to help her mother and restore her health, something ordinary herbs couldn't achieve. Tita fully trusted the orc, allowing him to approach her mother. His intentions remained unknown, and the type of person he was remained a mystery. The guy added that Tita was right, she was high class, and if she wanted a child, he would use her after she healed, without touching her mother. Time passed and the young man began to use his intellect and reproduce magical barriers, gradually understanding their structure and power. Using healing magic, which he had learned from the great sage Merlin, he was able to diagnose the illness, determine the treatment, and identify the necessary nutrients. Both of them started summoning his fairies and asking them to fulfill their wishes, to bring water, mix it with medicine, and give it to her over the course of an hour. After providing first aid, he left the task of administering the medication to Tita, thanked her for her help, and continued on his journey. It would take him a week to fully sort out his affairs and deal with external problems before he could proceed with further actions. Tita persistently wanted to go with him, but her grandmother stubbornly insisted that she should not leave the safe confines of their home. The doctor loudly declared that it was absolutely impossible. He had come to find his future harem member, and tomorrow was the last chance. She recognized him as her mother's savior, so she agreed to go with him, believing he could help her mother, and also because she was attractive to him. He had a rule: a woman must sincerely ask, otherwise there would be no happiness. He wanted her heart, not just her body. The grandmother realized her mistake too late. Her eyes had been clouded by prejudice against orcs, while he was desperately saving a life. She begged him to stay in the village and save her daughter, and the young man seriously promised that he would do so without fail. The orc was gathering herbs and thinking to himself that elves and rich nature lived hand in hand. After picking an herb, he noted that it couldn't be used in its current state, so he decided to alter its properties. Upon returning home, he prepared the medicine and continued to give it to the girl's mother every day. The woman finally regained consciousness and, with tears in her eyes, called out to her daughter. The girl rushed into her mother's embrace, and the orc watched them with a smile. Suddenly, the girl called out to him. She hugged him too and began to thank the young man. The girl shared her fears with him, saying she thought she would never be able to talk to her mother again. The orc simply patted the girl's head. The woman was recovering, and as the orc watched them, he thought to himself that he had fulfilled a role in the village, but not his true goal. His goal was to lure the elf girls into his harem. The village was full of beauties, and the elves were supposed to be an invaluable addition to his harem. He rested his head on his knees and said that he hadn't been able to get close to any of the girls because they all avoided him. They ignored him and didn't even give him a chance to get close to them. Tita approached the young man and asked what was wrong. The orc replied that he had been rejected. He had spoken to every girl, but they all refused to be part of his harem. Tita suggested that perhaps he had asked them incorrectly. He mentioned that his mother had told him that if he became strong, girls would flock to him, but they still kept their distance. Tita called him strange, then added that she actually liked his peculiar character. The young man looked at her and asked if she wanted to be his, but the girl sharply rejected him. The orc once again rested his head on his knees. Tita offered him an apple. The young man noticed that all the food in the village was too simple. It was either raw or baked. He jumped up and declared that he would teach everyone how to cook deliciously and show them the true taste of food. He decided to pave the way to the girls' hearts through their stomachs. Tita joyfully exclaimed that she couldn't wait to try his food. The orc thought to himself that Tita was already captivated by his cooking, and soon all the others would be too. He stated that he couldn't prepare the same things he used to cook. Tita looked at him, confused. If he used sauces, the elves wouldn't be able to replicate them. In search of new flavors, they might forget about danger and venture out to the humans, and the humans would capture them. The orc couldn't allow that to happen. Tita asks if he's tired of thinking, and the guy tells her it's just how he lives his life. He started thinking about finding a dish he could make using ingredients from the village. An idea for a dish popped into the orc's head, and he decided to start cooking it. A wild boar ran in fear from the orc, who happily chased after it. He explains that wild boars were large, tasty, and easy to find. The group arrives at the storage room and finds a huge amount of potatoes. The guy also discovers sake made from potatoes. He decides to use it as a seasoning. By boiling it, he'll remove all the alcohol, then add honey and salt. This way, he creates a fragrant broth. He grabs a pot, realizing it's far too small for 200 elves. Using magic, the orc conjures an enormous pot. Tita comments that he never hesitates to use fairy magic. He asks the girl to help gather a lot of firewood, then decides to cut the meat into small pieces. The orc tosses the meat into the air. Then he pulls out a knife and slices everything right in midair. It all immediately falls into the pot, and the guy says he hasn't lost his sword skills yet. He explains that after frying, they need to be added to water. The orc wanted to add seaweed, but since there wasn't any, he decided to add a lot of mushrooms instead. Tita arrives with firewood, apologizing for being gone so long. The guy tells her she came just in time. He skims the foam and adds the previously prepared broth. Tita says the smell alone is making her hungry. The orc replies that all that's left is to stir it well, and it will be ready. This dish was from his homeland, and it was called nikujaga. The guy asks the girl to tell him how it turned out. Tita tastes the dish and says it's very delicious. The orc tells the girl that this cooking method is called stewing. The girl was delighted with this dish as well as the previous one. She asks him if she'll be able to try this dish if she marries him, and the orc says she will, but he doesn't think that's a good enough reason for marriage. The girl smiled. A little later, all the villagers gathered in the village street. The orc served food to those who wanted it. The villagers tasted the food and raved about it. They discussed how he threw the ingredients into the hot water. They all said it was delicious. The orc tells everyone he wants to teach them this dish and will show them how it's done. The girls approach, saying they'd love to learn this dish. The guy then starts demonstrating how to cook it. The orc noticed a guy watching him with disdain. The guy then smirked and walked away. The girls started asking about the broth recipes, bringing him back into their conversation. The guy thinks to himself that it's time for his plan. Leaning against the table, he asks if anyone wants to be his. In an instant, everyone completely vanished. The guy says, disappointed, that it was a total failure. The guy says it was all a dream and notices that even Tita is gone. He considers going home too, but suddenly someone calls out to him. It was the elder. She says the feast was fun, and the guy replies that he also had a good time. He thinks to himself that even though he didn't achieve his goal, he had a good time. The elder says he helped them, healed one of their residents, and taught them how to cook delicious food. She says she learned many lessons and realized they had become too isolated. If they had doctors, they could have saved many lives. For this reason, she offers the guy a place to stay with them. The guy says he came to them looking for a wife, and since he hasn't found one, he will leave once the woman's treatment is complete. The elder asks what would happen if one of them married him. At that moment, someone approaches them. It was Tita, dressed very beautifully. The elder says that Tita wants him to be her husband. The orc looks at her in shock. The guy smiled at her and was very happy about it. The elder says the girl realized her feelings and therefore wants to stay with him forever. The girl tells him she sincerely believes he will make her happy and wants to become his wife. The guy asks her if she's doing this just so he'll stay in the village, but the girl assures him that's not why. The guy thinks to himself that she was the best girl. Tita asks him to promise her something. An awkward silence hung between them, and after a few moments, the guy asked her to speak. The girl tells him she doesn't want him looking at other women and that she's against him having a harem. He thinks to himself that he's been working towards building the best harem this whole time, and his teachers believed in him. He was torn between Tita and his dream. The orc wanted Tita. The orc shouts to the girl that he loves her, but he can't give up on his dream. He says he can't let down those who believe in him. The girl simply says she understands. With tears in her eyes, she ran away from him, only shouting an apology. The guy called out to her, but she didn't stop. He watched her leave with a sad expression, while the class president stood silently. A few days later, after examining Tita's mother, he tells her that she's completely healthy. Now, she just needs to focus on her recovery. The woman asks if Tita is still avoiding him, and the guy replies that he hasn't seen the girl for 2 whole days. He doesn't blame her because, if you think about it, he was the strangest one in the whole situation. She tells him that he was very honest because anyone else in his position would have married the girl and then cheated on her. The guy says he wants to create a harem where everyone is happy. The woman says he wants to turn something indecent into something decent. She says that Tita fell in love for the first time and that's why she wants him to understand her feelings. Then, she thanked him. Tita was sitting and looking at the flowing river. The orc approached her and said he finally found her. She asked why he came since he didn't even like her. The guy assures her otherwise and says he wants to tell her something. The girl was willing to listen to him. The orc says he has finished treating her mother and now he will leave. The girl asks why he's in such a hurry. He says he desperately wants to make his dream a reality. The guy gets to the point and says he will create a harem. He asks if she will go with him, even if she won't be the only one. He says it's a harem and he might fall in love with more than just her, but he promises to love her with all his heart and make her happy. The girl stands up and says she's been thinking a lot about whether she could continue to love him if she wasn't the only one. The girl was about to tell him her answer, but then she suddenly stopped. The two hear a rumble and don't understand what's happening. The guy asks if she felt what he felt. The girl confirms it and says that the world tree's barrier is fading. The guy says that if the barrier is broken, they are in danger as it could only be destroyed by someone truly powerful. He tells the girl to stay put and then summons the wind. The guy flies up and sees a large number of heavily armed people. Inside the cave of the Tree of Life, someone begins to speak, saying that the inhabitants don't understand its significance. However, there are those who value it. He states that he has removed the seal and therefore asks someone to awaken. It was an ancient demon beetle that he asked to devour the Tree of Life. The orc wondered where these people came from who were able to destroy the barrier. He says that the elves were in danger. An elf shouted for the women and children to flee to the shelter, while ordering the men to quickly grab their weapons. The elder asked if they had identified who attacked them, but no one could answer. The orc rushes in, and a man tells him he shouldn't be there. Ignoring him, the orc uses magic to create a detailed map of the village and the exact location of the attackers. He says he brought them information and reports the enemy's numbers at 60 people. He adds that they will reach the village in an hour and a half. An elf asks how he knew all this, and the guy tells her that he flew up and used search magic. No one believed that the orc could use such high-level magic. A woman says she is grateful to him but has to ask him what was on everyone's mind at the moment. She asks if he led them here and the guy denies it. Then the elder asks him to prove it. The guy says it's very difficult to prove something you didn't do, but he could prove it because he had no reason to call them there. The guy begins to unleash his power, and everyone asks in shock what kind of magic this is. He shows them a part of his power, with fairies flying around him. A bright flash blinds the elves, and they ask him to stop. They say that if the guy were serious, he would have destroyed this village long ago, and support would be useless to him. The elder asks him to help them, and the guy says that's exactly what he intends to do, as he loves this village. He asks why the humans attacked them. The woman says that the humans most likely want to capture them and sell them into slavery, and also sees the Tree of Life, which they have long had their eyes on. The guy thinks to himself that the barrier and the forest were there to protect the world tree. He used to think that the barrier protecting the village was overkill. The orc says he'll attack the squad, and in the meantime, they need to focus on strengthening their defenses. The elf girl surprisingly notes that he intends to face an entire squad alone. However, the guy assures her that he alone is enough to handle 60 people. The guy runs towards the exit, and the elder shouts to him that if he saves the village, she will give him any girl he likes, but the guy says he refuses. Tita runs alongside him and tells him that she will go with him. He asks her if she can handle it, and the girl says she is the fastest in the village. She asks him why he refused the reward, as he had always dreamed of it. The guy says he doesn't want to force anyone and that he would prefer them to join his harem of their own free will. Tita says he is very strange. She calls him a pervert, but one who is restrained in such a peculiar way. The guy says his friends told him the same thing. She says that if he had asked her to marry him in exchange for curing her mother, she would have agreed without hesitation. She says she liked this side of him. The guy asks her if that can be taken as a desire to join his harem, and the girl shouts back that she didn't say a word about it. A squad of humans was approaching them. Looking at them, the guy mentally says it would be good if they were just ordinary people. However, he was sure that someone among them was strong enough to break the barrier. He hoped they weren't on the level of his teachers. The guy shouts forward. He apologizes and says he won't hold back. Using the power of fairies, the guy creates stream armor. Tita surprisingly says that he is using the power of wind fairies to envelop himself in wind. The guy turns around and asks her to stay put. He flies into the sky and then directly towards the squad of humans. He crashes to the ground with full force, and the people standing there are sent flying into the air. The others, surprised, ask who he is. He knocks one out of his way with magic. That person flies far away, and the orc says it was just self-defense. He says he's trying to hold back so no one dies, and the enemies, hearing this, call him a scoundrel. A whole group of them attacked the guy, but he dodged every blow and struck back. One of them shot an arrow at him from a bow. The guy caught the arrow with 2 fingers and threw it back at the shooter. It hit its mark, and the bandit screamed that it was poison before falling to the ground dead. The entire squad lay defeated on the ground. Tita ran up to him, admiring him and saying that he had handled everyone by himself. The orc said it was too easy and it bothered him. There was no one among them who could break the barrier. Even if they were just mercenaries, it made no difference whether they were there or not. He said such a squad would only alert the elves. Suddenly, it dawned on the orc that this was a decoy. He yelled at Tita that they needed to return to the village. He asked the girl if they had a place that was well guarded but would be left unprotected in an emergency. After thinking for a moment, the girl said they did have such a place. It was the Temple of the World Tree. She explained that in a critical situation, the guards would abandon their posts to save the village. The orc asked what was there, and the girl replied that an evil god was sealed inside. The guy thought to himself that it was easier to break the barrier from the inside, and there must have been a traitor among the residents who did just that. He told the girl he would run ahead. The guy said it all sounded like a fairy tale, but considering the trick placed on the World Tree and its protective barrier, everything fell into place. In that case, disaster awaited them. The orc stopped abruptly, realizing his bad premonition had come true. He looked straight ahead and saw a very malevolent energy. The guy ran through the forest and found himself at the entrance to the temple. He rushed inside, noting that, as he expected, there were no guards and the door was broken. He hoped it wasn't too late. The guy stopped and stared ahead in shock. Standing before the broken stone, from which a dark aura emanated, was the same guy who had looked at him contemptuously during the feast. The orc asked if he had broken the seal, then realized it wasn't outsiders but elves from within. He asked him why he did it. The guy adjusted his glasses and smiled. Then he declared that with great power comes great boredom. The orc asked him to repeat that, confused. The guy said that by breaking the seal, he could embrace his power, and then a new life awaited him in a new place. The orc guessed the guy was talking about the human city. The guy was about to ask how he knew that when the orc interrupted him, saying his scent was different. The villagers never left its borders and therefore only smelled of the forest. But the guy smelled of spices, perfumes, meat, wine, and everything else that was impossible to get in the village. He said the guy was enchanted by the human city. The guy says he's tasked with buying things for the village, which is why he smells that way. The orc replies that he's misunderstood the role of a gopher. The blonde shouts at him, asking how he dares to speak like that. The orc says that he was a gopher with an inferiority complex, and after arriving in the city, someone approached him and whispered a bunch of pleasant words, which made him arrogant. The orc says that, according to his guess, he was told the elf village was strange, and therefore he deserved a better place. The blonde was in indescribable shock. The orc realized he'd hit the nail on the head, even though he'd used his imagination. It was unbearable for the guy that some stranger had integrated into their society and was enjoying his stay there. The guy realized that the one truly behind all this was genuinely dangerous. He had easily ensnared someone who was dissatisfied with the village and made him betray them. The blonde shouts that he's not like that, and the orc calmly asks what he is like. He says the guy was too overconfident and, despite his powerlessness, didn't notice how he was being manipulated. The elf denies it, and the guy tells him he'll detain him and listen to his excuses later. The blonde smiles and says that someone like him won't be able to detain him. The guy says he's an orc and punches the blonde in the stomach. The guy doubles over in pain, and the orc tells him that he looks down on everyone while developing an inferiority complex about his own race. He decides to find out the instigator's name later. He says he managed to stop the perpetrator, and suddenly something interrupts his thoughts. He looks at the black substance that keeps emerging from the stone. The guy says that most likely only 1/10 of this black stuff has come out. He runs towards the exit and rushes out of the temple. A huge monster begins to emerge from underground. The orc says in horror that this monster is stronger than him. Some kind of liquid was flowing from the monster's mouth. The monster looked at the orc. The monster suddenly spat the liquid at the guy, and the orc barely managed to jump back. However, droplets of this liquid landed on his sleeve. This liquid began to eat away at his clothes where it landed. The guy says in surprise that his clothes are made from the hide of a magical beast, and their protection was strong enough to withstand anything, including acid. Suddenly, the monster turned towards the world tree and quickly began to crawl towards it. The orc realized the monster was going to devour the world tree and stated that their situation was worse than ever. He thinks that if a simple monster had attacked them, the elves would have just abandoned the village and fled, but if the world tree was targeted, that was an entirely different matter. The elves were obligated to defend the world tree to the end, and most likely, they would all be wiped out. The guy simply had to take on the monster himself. However, he doubted he could defeat it. The orc said he had no other choice. The guy decides to use his forbidden technique. He uses a double fairy mark. This magic not only doubled his power, but the marks also amplified each other. The guy suddenly appeared right in front of the monster. The monster stopped and screamed. The orc tells him that he finally saw a threat in him, and he was even pleased. He says that unfortunately, the monster was too late. The orc declares that in the name of the fairy king, he commands the fire magic existing in this world to come to him. Suddenly, a whirlwind of magic engulfs the orc. The monster looked at him in fear, and the guy just said, "Burn." He summons purgatory. Flames engulf the monster. Then the monster burns to ashes right before the guy's eyes. The orc says that this was his strongest offensive magic, and if it wasn't enough to destroy the monster, he would hardly be able to defeat this creature. The guy stood waiting, watching the fire. However, before the monster could completely burn, it began to regenerate. The guy in shock asks if they're messing with him. He runs back to the monster, and Tito appears next to him, asking if he caused the huge explosion. He confirms it and says he needs time to recover. The girl says that's not what she meant. She says she heard about his intention to fight too, and for that reason, she asks him to run away. However, the guy refuses and says he won't abandon them. The girl tells him that elves should protect the world tree. She says it's a world-devouring worm and he can't handle it. The orc tells her that everything will be fine and that he will definitely defeat it. However, he asks her to run if he defeats it, because it won't be him anymore. He promises her that he won't let the monster reach the world tree. As it turned out, the orc not only possessed the fairy king's mark, but he also had another one that was sealed. He had been told that using it would be the end of him, but seeing Tita's death was far more terrifying. He once again stands before the monster and screams. Then he uses his power to stop the monster. It becomes increasingly difficult for him to hold the monster back, and he's about to use that very magic. He considered himself the strongest, but reality opened his eyes. He wonders why he even got involved in all this, as he's just a simple guy who got rejected. Then he thinks that even if things didn't work out between them, the important thing is that she will live. He wanted her to smile. The young man was surprised that he was risking his life for this, and he remembers Tita's smile. He addresses his father, saying that he will remove the seal. He declares that he is removing the second seal of the evolving orc's sealed power. He says that once the second seal is removed, there's no going back. To defeat the monster, he must become a monster himself. He then addresses his mother. An image of his mother appears in his mind, telling him that if he wants to protect something precious, he needs to unleash his inner monster and then return through the miracle of love. The young man smiles and says that unrequited love probably won't be enough. The monster swallows the orc, and Tita screams in horror. All the elves watched in shock as it happened, and Tita began to cry uncontrollably. She realized she would regret this for the rest of her life, because she should have told him how she felt. She couldn't accept his idea of a harem because she wanted to be the only one for him. The elves didn't even know what to say to her. At that moment, Tita realized she loved him with all her heart. Her love ended in the worst possible way. The elder shouts at the elves to prepare their arrows, then orders them to fire. The arrows shot at the monster bounced off it, causing no harm whatsoever. The elder says they can't do anything. Suddenly, the monster looks at them. Then he starts screaming and writhing as the elves watch him in confusion. A fist punches through the monster, then tears it apart from the inside. It was an orc. The orc roars and the elves, terrified, ask what it is. With just one kick, the orc sends the monster flying. He begins to beat and finish off the monster, which only screams helplessly. Ultimately, the monster defeats the worm, and the elves are horrified by him. The orc raises his head to the sky and roars. He says he feels hot and that everything is annoying him. He desires death, destruction, and doom. He declares that if they don't disappear, he will help them disappear himself. He was about to punch the world tree when suddenly a voice in his head told him he couldn't, as it would upset her. The orc's eyes widen at these words. Instead of hitting the tree, he punches a nearby stone and asks himself who it would upset. Then he hears the voice again, saying she will smile now. The orc gets angry and says he doesn't care about that. He walks away from the tree, feeling an intense heat. He wants to suppress it. He wants to suppress his rage. Suddenly, an elf appears before the monster, waving at him. It was Tita. She called out to the orc, asking if it was him. But the orc paid no attention to her, as she was too small for him. She asks him to answer and recalls his words. She says that back then, he meant he would turn into a monster. Tita cries and asks why he did this, since she told him she was against his harem. The monster ponders how the girl's tears calm him. The voice reappears in his head, saying that he wants her to live and smile, and that's why he used this power. She rests her head on his fur and begs him to come back. The girl promises to give him anything he desires. She tells him she will be his, just as he wanted. Suddenly, the name Tita flashed through the monster's mind, and he remembered who he truly was. He begins to use his magic to quickly seal the monster away again. The orc says he doesn't want to see her tears, and therefore, he must do everything she wishes right now. He shouts to the whole world that he cannot make Tita disappear if he intends to be with her. Everyone looked at him in shock. Then everyone started laughing, and the guy stood before them completely naked. He says he was so ashamed, he wanted to sink into the ground. Tita first covered her face, then smiled at him through her tears. The girl kissed him on the lips and called him a fool. The orc lay in his bed feeling intense pain. Restoring the seal had exhausted the young man, and the strain on his body was so severe that he had slept for 3 days and 3 nights and still hadn't fully recovered. Tita comes to him with food. She feeds him porridge with a spoon, and the guy says the porridge was delicious. The girl is happy about this because she cooked it following his advice. The guy mentally says that as soon as Tita agreed to make love with him, he was immediately ready to do it. But unfortunately, his condition didn't allow it. The orc asks again if she minds, and the girl tells him that she realized it's better for her to be in his harem than without him. Besides, he risked his life for her. She says that no one loves her as much as he does. The orc admires Tita and begs his body to move again. Suddenly, his body began to move. The guy says he wants to make love with her right now, and the girl agrees. She says she will forgive him for many other girls, but asks him to be prepared because she will drive him crazy and make sure he doesn't think about anyone else. The next morning, while Tita was still asleep, the orc brewed her coffee. As soon as he poured the coffee into the cup, Tita woke up and noticed a very delicious smell. He approached her and asked if she was feeling better. The girl replied that she was much better, she had just fainted because he was so magnificent. They sat together drinking coffee. The guy smiled and said it was their morning cup of coffee. The girl commented that the taste awakened her, and the guy explained that he couldn't find coffee in the village, so he had to create it himself. He added that drinking coffee after everything that happened felt quite aesthetic. After they finished their coffee, the guy suggested they go to the lake together, and the girl agreed, as they were both feeling sticky. While swimming in the lake, the girl told him his gaze was scaring her and said they'd had enough for the day. The guy laughed and assured her he wouldn't pounce on her. The guy admired the view before him. However, his enjoyment of the view was ruined by the lingering smell of the monster. He had heard that the traitor was killed with a slow-acting poison to prevent him from revealing anything, and it would likely have happened regardless of whether he broke the seal or not. The two were strolling after their swim in the lake when they overheard villagers saying another field was now useless, and it would take a long time to restore it. Pink slime was corroding the soil. The elders discussed what to do, but it seemed the elves wouldn't survive the winter. The guy considered supplying them with food but figured the proud people would refuse. Suddenly, an idea struck him, one the elves definitely wouldn't turn down. He asked Tita to take him to the elders. Tita's grandmother asked the orc if he truly wanted to help them, and he confirmed it. He also said he wanted to offer food support for the winter. However, the woman stated she couldn't accept his offer because they had their pride. The orc had expected exactly that answer. The orc told her that helping his wife's family was normal, and besides, would it be right to let the villagers die because of pride? The woman insisted they would manage somehow. He told her it would be difficult as there would be sick and injured people in the village. The elder replied that they had nothing to repay him with. The guy thought he could say it was gratitude for Tita, but in that case all their love would become a lie. For that reason, he would never say such a thing. The orc asked them for the beetle's corpse. Tita exclaimed in surprise. The elder asked why he needed the corpse as it corroded everything it touched. The orc said he would find a use for it. Mentally, the guy declared that this corpse was amazing, and he would earn 10 times more from it than what he spent on food. The elder bowed and said she was leaving everything to him, as this way, the village would be safe. The orc asks her not to bow to him, explaining that it was a fair exchange. He promises to quickly deal with the corpse and, as a favor, he'll clean everything up for them. The old woman heads towards the acid, intending to collect some in a container to clean the field. But as soon as she dips the container into it, the acid immediately eats through it. She bitterly states that her field is beyond saving. Tita remarks that restoring everything will be harder than she thought. The orc says that's why he's here and summons water. Tita shouts, asking what he's doing as he'll just spread the slime everywhere, but the orc calmly tells her to look closely. He explains that it's pure water that cannot be spilled or contaminated. The slime won't corrode anything if it's in this water. Then, the guy summons the power of earth. The ground explodes, forming a small pit. The orc directs all the water and slime into this pit. The orc declares that they've finished cleaning up the slime, and Tita notes that he's as carefree as ever. Suddenly, the old woman calls out to the guy and begins thanking him with tears in her eyes. The orc says they'll now deal with the monster's corpse, and the girl asks if they'll really get money for it. The orc explains that the monster's hide was so strong that even his fire couldn't cause significant damage. He's confident they'll get a lot of money for it as it's perfect for armor. He suggests the girl cut it, and after delivering a perfect strike with her sword, she exclaims in surprise that it didn't work. The guy asks if she understands now how valuable this hide is. By selling it, they can not only buy food but also earn money. The girl asks how he plans to cut it. The guy pulls out a cane with a blade, which his teacher gave him as a graduation gift. The orc pours magic into the weapon and says that only it can withstand his power. The guy cuts the monster's hide into pieces and carefully folds it. He says they won't have to worry about armor for the rest of their lives now. The guy uses a purgatory spell and destroys everything that remained of the monster. The guy says they can sell it now, and he'll even give her money if there's any left over. Suddenly, he notices that the blade is broken. The guy exclaims in shock that it broke. The orc starts yelling. He says it was a one-of-a-kind gift from his teacher. When he plunged the blade into the flesh, the beetle's acid ate away at the blade's steel. Tita asks if it can be restored somehow, but the guy tells her he can't do it. The guy explains that it was made of orichalcum, which is incredibly hard to get. Only his master was capable of that, and he was nowhere near his master's level. The orc was upset that his sword broke. He started blaming himself, thinking about what he would have done if he hadn't broken it. The guy thinks he got too cocky and says he can't forgive himself. Suddenly, Tita calls out to him. She tells him to cheer up and promises to treat him to an elven dish. The guy looked at her in surprise, then smiled and asked if she was talking about baked vegetables. The girl indignantly says she can't deny it. The orc promises her that he will gather it with his own strength. He says this is just the beginning. He tells her to pack her things as he was still inexperienced, meaning he still had a chance. The elder thanks the guy for everything he's done and says that while they usually refuse outsiders, they would gladly welcome him. The guy says he also enjoyed staying with them. The elder asks Tita to visit them from time to time and tells her she's very lucky to marry the orc. The guy was glad he came to this village, but he needed to become stronger to expand his harem. Tita expresses her hope of never meeting other girls with the orc again, and he smiles, saying he's happy to have such an understanding wife. Tita marvels at the bustling human city. She explains that she couldn't see any of it because when she was captured, she was immediately put in a cage and not let out. He tells her that thanks to the earrings he gave her, no one will know she's an elf. He suggests they take a walk around the city. They approach a shop and the guy asks the seller to show them a comb, pointing to one. The seller says he has good taste and mentions it was custom made. He gives it to Tita, who says it's probably expensive. The guy tells her not to worry about it as he has enough money for his wives not to fret over finances. The orc mentally states that he's glad he was trained by the god of merchants himself. After all, if a living creature doesn't have enough money, they can forget about a peaceful life. He says that humans have created many wonderful things, but money is necessary to experience them. He also wanted his beloved to have fun. The orc says he doesn't just want to live, but to enjoy life. Tita tells him she's holding him to his word. However, the girl didn't want to be a freeloader and asked him to tell her when he needed her help. The guy agreed. Tita's business potential was good, and her looks would definitely make her stand out in the city. Merchants were very focused on their appearance, and sadly, they didn't pay much attention to their inner selves. That's why the prettier a girl was, the more people trusted her. After a year or more of training, the girl would be able to assist the guy, and after 3 years, she would become his full-fledged right hand. The orc approaches a stall with various weapons, and Tita asks him what he wants to buy. The guy says he needs a staff. However, no staff could replace the cane given to him by his teacher, as the orc's magical power was not easy to contain. The seller rudely tells the guy that he won't be able to afford it. He pours all the coins he has onto the table, and the merchant's eyes widen in surprise. He asks if the guy is from the royal family, but the guy just says that money keeps coming to him. He picks up a cane and learns all the information about it. He says this weapon would withstand 1 or 2 uses of his full magical power. However, it was nowhere near the quality of the orichalcum from which his teacher's staff was made. Suddenly, the guy notices a sign on the wall behind the merchant that says the oracle's sword has been completed, and he asks what it is. The merchant says the entire guild is buzzing about it. The sword is complete, but the hero hasn't been found yet. The guy's eyes lit up. This sword was a gift from God to the hero. The Divine Steel clan was the chosen clan, and a special sword priestess received a revelation, combining it with orichalcum. Then she plunged it into a sacred stone. And now, only the hero will be able to pull this oracle's sword from the stone. The orc tells Tita that he has decided on their next path. The girl, surprised, asks if he intends to pull out this sword, and the guy confirms it, saying he was the hero, even if he kept it a secret. The guy says that if the sword is made of orichalcum, it will withstand his power. Suddenly, he overhears merchants talking about how beautiful the sword priestess was. Then they mention that all the priestesses there were very beautiful. The guy says he should go see them too, which makes Tita indignant. He shouts forward, saying he already has this sword and just needs to find a sheath for it. The girl tells him that wasn't funny at all. The orc says the sword priestess should wait for him because her destined one was coming for her. The group arrived in the Holy Land, and the orc, pointing to a mountain, says it was the only place where orichalcum could be found. The guy thought the oracle's sword was quietly waiting for its hero to come and free it. The sacred ground was bustling with people, and merchants were calling out, trying to sell spots in line or various other trinkets. This place had become a tourist attraction, and there was always a crowd around the stone. There was a struggle for this sword. Everyone approached in turn and tried to pull it out, but no one succeeded. The guy looked at the scene with displeasure, remarking that he hadn't known about the ongoing circus. However, he had no other choice. The group was trying local dishes while the orc discussed local businesses. The girl commented that he loved talking about businesses. The guy saw no reason to wait in line. He decided to go when everyone else got tired, or, as a last resort, he planned to pay for the closest spot in line. Suddenly, someone bumped into the girl and fell. The people apologized for being careless. The hooded girl apologized for bumping into her, calling her an elf. Tita said it was no big deal. The guy immediately asked how she knew Tita was an elf, since ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell she was an elf just by her earrings. The stranger apologized and asked if they were trying to hide it. The orc asked if she could see who he really was. After his words, the girl looked closely at his soul. Suddenly, she recoiled from him in fear and exclaimed that he was an orc. The guy commented that she was reacting just like Tita. The girl started to run away, but the guy easily caught up to her, saying she ran very fast and asking if she was a beast person. The girl cried out with tears in her eyes, and the guy told her he wasn't going to attack her. The guy reiterated that he truly wouldn't attack her, but the girl said all attackers say that. The orc informed her that it would be dangerous to run any further. The orc stopped abruptly, and the girl didn't notice the ground disappear beneath her feet, leaving her suspended over a cliff. She began to fall, and the guy reached out to grab her. He caught her, and her cloak came off, revealing a beast person girl before him. The group moved to a safe distance, and the girl confessed that she thought she was going to die. The orc said he now understood why she saw their true forms. The girl had fox ears and a tail, and members of her race were part of the Divine Steel clan. The guy introduced himself, and the girl replied that her name was Kururu. The orc said that if she had died, she wouldn't have been able to become part of his harem. Kururu yelled at him that he still intended to take her by force. The guy noticed fire fairies flying around her. They were very attached to her, and it was likely that the girl was exceptional even among her clan. He assumes she was the sword priestess and notes how cute she was. He turns to her and asks if she wants to join his harem. The girl immediately yelled at him, saying she would, of course, refuse the offer since they had just met. The guy thought to himself that he had been rejected, as usual. Suddenly, Orca calls out to Tita. Running up to them, she said she barely caught up. The orc apologizes and says he should have carried her. The girl asks if he's hitting on Kurura and says he was going to hit on a girl while carrying her, which the orc confirms. Kurura guesses that Tita was his lover, and the girl confirms her suspicion. The priestess asks why he was hitting on her if he already had a lover. The orc tells her he wants to create a harem, and it's normal to have many lovers in a harem. The elf tells her that even though it was annoying, she consciously became his lover. Kurura looked at them strangely and said she didn't understand them, wishing them well. The others reciprocated. She asks the guy if he's also going to try to pull out the sword. He confirms it, and the girl advises him not to. Tita asks the guy what the girl meant, and he tells her that the girl wouldn't have given such advice for no reason, especially since there's a chance she forged the sword. The girl asks if it's bad that they parted ways so quickly, and the guy replies that there was nothing wrong with it, especially since he wouldn't have achieved anything at that moment. He thinks to himself that he won't let go of someone he's set his eyes on. The orc intended to gather information about the priestess and make her fall in love with him. Moreover, he had long dreamed of adding a girl with fox ears to his harem. His thoughts drifted into his fantasies. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Tita. The orc turns to her and suggests they go for the sword quickly. They arrive at the sword and see that the line was still just as long. The orc gives money to one of the guys, who happily gives up his spot. He calls Tita, and the girl doubts the fairness of what's happening. The orc assures her that they made a win-win deal with the spot's owner. It was the orc's turn next, and it turned out they only had 30 seconds to pull out the sword. The orc tells Tita he'll pull it out quickly, and they'll head back. Suddenly, everyone anxiously started saying that Lord Levin was approaching the sword. From a distance, a guy indeed appeared, heading towards the sword. It was the Knight of the White Rose. Everyone was thrilled by him. As it turned out, he had been in countless battles and was strong. The orc and Tita didn't understand the excitement. The orc claimed it was his turn, but no one listened. Levin approached the sword and spoke to it, much to the disgust of the others, who found him narcissistic. They decided to see what Sir Levin would show them. The knight pleaded with the sword to come to him, declaring himself a hero. He tried to pull the sword out gently at first, but when that didn't work, he started pulling with all his might. His time ran out, but he couldn't pull the sword free, and the others found the knight quite amusing. The knight sat there in shock. The orc asked for permission to try, and the guard allowed him. The guy easily pulled out the sword, then approached his beloved and showed it to her. They started to leave, discussing what they would eat at the inn. However, everyone stopped them, asking who the orc was. They insulted him, saying he couldn't have pulled it out. Levin then approached them. He claimed that when he pulled it, he almost got it out, and then the orc came and simply took it because the sword was already loose. The orc asked him if he was in his right mind. Suddenly, all the guards started insulting the guy even more, but a man intervened in their conversation and proposed a duel. If the orc won, then he truly was a hero. The guards began saying it was a fantastic idea, but the orc told them he refused. Levin agreed, but the guy asked what benefit he would get from it since he was the one who pulled out the sword, making it his. He started to leave, but the guards stopped him, saying there was a benefit. They offered him gold, showing with their fingers how much they intended to offer him for participating. The orc refused, as he was risking his life in this duel. He asked for more, and the guards started raising the stakes, but the guy kept asking for more and more. He wasn't going to just go with the flow in this situation, and decided to switch his mindset to a business-oriented one. Negotiation styles vary depending on who you're dealing with. If the guy were facing a merchant, it would be more important to make them give in. But he was facing people whose desires were unclear to him. Still, the guy didn't care if the negotiations with them failed. The soldier offered a price, and from his expression, the guy understood that he couldn't offer any more. The orc agreed, and the soldiers joyfully announced that they would hold the duel in a few days. Tita noted that this had become a problem, but the guy said everything was fine. The guy explained that Levin was strong for a human, and if his strength were measured in soldiers, it would be equivalent to 100 soldiers. The orc's strength, however, was roughly equal to 10,000 soldiers. The orc says he'd be happy to get a reward for a 1-minute duel. The girl, surprised, asked if he was talking about a time limit. The orc is about to leave and says he'll defeat the knight in just 1 minute. Suddenly, they hear the sword priestess asking to be let through so she can break that sword. It was Kururu who wanted to break the sword, calling it a fake. The young man looked at her in surprise and wondered about the sword's authenticity. He tells the girl they've met again, and she, surprised, starts to ask who he is, but the young man covers her mouth with his hand to keep her from saying anything. The orc asks the soldier to release the priestess and says everything is fine. The girl asks if he pulled out the sword, and the young man confirms it, suggesting they talk in private since, apparently, she needed the sword. Kururu pondered this. Terrible thoughts crept into the girl's mind, and she began to panic. The young man says that if she's so scared, Tita will go with them, but the girl's thoughts only got worse. Once alone, the young man offers her tea, but the girl fears he might have put something in it. Tita asks her to calm down and says the orc would never harm anyone. The young man confirms this. Kururu thinks about how she'd never interacted with guys before. The girl notices the guy's watch and comb and sees who they belonged to. The orc places the sword on the floor and says she wanted to destroy it. He says it was a waste of time, and he understood how she felt. She asks why he said that, and the young man tells her he is the son of a hero, and compared to his mother's sword, her sword was much worse. Kururu is greatly surprised by his words. The young man takes out a sword he forged himself and shows it to the girl. He says his mentor taught him how to do it. He made it from magical silver, and compared to orichalcum, this sword was inferior, but in terms of completeness, it surpassed her sword. The girl was shocked by his words. Kururu sat there upset. The orc continues, saying her sword was better in terms of abilities. The girl realized the young man was very knowledgeable about swords. He tells her that she lacked the knowledge to perfect the oracle's sword. The orc states that if she had trained for another year or two, she would have been able to create a true oracle sword. He asks her why she rushed, and the girl explains that her mother was the previous sword priestess and was killed, leaving her without a mentor. She declares that she must destroy him and swings her hammer. Then the girl strikes the sword with her hammer. The girl is surprised to see that nothing happened to the hammer. The guy tells her she took too long to swing. The orc says that in that time he managed to imbue the sword with magic. The girl is greatly astonished by his words, as even the strongest mage couldn't do such a thing. She asks what kind of orc he is, and the guy just smiles at her words. The orc says that the world saw the imitation they created, which tarnished the reputation of her mother and ancestors, and that her tragic determination led to this outcome. He tells her that she's not interested in destroying the sword, but in creating a complete oracle sword, as she's incapable of just leaving things as they are. She says that it bothers her, and that's why she wants to finish what she started. The guy says he has knowledge, but it wasn't enough to forge orichalcum, so he asks them to combine their knowledge. He says that in that case, they will be able to forge an oracle sword that won't disgrace the clan. The orc suggests they forge the sword together and use it to cut their wedding cake. The girl says she doesn't understand what he's talking about. He says that after their work, they can strengthen their bond in bed, and working on the sword will be the reason the girl falls in love with him. Tita and Kururu stared at him in shock. The elf asks them not to worry about what the guy said because he won't touch her, even if he says such strange things. The guy asks them to wait a minute as he wanted to print everything out for the girl. He says that one glance is enough for him to understand what knowledge Kururu lacks, and that's why he decided to print a book for her. The girls ask how long it will take him. The guy uses magic to print everything in a second and hands it to the girl. Kururu says his imagination was very powerful. She asks who taught him magic, and the guy replies that he had the most powerful teachers. The guy asks her to learn all of it, and then he will begin her training. The girl says that even from just one page, it's clear that this knowledge is priceless. The girl thanks him, and the guy says that for a girl who will become part of his harem, he's always ready to help. However, Kururu tells him that they won't get to that point. The orc says that the final decision was hers, and even if she doesn't want to join his harem, he'll still use her sword. The girl says that's exactly what she wanted. The girl says she didn't know how to thank him. The guy tells her that if she wants to thank him, she should become his lover, but the girl refuses. However, the girl decides to let him lie on her tail. The guy kneels before her and asks her to take care of him. The girl asks why he's kneeling, and the guy gets lost in his thoughts and fantasies. The guy asks for permission not just to lie on her tail, but to rub against it. The girl immediately refuses, feeling uncomfortable with the request. The guy says he needs to cut down trees for another 500 sheets. He runs out, dreaming of a tail pillow. Tita grumbles, saying it seems like the guy is ready to do anything. The orc says he feels like his leg is tied down. Then looking at Tita, he says he was tied to his beloved. However, the girl was indignant because the guy was chasing after another woman, which annoyed her. The orc asks Tita if she's against Kururu joining the harem, and the girl says she's not. Tita says she likes Kururu and would also like to help her. This pleased the orc. He looked out the window and saw soldiers making sure the orc didn't escape the duel. The orc tells Tita that Kururu joining his harem won't change his feelings for her. He promises to love them both with all his heart. He grabs her hand and suggests they fly out the window. The two flew through the night sky, and the orc thought that Kururu and Tita absolutely had to get along with each other. In the morning, Kururu was smiling as she read the sheets, and the orc, just waking up, asks if she's okay after a sleepless night. The girl tells him that the book was so wonderful she couldn't stop reading it. The orc notices that the girl used internal energy without even realizing it, and if that's the case, nothing will happen to her. She even learned alchemy just like that. The orc says it was time for him to leave, and the girl remembers that he had a duel scheduled with a weirdo. Kururu jumps up and says she'll go with him too, because seeing him in battle will help her figure out which sword would be perfect for him. The orc decides to wake Tita, and Kururu asks him if he needs the girl for something specific. The guy says he wants to show off in front of his beloved, and the girl snorts, saying he's cheating on her right before her eyes. The guy tells her he's not cheating, he just wants to love Kururu and Tita at the same time. The girl asks what would happen if she became his lover and another beautiful girl walked by. The orc says he would propose to her in front of the other girls. The girl calls him trash, and the guy tells her that was his path. A whole squad of soldiers escorts the guys to the duel. The girls think there are too many of them, but the guy says it's to make sure he doesn't run away. The guys approach a massive arena. Kururu was surprised, and the guy asked why they had to turn everything into a spectacle. The arena was packed with spectators. The orc notices that people were also placing bets. As it turns out, White Rose was so popular that almost everyone voted for him. The guy hands Kururu a bag of money and asks her to bet on him. Levin approaches the guys and says that they did show up after all and didn't run away. The orc says that he'll get his reward no matter what. Levin, with a smile, says he can't believe the guy agreed to publicly humiliate himself for a few coins. The orc mentally admits that he's even starting to like him. Tita pouted and asked Levin not to get ahead of himself as the orc was strong. Levin, seeing the girl, froze. He says she is very beautiful and worthy of being his princess. He asks why she is with the orc, and the girl says she loves him, but the knight thinks the guy has enchanted the girl with dark magic. Levin kneels and kisses the girl's hand. Then he says he will definitely break the spell, return to her, and leaves. Kururu calls the knight pathetic, and Tita calls him disgusting. Suddenly, they notice the orc is trembling. The orc was furious and called the knight a dead man. He calls him arrogant and says he wanted to hold back, but now he won't. Kururu is disgusted that the guy was openly hitting on girls in front of his beloved, while the other couldn't do the same with his beloved. The orc asks them to go to their seats and asks Tita what kind of death she would want for Levin. The girl asks him not to kill him as it could cause them trouble. The host's voice is heard asking who the true hero really is and inviting the guys into the ring. The guys stood facing each other, and the crowd wished death upon the orc. The crowd chanted Levin's name in unison, boosting his confidence, as the spectators were sure he would win. However, the orc said that the sword pull was supposed to determine the victor, and when Levin claimed he almost pulled it out, the orc tossed him the sword. When he caught it, the sword was too heavy, and he dropped it to the ground. Upon hitting the arena, the sword pierced the floor, leaving a massive crack. As expected, he couldn't use it. Levin was convinced something was wrong, probably because the wrong person pulled it out, and now it considered the orc its owner. But Kururu explained that Levin actually didn't know about the properties of orichalcum. Orichalcum is an incredibly dense material. The sword itself weighs a little under 5 tons, and it couldn't be pulled out simply because it couldn't be lifted. But orichalcum becomes lighter if you ask spirits for help. In other words, if you're not a hero with a spirit mark, you can't use orichalcum weapons. Levin declared that he would make the sword fully realize who its true owner was once he defeated the orc. He decided to show him a secret technique, a bouquet of flowers that will die beautifully, he said, and unleashed a rose burst. These were real roses that he carried among those on his back. When the roses struck the orc, Levin already declared victory, as these roses contained a poison capable of putting even an elephant into a coma. But they didn't even scratch the orc. He always protected his body with internal energy, and such a minor attack wouldn't penetrate it. Levin then had no other choice. He would end this with his beautiful sword, the tip of its blade coated with a poison capable of instantly killing an elephant. Levin attacked him with multiple lunges, but the orc easily dodged them. He couldn't understand why his divine speed attacks weren't reaching him, but the orc merely smirked when he called that speed divine. His mother, the Azure Thunder hero, possessed skill that surpassed the speed of thunder. Compared to her, Levin seemed to be frozen in place. The orc hadn't fought many swordsmen, so he told Levin to watch and learn, to take what he couldn't and learn, and Levin could have at least said thank you. But since he remained silent, the orc decided to finish it. Levin suddenly felt a chill and quickly leaped back a great distance. He decided to show him his true power, the strongest secret move with super divine speed, surpassing even divine speed. The orc just laughed at such a convoluted name. Levin made a very sharp lunge and attacked the orc with a rose flash, extending his sword forward. Suddenly, the blade shot out from its hilt towards the orc. This piercing sword attack, which already surpasses divine speed, combined with the flight speed and the speed it achieved at launch, makes it an attack that exceeds both divine and super divine speed. This is the strongest technique of the White Rose. But the orc was furious because it was incredibly stupid. He simply batted the blade away with his hand since Levin had just shot it. Still, Levin couldn't believe his attack had been deflected. The orc decided to end this right now and advised Levin to try his best to stop it. Otherwise, he would die. The orc was about to show him a powerful technique inherited from his mother. These movements were enhanced by internal energy and mana. They were even faster than the White Rose's super divine speed. The Oracle Sword's special feature is that when it's filled with spirit power, it becomes as light as a feather. This lightness can surpass super divine speed. Releasing mana with a swing returns the sword to its original weight. In other words, it's a slicing strike from shoulder to waist with super divine speed and super weight. With this attack, he hit Levin directly. The force of it tore all of Levin's clothes, and he was sent flying into the arena walls. The orc said that he wouldn't die. Suddenly, Levin managed to stand on his feet and began walking towards him. He said it was very beautiful and called the orc a hero. Only after saying that did he collapse. Who would have thought he'd hold on just to say those words? When the orc was declared the winner, the spectators weren't happy about it. They were indignant over Levin's loss. But despite this, the orc smiled and showed the oracle sword to the girls. They were happy for him and started clapping. At the tavern, they were already toasting to Orc's victory and their meeting. Tita really enjoyed the honey liqueur, and the traditional main course was almost ready. Kururu suddenly mentioned that the inn was quite expensive and she didn't have any money, but Orc said he would pay for everything since he earned a good amount from today's duel. The odds reached 12 and he received 1,200 gold coins, which is roughly 120 million yen. Kururu said he had no reason to treat her, as she was actually indebted to him for all the training he had given her. His reason was to treat a lovely girl to a delicious meal and see the joy on her face. When she refused, Orc then said she should consider it payment for a side job. He was forbidden from betting on himself, so this was just gratitude for her placing the bet for him. Tita told Kururu to eat too, saying good things should be shared. She couldn't refuse this time, and they were finally served the main course. Afterward, they relaxed in the outdoor area. The food was delicious. Kururu even felt envious, as it was unlikely she would ever find herself in such an expensive establishment again. Orc suggested she become his, and then she could go to such places whenever she wanted. Kururu asked if he really wanted a girl who was obsessed with money. But she misunderstood him, as he had already fallen in love with her and was willing to use even such methods to get her attention. However, he was surprised that she was short on money. Kururu was skilled enough and could earn a living working as a blacksmith. Orc clearly wanted to know the reason, but she only hinted with her behavior instead of answering. This was also why Orc hadn't asked until now, but things were different now. It was clear Kururu wanted them to ask. Kururu said she hadn't had such a fun dinner or made friends in a long time, and perhaps she didn't want to appear weak. So she asked them to listen to her, saying she was very exhausted by her problems. She was poor not only because her mother was killed, but also because her uncle stole a year's income, which was extremely straightforward. The details couldn't be omitted, so she then said that her mother wasn't exactly killed, first of all, and the oracle's sword wasn't created for a hero. It's just an item that can only be used if you control spirit energy. Honestly, the Divine Steel clan, can also use it. To demonstrate, Kururu was also able to wield a sword. Fire spirits favor members of the Divine Steel clan, as they too can control spiritual energy. She was then asked what the oracle sword was for. It was needed to seal away the god of misfortune. It was strange that such a being existed in the Holy Land, and she was asked what kind of god it was. This is a god that grants almost any wish, but in a sinister way. She had heard several stories about him. For example, one man wished for gold and silver treasures, but he suddenly transformed into a monster. Then the god took over his mind and started stealing. The man came to his senses in front of a pile of treasures, collected after he had killed all the townspeople. Another story was about a girl who asked for her mother to be cured. Moments later, a powerful earthquake struck, taking the lives of her mother and thousands of others. That's how he cured her of her illness, through death. It's a rather terrible way to grant wishes, and the worst part is how powerful he is. Because of such incidents, people try to avoid the god of misfortune, and everyone starts thinking this way. If you wish carefully, you will get what you desire. Everyone thought that as long as a wish didn't contain a drop of ill intent, everything would be fine. None of them had made wishes before, but people still kept trying recklessness in its purest form. This is the clan's greatest secret, and since there are enough people trying to break the seal, it is now sealed with the utmost secrecy. It is their clan's duty to secretly seal this god of misfortune. He is sealed with this sword. The essence of the sealing ritual is to use an orichalcum sword to cut the orichalcum in which the god of misfortune's power is imprisoned. When it comes to an evil god, no matter how much he is restrained, his power leaks out more and more. Therefore, his power must be regularly dispersed. Orichalcum is ideal for this. It can hold a huge amount of energy. Orichalcum is used to drain the energy, weaken it, and disperse it. The sealing ceremony was performed 6 months ago by her mother, the sword priestess. But as her mother was about to cut the orichalcum, she noticed that her uncle had swapped her sword with his own. If she stopped now, the seal wouldn't hold, so she performed the ritual with her uncle's imperfect sword. But she still died from the overwhelming energy that couldn't be dispersed, so you could say she was killed. That's what she meant when she said she was killed. The orc asked why her uncle did that, and Kururu replied that he wanted to become a sword priest. If she could complete the ritual with the sword she forged, only then could she say it was perfect. If she failed, she would destroy her mother's hopes and face the consequences. He claimed he didn't switch the sword, insisting that the ugly sword they used in the ceremony belonged to her mother. Then her uncle ran off with the money her mother had saved for Kururu. Naturally, he didn't possess the power of a sword priest, so he couldn't perform the ritual. The next sealing ceremony was approaching quickly, and she was the only one in the clan who could work with orichalcum. In this situation, she was desperately trying to create something resembling an oracle sword. But the country's rulers likely decided this sword wasn't good enough. To compensate for the sword's shortcomings with their mastery, they began searching for a hero. She was sure that one of the country's rulers would come and ask the orc to perform the ritual, which is why she was revealing the clan's secrets. However, Kururu didn't think he could handle it because it wasn't about strength, but about a sword that could cleave the soul. She tried to destroy this imitation oracle sword so that no one would commit such a suicide. She didn't want anyone to die because of her sword. Now the orc understood everything. Kururu said she was proud of her family, but he never imagined she was so serious. She was genuinely worried that someone would die because of this sword, so he asked what she would do now. She said she was going to forge a perfect blade and then perform the sealing ritual. Thanks to the orc, she believed she could do it. Then he would try to teach her better. The orc suggested they go to her house. Kururu suddenly jumped up and said he realized she couldn't make the sword herself and had no other choice, and that's why he was trying to get into her room. But the orc asked her not to jump to conclusions when he said that phrase. Next, they would practice. She had blacksmithing tools at home, right? Kururu asked him not to sniff or lick anything, and the orc gave her an ambiguous answer. In Kururu's case, everything was quite clear. She would quickly perfect the sword. He had intervened in this, and he would stay with her until the very end. Kururu asked him how she did, and the orc replied that he had nothing more to teach her, and her training was complete. She had mastered all his teachings, but he had one more question for his student. The orc asked if she wanted to have children with him, and Kururu immediately refused. In response, the orc just scoffed. She was displeased with his reaction, but Tita said, "Well, that's the orc for you. There's nothing you can do about it." They locked themselves in Kururu's house and trained her relentlessly for 10 days. He thought that if they spent so many days together, he would have a chance to get with her, which was quite naive. Deciding to forget about it, the orc said she was ready to create a perfect oracle. She planned to finish the blueprints by the end of the day. But the problem with materials remained unsolved. They couldn't just melt down that sword. Where there's orichalcum, there are monsters, but fortunately the orc is strong. Since he said so, she asked him to gather some orichalcum. In return, he decided to take a couple of metal pieces. Since Kururu had to go with them but also wanted to finish the design today, they only had one option: use them in alchemy. They had no choice but to seat Kururu in a chair and carry her on his back. When she tried to refuse, the orc simply said that having her on his back wouldn't slow him down. She then gave in and asked him to at least tell her if it got heavy, but the orc just calculated her weight in response. After that, they went to look for orichalcum. This was holy ground full of divine steel clan members, all living in luxurious homes. This was because everyone could afford it, as Kururu was currently the only one who could process orichalcum. Therefore, the residents earned money through tourism and tourist shops owned by clan members who hired people to work in them. The Divine Steel clan was surprisingly strong. If they were that strong, she could ask for a loan, Tita said. Kururu said they were just disgusting merchants, and if she asked them for a loan, she'd have to do whatever they wanted in return. They might force her to entertain some famous person who wanted to meet the sword priestess. It was a real headache, though on the other hand, it could be called simple envy. Once, everyone could process orichalcum, which is why they were called a clan, but over time, their bloodline weakened. Eventually, her family was the only one left who could still process orichalcum, which is why she was despised. Moreover, she had been harassed more than once. She was the strongest in the village, and that helped her, but her children would likely also be able to process orichalcum just like her. Everyone was striving for this. They just wanted to marry her to call themselves full members of the clan. One could say her chastity was at stake. This was quite difficult. The orc understood why she didn't want to flirt with him, even though he was trying to charm her. But she felt that in his case, no one in this world would like it. Tita asked if she was afraid he would harass her, but that didn't particularly bother her. In the orc's case, she understood that he liked her. She didn't think he would do anything bad to her. It was strange, but not scary. But when the orc asked if she liked him, Kururu noted that it wasn't scary, but very annoying. Tita, however, fully understood what she meant. The orc asked them not to agree with each other. They reached the mine and went inside. The flow of magical energy was incredible, and the orichalcum glowed in the dark. They decided to go deeper because the orichalcum here wasn't pure enough. In the distance, they spotted a monster, and a pretty powerful one at that. Tita could feel its strong magical energy. It looked like a mix between a dog and crystals. Tita had never seen such a terrifying monster in her life. Since the mine had been ignored, it was likely a lord had been born. Monsters feed on magical energy, but a lord is a demon that also eats other demons, leading to abnormal growth. The orc put Kururu down for a moment, but she replied that they shouldn't underestimate a lord. This monster could easily destroy a village or a city, and no matter how strong he was, it was still dangerous. He hadn't told her, but in his fight with the White Rose Knight, he hadn't even used a tenth of his power, and he hadn't used magic at all. Besides, he was already done with him. The orc waved his hand and instantly killed the monster. Kururu was shocked. Tita was simply mesmerized by him, and the orc told them to hurry to the deeper part. She asked what he had done and how. The orc said it was magic, but just a small trick. Kururu asked Tita if she had ever seen him use his full power. It had only happened once. He had destroyed a creature that could have destroyed the entire world, meaning the orc could literally destroy the world if he wanted to. But that wasn't entirely true. That time, he had only opened 2 seals, and the second seal only unleashed half of his power. Regardless, if he hadn't held back and had unleashed all his power, he was sure he wouldn't have been able to return. In a sense, that would have been his full power. They arrived at the deepest part, where the purest orichalcum was found. And there was a whole lot of it in this cave. She felt that the weapon she would craft from it would be the best in the world. He couldn't wait to hold the sword she forged for him. This was sacred ground protected by Kururu's ancestors. Today, she would take as much as possible, as it might be that she would never return here. The fire spirits gathered in one place as expected from a sword priestess. But he could also create heat of such intensity, yet he couldn't process orichalcum. He was curious what she would do next. She combined her magical energy with the power of the spirits, creating a completely new magic. The orichalcum reacts to Kururu's flame, showcasing the power of the sword priestess. Now they have all the materials they need. They were surprised by her skills when suddenly Kururu started to fall. The orc caught her. She had used more strength than she realized. As they left, Tita asked if it was okay to leave the chair behind. The orc replied that it was useless now since she wouldn't be drawing anymore. But in reality, the chair wasn't needed because Kururu's chest was pressed against his back. Tita noted that Kururu was getting used to him, but her responses were still cold. She mentioned that the girl wouldn't sleep on the back of someone she didn't trust, no matter how tired she was, and also that she had a very relaxed sleeping face. After hearing this, the orc really wanted to see that face. Tita added that he would be able to once they got home. At that moment, Kururu woke up. She apologized for being heavy and said she would get down. When the orc said he wouldn't mind enjoying her softness and scent, she immediately got off him. Kururu mentioned that while the orc was a pervert, if you overlooked that, he was actually cool, kind, and reliable. He always showed these sides of himself to everyone, especially Tita, which is what Kururu was talking about. The orc then asked her if she wanted him to be a pervert when they were alone, but Kururu objected. She almost accidentally blurted out that she actually liked him, but managed to cover her mouth with her hands just in time. She then walked ahead, saying they needed to get home, rest, and prepare for tomorrow. Suddenly, she froze as they approached her house. Someone was in front of her house, and it looked like he was waiting for someone. It was her uncle, the same one who had killed her mother and run off with their money. Kururu was tense, but the orc placed a hand on her shoulder and told her she wasn't alone. He also had something he wanted to say to him. The uncle noticed Kururu and the others. He said he had been waiting for her and also mentioned that he couldn't get into the house, apparently because she had changed the lock. Kururu sarcastically replied that it was to keep out thieves, but he didn't seem to understand. She couldn't believe he had the nerve to show up here. Her uncle said he also regretted what happened, but it was time for her to move on. He also pointed to a sword he had forged, calling it worthy because he had spent the last 6 months traveling the world to improve his blacksmithing skills. All that just to forge a second-rate sword, the orc thought, while Kururu stated that the sword she forged was better. But her uncle dismissed it as nonsense, claiming his sword was superior to one forged by a woman, meaning he was now a sword priest. Kururu then asked for her sword. After examining it, her uncle noted that she had done well for someone still learning, when suddenly he noticed something. Even a fool like him could easily recognize the quality of a sword. The uncle realized that this sword was better than his, and he decided to blame it on the quality of the material, claiming his orichalcum was substandard. When Kururu thought about it, she was horrified when she realized what material he had used. Her uncle had used her mother's sword, which he had swapped out back then, and if orichalcum is remelted, its quality deteriorates. She was furious at his actions and told him she hated him, as her mother's sword had now been turned into trash. Her uncle became enraged by her words and swung his sword at her. But thanks to the orc, he couldn't harm her. He punched him right on the chin. It was an uppercut delivered because he had raised a hand against his beloved. When Kururu asked when she became his beloved, the orc replied, within the next 3 days. Her uncle asked why she was making things so difficult, but then he thanked him because he almost killed Kururu, but first, he needed to get something from her. He demanded all the gold and orichalcum she possessed, believing that with high-quality materials, he could definitely become the next sword priest. But Kururu refused, explaining that she was the only sword priestess and had worked incredibly hard to acquire everything she now had. Her uncle tried to silence her, but she refused, stating she had no respect for him whatsoever and didn't consider him part of her family, feeling only hatred and contempt for him. So she told him to leave as quickly as possible. Her uncle lunged at her again with his sword, and at that moment she reached out her hand to the orc. Her hand glowed and she stopped the sword's blade with her palm. A moment later, her uncle's sword melted in half. She had easily destroyed it because it was trash, even orichalcum boulders were tougher. Her uncle then realized that this blood, the blood of the Divine Steel clan, flowed in her blood that he didn't possess. It felt unfair that she had it and he didn't. He gave up and turned around, utterly crushed by the harshness of reality. He finally left and Kururu collapsed to her knees. The orc asked if she was all right, and she replied that she was just a little scared. He told her that if she ever needed strength, he would be there. Kururu was now a bit annoyed that he had proven himself so reliable. The orc wanted to hug her and asked for permission to do so. She was surprised he could restrain himself at such a moment, but she still allowed it. He then embraced her after she gave her consent. She hugged him back and asked to stay like that a little longer, hoping it would help her fear subside. The orc naturally didn't object. Later, back at the house, they all had dinner together. Some time passed and Kururu and the orc were alone. She asked what Tita was doing and the orc replied that she was sleeping. These were the last corrections he could point out, and they would be very useful. The orc never imagined he'd find a sword that would allow him to use its full power, and he was incredibly grateful to her for it. So he wanted to reward her with money, but Kururu refused. He had already given her so much knowledge and she didn't need anything more. Besides, given their relationship, it would be strange to accept money. The orc then realized that if she were his wife, there would be no need for them to divide their assets. He then asked what she thought their relationship was. Kururu replied that teacher and student didn't quite fit, but they weren't friends, family, or lovers either, so she didn't know. The fact that they weren't lovers disappointed him greatly, but it was still nice to be needed. Kururu finished and showed him her work. She complimented his corrections with her own ideas, making them even better. She was a true genius, and very soon she would surpass him in this craft. He told her everything was perfect and he had nothing more to add. Kururu was very happy about this. A smug Kururu was also cute, but it was bad. Just one look at her self-satisfied face was enough to make him want to pounce on her. That was all for now. He decided to return to his room, and she also needed to go to bed. But suddenly, she stopped him by grabbing his clothes. She asked if he wanted to sleep with her tonight. To be honest, she was still a little scared. The orc didn't mind, but he asked if the fact that he would be sleeping with her didn't scare her. She was sure he wouldn't do anything, and this way, she would keep her promise about the tail pillow. Showing him the position she would sleep in, she said it was so he could rest his head on the tail he adored so much. The orc immediately pounced on the living, huggable pillow with a tail. It was the orc's bed dive. He lay on her and she asked how he liked the tail pillow. The orc was happy and felt he could die right then. Kururu noted that her tail was the best among her clan members. She also felt calmer with him on her tail, and she wished him good night. The demon in the orc's head said that she had indeed fallen asleep, and wasn't that an invitation in itself? But suddenly an angel descended and said that this so-called hint would be rude to ignore, and it turned out not to be the last deterrent. He doesn't want to betray her trust, especially not someone with a face like hers. Dark desires never fade, so he'll keep them in check himself until Kururu wakes up. It's going to be a long night. During the night, Kururu's uncle was pounding on the monument of the god of misfortune. After delivering the final blow, he fell to his knees. He pleaded for his wish to be granted, asking to become the strongest sword priest. The monument suddenly glowed. The next morning, Kururu put on a new outfit, a ceremonial robe for a sword priestess, designed to unleash her full power, which had been sewn for her mother. But when she said it looked bad on a shorty like her, the orc said that wasn't true and it suited her very well, though he looked utterly exhausted after the night. She asked if that was a compliment on her appearance, but it wasn't, because a girl who needed flattery wouldn't have given in to his persuasion. If it looks good on her, it means she's matured a little. All that was left was to forge the perfect oracle sword, and she couldn't wait. The orc suddenly snapped his fingers, and spirits appeared all around. He had gathered all the fire spirits here, and now she would be able to use more power than usual. It was time to forge the perfect oracle sword. She began to concentrate when suddenly they heard a noise. Kururu went to open the door because the noise was a knock. When she opened it, she saw soldiers there. They all said they were in big trouble because someone had broken the seal of the god of misfortune. But she said that was nonsense, as the vessel for the seal was made of orichalcum. The soldier then added that an order had also come from above to bring in the sword priestess. Even if it wasn't her, she still needed to be interrogated. The orc then stated that Kururu was innocent and asked if they were aware that her uncle had recently appeared. The soldiers recognized him as the one who defeated the White Rose Knight. He was here because of the oracle sword. They had been together since yesterday, so she had an absolute alibi. He asked if the god of misfortune was free, then what were they doing here? The orc decided to go to the seal. This god of misfortune was bothering him, and in the worst-case scenario, several countries would be destroyed. He told Kururu to forge a sword, explaining that if his worst assumptions proved true, he would need the oracle sword. As he left, he also asked Tita to stay there. Kururu promised to use all her strength to forge a flawless oracle sword, assuring him he would definitely receive it. If this was her uncle's doing, he wondered what his motive could be. Trying to show himself off by renewing the god of misfortune's seal, but failing wasn't the best option. Yesterday, he had admitted his uselessness to Kururu. Even if he perfectly executed his plan, how could he ever be better than Kururu? Most likely, he wished upon the god of misfortune to give him the power to surpass Kururu, to become a sword priest or something similar. However, the god of misfortune would grant this wish in the worst possible way. Ahead, he saw corpses. Kururu's uncle was obsessed with creating the most powerful sword. He wanted to forge the best sword in the world, and this was how he realized his dream. He himself had become the strongest sword in the world. Among the corpses and blood stood a creature that looked very much like blades fused together. It intended to attack the remaining soldier, but the orc parried its strike in time and protected him. He told them to run and not to call for reinforcements, as they would only get in the way. The orc then asked if the god of misfortune was inside. Rizz, a monster consumed by this desire, is completely overwhelming Uncle Kururu. The orc and the god of misfortune were locked in battle. The distorted god was already using spirit marks on both hands just to harness the power of wind and increase his speed. It was concerning that he had to resort to this just to match the creature's speed, especially since the opponent was made of orichalcum, rendering magical attacks useless. Even as he expended his power and grew tired, the creature showed no signs of slowing down. If this continued, things would look dire. The creature suddenly declared that its sword was the strongest, and that it too was the strongest. The orc replied that it was too early for her to celebrate victory. He would pour all his strength, the power of both spirit marks, his magical energy, and his will into the fight, ensuring he could battle without damaging his sword. When he struck, a crack appeared on the creature's head. Even relying on the god of misfortune's power, Kururu's sword remained superior. Suddenly, it regenerated, or rather evolved into a sharper and more durable form. The strongest sword, the god was fulfilling this wish. The orc could no longer fight this sword on equal terms. The question was whether his trump card, which could defeat it, would arrive in time. Meanwhile, Kururu was diligently forging orichalcum at home. Forging isn't just about creation. You need to pour your heart and soul into your work. She felt the hammer swing exactly as she wished, creating the sword her mother had so wanted to forge. Strangely, she hoped that the one who had openly expressed his feelings for her would find this sword worthy of use. Kururu couldn't think of anything but the orc. When she pondered what kind of guys she liked, she realized she had no particular preferences, as she considered them terrifying creatures who only approached her because of her priestess lineage. However, even though he acted strangely, she wasn't afraid of him. He was reliable, kind, and fun to be around. And he made her heart beat faster. Finally, she finished forging the oracle sword. She wondered why she acted so strangely when she thought of him. It was odd, as she never would have imagined experiencing such feelings, especially not for such a womanizer. Suddenly, Tita burst in and asked if she was done because they needed to rush to the orc since he was in big trouble. It seemed someone had made a wish to the god of misfortune, and as a result, the orc's body had transformed into a living orichalcum sword. The hero was currently fighting and holding him back, but he was at a disadvantage. Kururu and Tita then ran towards the orc. She had just realized how the wishmaker became something like that, and how brave the orc was to confront such beings. She was astonished that he was such an eccentric and so fearless. Tita replied that he was just being himself, because if he allowed that creature to live, it might come after him. But she wasn't even his lover, all she did was reject him. However, Tita didn't think that mattered, the orc was doing this because he liked her. In her own case, he had acted the same way. She had asked herself the same questions, and when she asked him, he just said he wanted her to live with a smile on her face, which was pretty silly. But she felt like she had fallen in love with him precisely because he was like that. Kururu said he was just pretending to be cool, but now she understood that the orc wasn't all talk. She wondered why she kept thinking about him. He was always talking about building a harem, he was strange and a pervert. But he had always spoken only the truth when he said he liked her, and his actions proved it. Kururu asked Tita if all this talk about a harem didn't disgust her, and if she didn't want to be the only one for him. She replied that of course she did, which was why she had rejected him at first. But he fought, risking his life just like he was doing now. Because he was who he was, she knew he would love her and make her happier than anyone else she would meet later. Even if she wouldn't be the only one, Kururu understood what she meant. At the same time he was trying to seduce her, he also genuinely loved Tita. Kururu thanked her but also apologized. After all, thanks to Tita, she had realized many things. She also apologized for falling in love with the same guy. But Tita didn't mind because it was Kururu and not just anyone else. She was happy, and now Kururu probably understood how she felt. It was clear the orc could make both of them happy, but she would strive to be his top priority. Tita could say the same, she was also aiming for that. They laughed together and decided to hurry. Kururu had to give the sword she forged to the person dear to her. They had been fighting for an hour, and the orc wondered how much stronger and faster he could become. Each time he attacked in a new way. He created an iron wall in front of him. The creature broke through this wall, but there was a hole beneath it. The orc pinned it down with another iron cube, hoping it would stop the creature. But even then it broke free. It was passing through everything, and it wasn't even helping him buy time. The spirit marks were already fading, he had about 2 minutes left. The creature noticed he was tired and realized this was its chance to kill the orc. The orc was about to use his strongest sword technique, which essentially possessed divine speed, or rather, it was a more refined cutting strike called Ei, an instantaneous sword draw. When the orc struck it, his sword suddenly broke in half. The creature said he was a better fit than Kururu, and the orc agreed. But he added that Kururu could now forge an even better sword. The two of them stood above the orc. Kururu threw the sword down to him so he could use it. The orc extended his hand and caught him. When the creature attacked Kururu, the orc managed to block it. Since he was the strongest sword in the world, the creature should cut Kururu's sword, not her, if it had even a shred of pride as a member of the Divine Steel clan. So he proposed they exchange head-on attacks one last time. The creature became interested. It wanted to break Kururu's sword and then Kururu herself. Its right hand was super compressed, and this power was many times greater than what it had shown before. The orc suggested that Kururu do it together. With Kururu's flame enveloping the sword, it transformed into an orichalcum destroyer. She suddenly wanted to ask why he was doing all this, as his body was in terrible condition because of her. The orc replied that he wanted to protect Kururu's dream, which is why he couldn't just grab them and run away. If he only wanted to protect her, the safest thing would have been to take her and leave. But she wanted to restore the seal in place of her mother. The god of misfortune was now in that creature's body. If they cut it down with his sword, the seal would definitely be restored. Perhaps this time they could even make it disappear forever. If they didn't do this, her dream would never come true. Kururu laughed and called him a fool, saying his brain must have melted from thinking so much. Then she kissed him on the cheek and told him she liked him. If he protected her dream as he said he would, then he would have to wait for more from her. The orc realized it was time to finish this. When the creature claimed it was the best, the orc told him he was wrong. His speed was greater than before, and it seemed he would have to use all his strength. He was restrained by 3 orc seals. He opened the first one. The orc had studied the seals and learned their true power. Now he could maximize his power within the first seal, but only for 8 seconds. He used a double spirit mark, but it wasn't enough. So he mentally pictured his love, Kururu. The blade passed through the creature. He was still convinced he was the best, but then the monster suddenly fell apart. The orc had just sliced through its very essence, along with the god of misfortune. He greeted his new friend. Kururu and Tita approached him, saying they had never seen such beautiful and swift movements in their lives, and he hadn't even thought they would be able to see the sword. Truth be told, he put everything he had into that attack. The sword's speed surpassed even the speed of sound, making it impossible for the eye to catch. Tita explained that it was because she possessed jade eyes, a trait of high elves, while Kururu simply stated she was a fox. The orc suggested they head back, otherwise Kururu wouldn't be able to continue what she had promised. Tita asked if she had really told the orc she would do that with him once he dealt with the puppet sword, and Kururu retorted by asking if Tita hadn't done the same when he risked his life for her. It seemed to her that they were somewhat similar. Tita even thought the orc had forced her, but that wasn't the case. He had studied several techniques, but he preferred that girls fall in love with him naturally. If he manipulated their feelings, it would ruin their charm, so he wouldn't do such a thing. Tita wished Kururu all the best, because the orc is amazing in many ways. The orc picked up Kururu and hurried to her home. That's because they would get there faster with her in his arms. He had been fantasizing ever since she let him rest on her tail like a pillow last night, and he was determined to satisfy her as much as she could handle. Even if the orc said that, she still wouldn't understand what they were about to do. Then the orc said he would teach her with his body. She felt a little embarrassed with the orc staring at her like that. She knew she had said she liked him, but she felt like a small animal about to be eaten by a predator. The orc jokingly began to threaten that he would eat the little fox. But if she was truly afraid of his gaze, one word from her and they could do it later. Kururu said it wasn't fair if he said that with such a sad face, as it would be hard for her to refuse him. Kururu couldn't resist and let him do whatever he wanted. Instantly, the orc pulled her onto the bed. He found her charming. A harem couldn't be called one with only a single girl, but now that Kururu had joined him, he was filled with a sense of satisfaction. Still, it wasn't enough to fully satisfy him. This is just the beginning of his plan to create the perfect harem. The next morning, the orc woke up and opened the window. He went to the kitchen and made himself some coffee. As he drank it, he started to laugh. This was because he had an amazing feeling. His harem was created, and both girls were long-eared, charming cuties, an elf and a fox girl with a fluffy tail. What a magnificent start. He also laughed with an yuku-kuku sound, a newly invented laugh suitable for an orc, which perfectly exuded orcishness, and he would use it for the best moments. He wanted to go make breakfast, but before that, he started sniffing her tail. He was so happy, now he could enjoy its fluffiness whenever he wanted. The orc addressed his dear parents and announced that he had officially begun creating his harem. This city held so many memories. He was lucky to get the oracle sword and meet Kururu, but his main goal was to become the harem king. It was time to move on to another city. Later, Kururu was surprised that the orc was already planning to leave the city, especially since there would be a parade next week to celebrate the hero's birth, but the orc didn't want any part of it. She called him strange, noting that even though he was the country's hero and could gain power and money just by wishing for it, he didn't want any of that, as he'd never get a moment's peace from girls. He wasn't keen on it. He didn't want girls throwing themselves at him just because he was a hero. He could earn the money he needed on his own, and power held no interest for him whatsoever. If any of that interested him, he would have simply become the king of Forland. Kururu asked him to repeat what he said, and the orc reiterated that he would become the king of Forland. They both couldn't believe he was talking about that super kingdom, and how he could possibly become their king. The orc replied that he was actually a member of the Forland royal family, but he had refused to become the next heir to the throne. Kururu asked Tita if he was just a big liar, but Tita replied that since it was an orc they were talking about, it might actually be true. He probably wouldn't be able to convince them he wasn't lying right now, but he still didn't want to be king. Instead of caring for the well-being of thousands of subjects, he'd rather protect, love, and make his beloved ones happy. This was Kururu's first time leaving the village, so she was mesmerized. To start, they would head to another human city. Traveling aimlessly was pointless. Once they were back in the city, he would save up money and go looking for the best girls. The orc told them he was going to start a new business, and this time it would be even bigger. The people set up pataki to prepare dinner. There were many ways to reach the city, but he chose the caravan for a reason. The orc suddenly noticed someone behind him and wondered if they had taken the bait. He was asked if he could sit down. It seemed he would have to take a more businesslike approach. He would change not only his manner of speech, but also his way of thinking. The old man introduced himself as Fedorov Zanilik, a merchant. He wasn't just a traveling merchant, but a renowned one with outlets in many cities, forming a network across the world. The orc knew this caravan was connected to his company, but who would have thought he'd be sitting here, chatting with the owner himself, Mr. Fedorov. It was amazing that he knew about him. Few young men could achieve success like the orc with Orc's Katsu. He had become famous for his cutlets and anticipated that someone would contact him for business, but it was unexpected that such a big shot as Fedorov would respond. The girls wondered what had just begun, and it was all business. The orc said he was just a young man who got lucky with one popular product, but Fedorov valued the ability to create a brand for a product and sell the entire brand. The most important thing was to keep it going, and he could only say it was a brilliant decision. He was very well informed about all this because the orc had piqued Fedorov's interest. So young and so gifted, he asked if the orc thought he hadn't earned much. It wasn't hard to imagine. He hadn't tried to get his attention for nothing. Therefore, he offered him a profitable idea. Fedorov was all ears. There's a limit to how big a business one person can build alone, so he hoped to find a patron in the form of an influential company with global sales and an information network. Fedorov laughed and clapped his hands, and immediately, wine and appetizers were brought to them. To be honest, Fedorov had hoped to discuss business with him ever since he noticed him traveling with one of his caravans, as those moments are best for conversation while enjoying good drinks. Fedorov also offered drinks to his mistresses who were sitting nearby. When they tasted the appetizers and wine, they were amazed by the flavors. And that's not all, it perfectly matched Orc's tastes. It's quite possible that he had studied the shops Orc frequented and memorized his preferences. He asked how long he had been observing him, and Fedorov said it was even before he debuted his cutlets. That's when he saw his work in Forlem. He started with 10 million guild and then doubled his profits within 3 months. In fact, that's exactly how the god of merchants, Randall, assessed his abilities. Fedorov was stunned. At first, he got too caught up in the details of the situation, but he immediately put theory into practice and succeeded. Yet somehow, he sold everything so easily and disappeared without a trace. He asked why Orc had abandoned the business, and Orc replied that it was merely a test devised by his mentor. It was a test where he had to double his profits within 3 months. In the end, he achieved a much better result, but after completing the test, he had no interest in continuing it. So he just started all that business and abandoned it simply because he had completed a test. Fedorov was truly shocked. Everything was completely different from what he had imagined, and it all reminded him of someone. Specifically, Helf Randall, his only rival. Orc choked on his wine and said that Randall was his mentor. Fedorov then laughed, realizing he was Randall's disciple, and that he could only have pulled off such a feat under his supervision. The picture was starting to become clear. Now he felt sorry for Randall, raising such a remarkable student only to let him go. Orc said his mentor told him to open new businesses one after another, all so he could achieve what Orc was striving for. When Fedorov asked what he was striving for, Orc replied that he would go on a journey to meet the best girls and create a harem. He wanted to build businesses so he could live peacefully with his women. He had given up a business with such potential and rejected Randall's offer. And now he was asking him to be his business partner for such a reason. So the Orc is saying he should trust a man who's starting a business, but whose top priority is his harem. The Orc explained that's exactly why he's asking for trust. He has more important matters than building a business, so he needs partners to whom he can offer profitable ideas. That made sense, so Fedorov asked him to explain the plan. The Orc then pulled out a paper and handed it to Fedorov, who, after reading it, said he expected nothing less from Randall's student. This truly would be profitable, and the Orc had thought everything through perfectly. Without Fedorov, his plan couldn't be realized and he would miss out on some profit. The Orc then asked what Fedorov had decided. Naturally, he agreed. If he had refused, the Orc would have approached another merchant, and that's how they reached an agreement. Fedorov then left for his caravan. Tita asked the Orc what kind of business he had in mind. Kururu didn't even understand what was written in the document. It was too confusing. To be honest, it's not easy to explain, as this plan uses knowledge from his past life. But this is how he'll kick off this supermassive project. They arrived at the headquarters of the Zanilik company, a very large and luxurious building. Today, he and Tita came here for further discussion of his plan. Kururu, being a blacksmith, admitted she wasn't very good at business and decided to stay at the inn. Visitors coming to the Zanalik company on business are initially surprised by the building's luxury, which makes it clear even before negotiations begin just how powerful the company is. Tita even thought they might have something similar in the future. The main purpose of this building was to showcase wealth and power, and he had no objections to that. But no matter how much he thought about building their ideal home, convenience and a warm atmosphere would always be his top priorities. Tita agreed, saying the building was beautiful, but she preferred what the orc had suggested. The small talk ended there. He had already told Zanalik about his idea, and Zanalik had agreed, but he couldn't let his guard down just yet. It was entirely possible Zanalik could still back out. To ensure a good life with his harem, he needed to conduct these negotiations perfectly. He arrived at Zanalik's as promised, and Zanalik was waiting for him. The orc thanked Fedorov Zanalik for the invitation. Everything here is top-notch. All the talk about Zanalik was more than true. As a merchant, he's on a completely different level. These negotiations will determine who holds the initiative in this venture. You could say this is where it all begins. Specifically, it's a battle of merchants. The secretary brought the two of them a cup with something inside. The orc thought it was coffee, but Fedorov said it was kafilk. His company accidentally discovered an island across the sea, and after spending a huge amount of money exploring it, they found the blood of a god. This is their company's new product. With its enticing aroma, the orc didn't know coffee existed in this world. If they could monopolize it and distribute it retail, it would gain immense popularity and bring colossal profits. Zanalik's company should be feared. He can demonstrate his power simply by offering a drink. That's his weapon. Tita suddenly mentioned that the orc had already treated her to this drink. Zanalik then asked if he already knew about kafilk, which greatly surprised him that they had already drunk it. Tita's words had the effect of a bomb. He wouldn't sit idly by, knowing that Zanalik's company didn't hold a monopoly on coffee. The orc said she must have been mistaken. It was just a coincidence that the herbal tea he brewed had a similar aroma and taste. But Zanalik highly doubted that anything even remotely similar to kafilk, also called the blood of a god, existed. The orc's coffee was created by synthesizing many ingredients with magic, but he was still glad that the result of his pursuit for the perfect coffee had an aroma and taste similar to what he remembered from his past life. But Tita insisted they were indeed similar. No, in fact, the orc's was even tastier. The previously friendly atmosphere of the negotiations vanished. He has three options. The first is to appease him by intentionally making a worse coffee and offering it. Then Zanalik's company would raise the prices of their kafilk, and he would sell his coffee beans at a lower price. They need to account for shipping costs from across the sea, so he would never lose in a price war, but this is only a last resort. After all, it would sever their relationship. The second option is not to seek immediate profit from coffee sales, but to show loyalty to Zanalik's company and maintain long-term relations with them, establish good relations with the other party, or simply earn money. So be it. The orc pulled a can from his bag and called it coffee. He'd maintain their relationship and make money, so the orc asked Zanalik to brew him a cup of coffee. Zanalik was curious if this powder would turn into the herbal tea the orc said was like kafilk. He'd gotten into the habit of always carrying some to brew a cup of coffee in the mornings. After a while, the orc prepared a cup of coffee for Zanalik. When he tasted it, he realized this coffee was definitely inferior to their kafilk, but considering the convenience of a powder that could easily dissolve in hot water, their product stood no chance. He wanted to ask if the orc understood how much money he could make with this kafilk, and why he hadn't made any deals yet. The orc admitted he had once intended to, but decided the timing wasn't right, so he was waiting for a business opportunity. Zanalik asked what kind of opportunity that was. It would be when a large trading company discovered coffee and began mass sales. He had the money and time to bring this unusual product to market, but his own efforts weren't enough to successfully introduce it to society, so he needed someone to handle that. Once society sufficiently accepted it, he would start producing higher quality coffee at a lower price than that company, allowing him to quickly capture market share and profit from coffee for the rest of his life. Zanalik asked if it was possible that the large company he was referring to was Zanalik's company. He realized the orc was indeed Randall's disciple. Even his youthful appearance couldn't hide it, but he wondered if he was doing the right thing by telling him all this. The orc said that before making any profit from coffee, he wanted to earn his trust. It seemed this would be very costly for Zanalik. Randall was his only rival and he was trusting him. To earn his trust, he had set aside all his commercial plans for coffee and hoped Zanalik would appreciate it. He replied that he would, so he suggested they shake hands again and get down to business wholeheartedly. Zanalik would organize an urgent meeting to discuss the kafuk, so they needed to wait for his return. Tita said the orc was incredible, coming up with so many plans for coffee on his own, but in reality, he had just thought of them. He had only planned to use it for personal consumption, but this way he could dispel Zanalik's fears and earn his trust. It was too logical for a crazy idea. Even though he was incredible, he never changed. They decided to sell instant coffee, and in exchange for teaching them the production process, the orc would receive a share of the profits. He managed to create such a powerful income stream simply by putting everything into their hands. Cunning is a merchant's weapon. Zanalik suggested they get down to business, but first the orc proposed considering another offer. This would be their joint venture. It's about the mass production of cheap sugar. It's hard to believe that sugar can be produced so cheaply, but this is indeed real sugar. Sugar is expensive because it doesn't grow in cold countries and it costs a fortune to transport it across the ocean, but it can be obtained from more than just sugarcane, and that will be the basis of their business. This will be from beets. In his past life, it was also called sugar beet. If you press the root vegetable and boil down the resulting juice, you can get sugar. Zanalik asked if they could really get sugar from such a common plant and bring it to market. However, if produced by conventional methods, it would smell like spinach, have a greenish color, and an unpleasant taste, so it couldn't be called sugar yet. First, they needed to use a method from his past life. Zanalik tasted it and realized that this sugar had an elegant and refined sweet taste, significantly more pronounced than sugarcane sugar, and it would be very competitive. The orc wanted Zanalik's company to build a large beet plantation and organize the distribution and sale of the finished sugar. He would build the factory, and this way, they could produce higher quality sugar at a significantly lower price than competitors, making it more accessible to ordinary citizens. But this means they wouldn't be able to produce sugar without the orc, as he wouldn't be involved in the technological process at the factory. This means he wouldn't lose control of the factory. The orc couldn't allow that. Zanalik was very worried about something. What if his technology leaked outside the factory? This is a good business because sugar can be obtained from a common product. The downside is that common raw materials are easy to find if the production technology is compromised. The orc told him not to worry about it, as the factory workers wouldn't be able to figure out the technology. The sugar production process involves washing the sugar, extracting it, removing impurities, molasses, and drying. It's very difficult to do manually and requires complex machinery that only he can build. Even if someone could replicate the production process, it would take 300 years to perfect it. Zanalik then became calm, and he now suggested they start looking for suitable sites for the factory and farm. Now the orc is a private entrepreneur, and Zanalik's company is no stranger to him. But he possesses a weapon that Zanalik doesn't, knowledge from his past life. If used correctly, they can negotiate as equals. 3 whole months have passed since then. The orchid factory workers. The setup designed by Kururu is working perfectly and she's impressed. Everything is going according to plan with no incidents so far. The orc asked Kururu to help him with the installation's design. Kururu specializes in swords, but she proved useful in creating blueprints and quickly became an indispensable assistant. The workers brought him the sugar they produced, and the orc offered Tita and Kururu some to try. When they tasted it, they said it melted in their mouths and that consuming such high-quality sugar every day was a true luxury. The Zanalik company had already started selling their sugar, and he heard it was flying off the shelves at half the price of cane sugar. Since the inspection was over, it was time to go home, and he took 1 bag with him. They had exceeded the quota specified in the contract with the company, so they could even take more. The orc was done here, so he could now do what he wanted. Didn't he say that making money was only part of making them happy? So he suggested they go home and have fun making sweets. Tita and Kururu were excited about making them. Once again, the orc would charm them with his knowledge from his past life, but this time it would be with sweets, and orcs have their own unusual sweets. Tita suddenly had a bad feeling. At home, they decided to start making desserts. Both of them felt like noblewomen, and the orc suggested they make bilni today. It's not difficult at all, so they just needed to do as he said. It was a good responsibility and exciting at the same time. The most important thing in this process was to accurately measure the ingredient proportions, and the girls tried to do everything themselves. Once they mixed the dough, they needed to pour it into the pan, trying to do it slowly while holding the ladle higher. The trick to making good pancakes is to slowly pour the batter into the pan and wait for it to spread on its own. This results in beautiful pancakes of the correct thickness. They could already smell the sweet aroma of butter and sugar. The pancakes turned out perfect. They couldn't even believe they had managed to make such delicious-looking, fragrant, and soft sweets. The orc mentioned that with a touch of magic, these pancakes could be made even tastier. It was jam, apple, blueberry, cranberry, and apricot. The orc had bought various fruits from the market and made the jam himself. It's not hard to make, you just need to boil fruits with sugar. Plus, winter is coming soon, so they'll be able to enjoy fruits even when they're out of season. Pancakes are good on their own, but with your favorite jam, they become even more delicious. Everyone chose their jam and started eating pancakes. They had never tried jam before because it was expensive. Who would have thought it was so tasty? It was hard to imagine life without sugar now. The girls wished this peaceful life could last forever, and they said they were very happy to be with him. Tita noted that she was glad he had stopped thinking about a harem. However, the orc said he hadn't forgotten his mission to find new harem members. After all, he had hired a detective to gather information on beautiful girls and women worthy of joining his harem. But he hadn't found anyone on their level. Everyone had to be equally attractive for the harem idea to work. Because they were so exquisite, the standard for his harem had skyrocketed. It was surprising how he could say such things with a straight face, and even though it was embarrassing, it was nice to hear. In short, he hadn't given up on finding new harem members. They felt a pang of sadness, thinking he had grown accustomed to just the two of them being around. An idea popped into their heads. If the orc was looking for girls as attractive as them, they just needed to charm him even more. That way, his standards would become even higher and they could avoid the harem growing. Beautiful girls are cute when they're plotting something. The girls turned to the orc and said that just for today, they would do anything he wished, so he would surely be driven crazy by their charm. The orc was shocked. He double-checked just in case if he could really ask for anything he had kept to himself and they wouldn't hate him for it. When they gave their consent again, he said he wanted to eat them. It was a figurative expression. He wanted to cover them with whipped cream and jam and enjoy them by licking them. This was what they called an orcish dessert, and orc was determined to make the best dessert in the world. It sounded pretty embarrassing to them, but they agreed if it would make him happy. For orc, these were absolutely the best desserts in the world right now. The next morning, he thought about making romance an integral part of their home. Orc stepped outside and suddenly noticed something. Several cloaked figures were standing in the alley. One of them asked if he was the prince named Orc. He immediately recognized the mysterious figures in dark cloaks who had appeared. Their arrival didn't surprise him in the slightest. It only cast a faint shadow of weariness in his eyes. With a calm, almost indifferent tone, he remarked that it had been a long time since they last met and suggested they relax. When the man slowly lowered his hood, revealing his face, the young man didn't hesitate to ask why he was there and what had happened to his duties as chancellor. The man replied that he had come to ask for his help once more, introducing himself as Chancellor Malin Dagel of Forland, and then directly asked if he would return to his home kingdom and ascend the throne as king. The young man already knew he was the Prince of Forland, as his mother's grandfather was the former King Valio, and he had long suspected that Valio the Wise wished him to be his successor. However, he had refused countless times, yet the old ruler kept sending messengers, as if hoping that one day the answer would change. He wearily repeated to the chancellor what he had said many times. Forland was the embodiment of peace and order, and no harm would come to it even if someone else ruled. Besides, he was already committed to caring for his beloved ones and had no intention of changing his lifestyle. The chancellor, keeping a watchful eye on him, noted that an ordinary monarch would be sufficient to rule. But then, lowering his voice slightly, he posed a counter-question. What if this monarch wasn't just ordinary, but someone with truly sinister intentions? He explained that the king was elected by a council of wise men, and to take the throne, one needed the support of more than half the votes. The chancellor was confident that with Valio the Wise there would have been no difficulties, so an incompetent person would never have ascended the throne. But a heaviness entered his voice as he admitted the council they once controlled had betrayed them. Valio the Wise was now imprisoned on a distant island, removed from power and stripped of his ability to act. The prince, shocked by this news, sharply turned and demanded to know who had dared to do such a thing. The Chancellor replied, "The first prince, Varda Fortland. His goal was world domination, and the first step was to destroy peaceful relations between humans and monsters, unleashing a full-scale war." If Varda succeeded, the Chancellor continued, races with attractive appearances would be sold into brothels, while those with strong bodies would become laborers or, after undergoing brainwashing, turn into mindless soldiers. The Chancellor emphasized that all other heirs had already renounced their right to the throne, and now only he, the young prince, could save the kingdom. The prince lowered his gaze. He understood perfectly well that if nothing was done, tens of thousands of people would face terrible trouble, and he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. But he didn't want to become king. He had already dedicated his life to building a harem, a dream he had poured his heart into. Then the Chancellor, as if guessing his doubts, reminded him of his desire and said that there was a girl in the palace whose beauty could captivate even the coldest heart. The prince noted with interest that Forland was a human kingdom, and humans, he believed, were boring and aged too quickly. The Chancellor assured him that this time it was different and produced a magical device capable of projecting three-dimensional illusions. In the air, a vivid, almost tangible image appeared of a charming princess with long, flowing hair and a lavish dress. With a tender tone and a warm gaze, she addressed him as Big Brother and introduced herself as the second princess of Forland, Lulina Fortland. Her soft, affectionate address instantly melted all his barriers. Lulina sadly confessed that Forland was on the brink of an abyss, and if no action was taken, disaster was imminent. She pleaded for his help and promised that if he saved them, she would do anything he wished, even if it meant sacrificing herself completely. This request utterly captivated the prince. Before him was an amazing combination, a beauty, a princess, and a younger sister all in one, the ideal candidate for his harem. Inspired, he triumphantly declared that he would only move forward with Forland, simultaneously saving the kingdom and expanding his harem. Meanwhile, the girls in his chambers were lazily waking up, yawning sweetly and stretching their arms. Now the prince had a new goal, to save Forland at the request of Princess Lulina. He decisively entered the room, and his beloved wives, delighted, showered him with questions about whether he had been out for a walk. But without answering, he ordered them to get ready. They were leaving immediately. The girls exchanged anxious glances and, pointing at the stranger, asked who the creepy man standing behind him was. Turning to the prince, the Chancellor remarked that he had very beautiful wives. To this, the prince, packing his belongings for the journey, replied with a slight smirk that it was only to be expected. The girls, looking at the stranger with curiosity, asked the Chancellor if he was surprised to see them. He calmly noted that beautiful girls remain beautiful regardless of their race, and there was nothing unusual about it. Bowing and placing a hand over his heart, he apologized for not introducing himself sooner, and finally, stating his name, informed them that he had been appointed Chancellor of Forland. The girls exchanged astonished glances, asking what such an important person, the king's own advisor, was doing with them. The Chancellor asked the prince if he had told his wives about his royal lineage. The prince replied that he had, but they simply hadn't believed him. Then the Chancellor clarified if he could, since the prince wasn't hiding his origin, address him as was proper, His Royal Highness. The girls gasped in surprise. The prince, not understanding why they were so surprised, reminded them that he had already told them who he was. His beloved wives, however, admitted that they thought it was just another one of his jokes. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, he declared that he had packed everything and it was time to head to Forland. To his beloved wives' confused questions, he added that they needed to save the princess. As they set off, the girls quietly, almost in a whisper, told the prince that if he saved Forland from the evil prince, he could make the princess fall in love with him. And immediately, a malicious grin appeared on their faces. One of them reminded him that he himself had said he didn't want a girl to date him just because he saved her, adding that only a Mudork would use someone's gratitude for their own gain. The prince firmly replied that nothing had changed. He wouldn't lay a finger on her if their feelings weren't mutual. Exhaling, he thought that everything would be perfect if they fell in love with each other while saving the country. After all, a relationship with a cousin isn't a crime, and she possesses the same traits as typical younger sisters or sisters-in-law, qualities he particularly values. Dreamily, he said that when the time came, he wanted to get close to her and hear her call him Big Brother. And his beloved wives, watching these daydreams, only thought with annoyance about how they ever agreed to date him. The Chancellor asked the prince what he intended to travel on, as a carriage would take at least 10 days. The prince replied that he wasn't going to waste that much time and would therefore use something else. He tore the cover off an object standing nearby, revealing a brand new, beautiful machine before them. The astonished girls didn't know what to say. The prince proudly announced that it was an orcmobile and invited everyone to get in. As soon as they were seated, the orcmobile sped forward. The Chancellor, still in slight shock, asked what kind of transport it was. The prince explained that it was a magical device he had created. He planned to travel more and more for his harem and business, so he wanted to cut down on travel time. He had once installed a magical engine he invented into the vehicle, which, when filled with magic, ran non-stop. For him, the orcmobile wasn't just transportation, it was the embodiment of his hopes and dreams. One of his beloveds said she somewhat understood how the machine worked but still didn't get how he managed to turn. The prince replied that he never doubted her intelligence and explained that technically, the machine could only move straight, so he relied on wind spirits for turns. With a smile, he added that if he wanted, he could ask fire spirits to activate the rocket boosters. Getting into the swing of things, the prince found traveling in the orcmobile much more fun than he expected. He even wanted to perform a trick he'd dreamed of since childhood when suddenly, a huge rock appeared right in front of them. Pulling the levers, he made the machine spin like a whirlwind, similar to a tornado, and take flight at his command. When they finally arrived at their destination, everyone got out of the orcmobile, a bit exhausted from motion sickness. Annoyed and still shaken by the recent ride, she frowned and demanded that the prince drive much more carefully next time. Her voice trembled with irritation, and at the end, she defiantly added that she would never get into the orcmobile again unless he immediately came to his senses and stopped pulling such crazy stunts. The prince, seemingly unfazed by her indignation, replied with a slight smirk that a carriage would have taken them at least 10 days to reach their destination, while this trip only took half a day. For him, it was a clear advantage, and he clearly didn't understand why the others didn't share his enthusiasm. He also tried to explain that he had pushed the orcmobile to its limits, making the machine race at 400 kilometers per hour. But she, crossing her arms, irritably interrupted him, asking why he needed to perform all those dizzying turns and spin around like a hurricane. The prince, slightly embarrassed and scratching the back of his head, admitted that he did it simply to fulfill a childhood dream he had long wanted to achieve. Meanwhile, the Chancellor, barely having emerged from the strange vehicle, looked as if he had no strength left. His loyal subordinates, noticing something was wrong, surrounded him in a tight circle, anxiously examining him and asking questions, trying to bring the old man back to his senses. The prince, observing the scene, quietly remarked that it seemed the journey had affected the Chancellor too much. She chuckled and added that his vehicle still had many parts that needed refinement if he wanted passengers to exit on their feet, not crawling. Meanwhile, the townspeople, attracted by the noise and the unusual appearance of the newcomers, began to gather around, whispering and staring at the strangers. Soon, a noticeable stir arose in the crowd, and suddenly, pushing her way to the front, the princess herself appeared. Her smile lit up the entire square, warm, sincere, like a sunbeam on a cloudy day. She addressed the prince with warmth and a special tenderness, calling him Big Brother. He froze, not even having time to be surprised, and she, quickening her pace, literally rushed into his arms, which astonished everyone present. The prince recognized her instantly. With a gentle smile, he said he was pleased to finally meet her, and apparently, she knew much more about him than he did about her, despite it being their first meeting. The princess happily replied that Master Valio and Lord Malin often told her about him. The prince, still holding her tightly, asked what she could say now that she had seen him in person. The princess, slightly flustered but not letting go of his hand, confessed that he was much better than she could have imagined from the stories. He was captivated. Her skin was astonishingly smooth, like silk, and a delicate and exquisite perfume enveloped him, bringing a sense of peace. The princess embodied a wonderful combination of noble elegance and sweet, girlish spontaneity. Taking his hand, she led him forward, gently telling him he could make himself at home in the castle. A subtle sadness tinged her voice as she admitted she had been lonely all this time. But their path was suddenly blocked by knights. Drawing their swords, they stood resolutely before the prince and sternly demanded that the princess step away from this foreigner. Without flinching, she firmly declared that he was Prince Orcforland, her cousin, and ordered them to treat him with the same respect they showed her. The knights, flustered, immediately apologized profusely and readily began helping them with their belongings. One of the prince's lovers tried to call out to him and say something, but he was already completely engrossed in the princess's attention, care, and unexpected closeness. The prince's wives were clearly indignant that he had openly ignored them, as if they didn't exist to him at that moment. Their hurt and slightly bewildered looks spoke for themselves, but the chancellor, sensing the atmosphere and trying to smooth things over, greeted them with a friendly, almost hospitable smile, asking them not to hesitate and to confidently enter the castle, as the doors were open just as wide for them as for the prince himself. The princess, standing next to the prince, was truly captivating, and her acting skills were, without exaggeration, top-notch. She played her role expertly, and from any angle to outside observers, she appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary child who had to rely on her older brother, the prince, for protection. Turning for a moment, the gentleman noticed the chancellor's attentive, scrutinizing gaze. Much was conveyed in their silent exchange of glances, as if they understood each other without a single word spoken. He gave the chancellor a subtle but warm smile, and the chancellor responded with an equally light but approving gesture. Only now did it fully dawn on him that the chancellor's people knew perfectly well he would be much more willing to help if the princess managed to charm him. But in essence, just by observing her behavior, he had already noticed that she had undergone grueling training, and perhaps even received an elite education in combat training, to become a knightess just like his mother once was. He felt a slight, almost imperceptible tremor in her hands as she confidently but carefully led him. He understood that she was trying her best to hide her true feelings, suppressing her nervousness. Yet he suspected she couldn't help but be afraid, for before her stood a man with the power to rule an entire country and one who was famous for his love of beautiful women. And on top of everything else, even if he was considered her brother, he was also an orc. Putting on a light, slightly mischievous smile, he was finally convinced that he genuinely liked her. Her appearance perfectly matched his taste, and there was something special about her demeanor. He saw how she suppressed her fear while trying her hardest for her country, not allowing herself a single unnecessary movement. He decided he should pretend to fall for her acting. He reasoned that it would make things easier for her and create a foundation for more open communication between them. Addressing her in a casual, almost confidential tone, he assured her that he was ready to save the kingdom for her sake, and that now that he was here, she had nothing to worry about. The princess, giving him a slight hug, said with a grateful and tender smile that she was very happy about it and that she loved him. Deep down, his goal was to shift their relationship from the realm of beautiful fantasies to a more realistic plane. And even if they were currently nothing more than a fake brother-sister pair, the plan itself seemed somewhat amusing to him. They walked step by step further down the long, empty, and quiet castle corridor. The castle was neat and clean, and the walls were adorned with rich paintings depicting the prince himself at different periods of his life. At one point, he, frowning slightly in surprise, asked the chancellor why the castle already had his own fully furnished room. The chancellor, without hesitation, replied that it had been prepared on the orders of Yahello the Wise, as his highness had always been confident that he would return one day. The prince was once again convinced that the king was serious about making him his successor. His wives, on the other hand, thought that since he was a prince, there was nothing surprising about it, but they cautiously inquired if it was all right for them to be in the castle, admitting that they had never felt so out of place as they did here. The chancellor, addressing them, informed them that separate, comfortable rooms had also been prepared for them. To this, the wives shyly replied that he shouldn't have gone to so much trouble, and that one room would have been quite enough, as they could have simply stayed together. The chancellor, feeling a bit upset, blamed himself for not arranging their accommodations in advance. He was determined to fix his mistake, as the castle had more than enough space and rooms to comfortably house the entire family, and even the largest number of guests would find plenty of room. With a low, deep bow, the chancellor informed the prince's wives that lunch would be ready very soon and that the princess herself would be joining them at the table. Slightly flustered by the unexpected news and seemingly uncomfortable, they hastily replied that they would prefer to rest a bit in a small, cozy room for now, and then almost rushed away, trying to avoid unnecessary attention. As soon as they disappeared behind the door, the chancellor turned back to the prince, intending to clarify something. But suddenly, before he could utter a word, the prince stretched out his hands and cast a powerful survey spell. The magical energy instantly spread throughout the hall and beyond, which naturally deeply astonished the chancellor. He was genuinely amazed by the speed and precision with which the prince could survey such a large area without any unnecessary movements or wasted energy. The prince, having completed his survey, coldly stated that he found nothing suspicious. However, to completely rule out any possibility of eavesdropping, he still erected a strong wind barrier around the room, ensuring reliable soundproofing. A soft rustling of wind filled the space, creating the sensation that they were completely alone in the castle. After this, he once again clarified the situation with the Chancellor, reminding him that the council had been captured and completely turned into puppets of Prince Varda, and asked directly if they could have been brainwashed. The Chancellor replied that such a thing was only possible with extremely high-level spells. The prince added that such spells which directly affect consciousness are also strictly forbidden. He explained that magic affecting the mind provokes a strong reaction from the target's innate defense system, which makes such techniques particularly dangerous. Furthermore, the greater the difference in power between the victim and the caster, the longer it takes for the spell to take effect. He speculated that it was quite possible his brother had a skilled ally capable of pulling off something like this. The prince continued to reason. If the council was already captured and had become a docile tool in Varda's hands, then they would achieve absolutely nothing through conventional methods. And if their opponent wasn't going to play fair, then they would have to do the same. The Chancellor, not fully understanding what His Highness meant, cautiously inquired what exactly he was referring to. The prince, without changing his cold expression, replied very briefly and without a hint of doubt, they would have to resort to assassination. If Varda was merely a dangerous pest to this kingdom, then the quickest and most reliable way to solve the problem would be to simply eliminate him. And, adding in an almost casual tone, he remarked that no matter how strong, cunning, or vengeful the enemy was, he could do nothing if he was dead. The prince's words clearly conveyed the innate qualities of a ruler. Both Yahello the Wise and the Demon Lord himself had raised him to be just that, someone who could make decisions that benefited the entire kingdom, even if those decisions required firmness and a willingness to take extreme measures. To himself, the prince once again reminded himself of an important rule. One must live in reality, not ideals, and for the greater good, small sacrifices sometimes had to be made. Standing by the tall castle window and thoughtfully gazing at the kingdom spread out below, he firmly reiterated, if necessary, he would even kill his own brother. The impressed lovers of the orc, enthusiastically praising his machine, almost vied with each other to ask for a chance to ride it, even for a little while. However, as it soon turned out, these were merely the prince's own dreamy fantasies, his inner hopes. And in reality, the girls responded completely unemotionally and dryly that they weren't going to do anything just for him to allow them a ride in the orc mobile. At that moment, bowing respectfully, the maids, in a soft and deferential tone, announced that lunch was served and invited Her Highness to proceed to the dining hall. The enormous, richly decorated table was literally laden with many appetizing dishes and groaned under the weight of the diverse food. The princess, gently and almost familiarly calling her orc brother, invited him to sit beside her, while the other girls, glancing at this gastronomic splendor, impressively admitted that they simply couldn't eat so much. The princess calmly began her meal, telling them not to worry, as anything left over would be eaten by their servants anyway. The butler, serving the princess with impeccable grace and dignity, skillfully cleared the dirty plates. She casually added that her guests were free to leave once they were full. These words sparked a curious thought in the prince's mind. He recalled how, in ancient Rome, servants would finish the meals of the upper classes, and he speculated that this tradition was likely introduced so that nobles could live extravagantly without wasting food. The girls turned to the orc, asking if the very idea of someone eating their leftovers bothered him. He playfully responded to his beloveds, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. But they, frowning slightly, admitted they had never heard that phrase before. It then suddenly dawned on the prince that this saying was from his past life. He explained that regardless, they would still have to get used to it. In truth, he himself found it unpleasant and was already planning to ask for the tradition to be stopped the next day. The situation itself didn't bother him, but the thought of someone finishing his beloved's food caused an internal aversion. His expression subtly shifted, and feeling embarrassed, he realized that in some twisted sense it could be equated to an indirect kiss with his wives and thus an unforgivable sin. The princess, with warmth in her voice, asked her guests how they enjoyed the day's dishes. One of the girls replied that everything was delicious and admitted she was surprised by how complex and harmonious the flavor of each dish was. The other joined in, saying it was tasty, exquisite, and extravagant, and the meal itself was a good and unusual experience. However, they later added that they still preferred the orcs' cooking. The The princess was genuinely surprised to hear that her orc brother cooked better than the palace's top chefs, who were considered unrivaled culinary masters throughout the kingdom. One of the girls clarified that if only taste was considered, the palace dishes might have been better, but the food prepared by the orcs somehow inexplicably filled her with energy, which was highly unusual in itself. The second girl agreed, saying she also felt noticeably better since the orcs started cooking for them. The orc, slightly embarrassed, replied that he was glad they noticed his small efforts. With a confident, almost mischievous smile, he explained that his dishes were based on medical theory and the principles of food homology, and he always cooked so that the food was not only delicious but also brought tangible benefits to the body. The girls exchanged impressed glances and said that it all made sense now, and that's why they felt healthier each day the more they ate his dishes. The orc added that he simply wanted them to stay young and beautiful. The prince was firmly convinced that diet was one of the key factors in maintaining health, because the more luxurious and rich a dish, the higher its calorie content, and constant consumption of excessively fatty or sweet food would quickly lead to a deterioration of the body's condition. The princess, inspired, asked the girls if this was the secret to their skin looking firm and radiant even without makeup. They smiled slightly and replied that it was most likely the reason. Her eyes literally lit up, and barely containing her excitement, she loudly declared that she felt the strongest envy towards them and still found it hard to believe that such delicious food existed in the world, which not only pleased the taste but also helped maintain health and strength. The orc at that moment noticed that this time she wasn't pretending or playing to the audience at all, but was genuinely speaking from her heart and mind. He assured her with a soft and warm smile that he would try to cook for her the entire time he was there, and would make every effort to delight her with his dishes, giving his all for her, and affectionately called her his dear sister, which sounded especially warm. The princess, clearly pleased with such treatment, replied with a grateful smile that she would be very appreciative of such care. The prince was inwardly pleased that he had managed to score a point in their unspoken game, but immediately reminded himself not to succumb to self-deception and try to gain false favor points in their brother-sister game. He firmly decided that he needed to strive to earn real, sincere points of love that could not be faked. Gathering everyone, he suggested they proceed with their strategic meeting and asked the chancellor to present all available information beforehand. Casting a meaningful glance that served as a silent command, he signaled the chancellor. The chancellor approached, presented him with a hefty compilation, and, bowing low, explained that it was a detailed report on the current situation in the country. When the prince opened the report, everyone present felt a little awkward and fell silent for a moment, unsure what to say. The deeper the prince delved into the report, the stronger his desire grew to give up and simply retreat. Although he wasn't initially eager to act boldly and recklessly, sometimes he had no choice but to make difficult decisions. Then the princess stood up and declared that she wanted to clarify everything once more. First, Prince Varda had already begun to break their peace treaty with the Demon Lord and would apparently complete this process by next week. She continued, stating that their troops would be dispatched even before messengers could deliver the news of the official declaration of war. The first target was set, an elven village located to the west. After these words, one of the prince's beloved fell into a state of shock, as if momentarily paralyzed. The prince, noticing this, understood that although the attack wasn't planned for her homeland but for the Wind Guard village, for her, as a representative of the same people, it was still a blow. That very tribe maintained ties with his evolving orc village, and incidentally, the girl who was once his first love came from there. Yet his current beloved seemed much sweeter and dearer to him. Looking intently at the report, the prince stated that to guarantee victory, they planned to attack sparsely populated elven villages. This was because the demand for elves was incredibly high, and captives would be sold into slavery at corresponding prices. He added that if he took such a step, there would be no turning back. The prince warned everyone that this would lead to a full-scale war between humans and monsters, and quietly, almost in a whisper, added that his brother was insane, and if he truly started a war of such magnitude, he would incur the wrath of the Demon Lord, the consequences of which would be catastrophic. He reminded them that monsters and demi-humans mostly lived in small villages or towns, and no matter how strong they were individually, they simply wouldn't be able to withstand a huge human army. In such cases, the outcome was always the same. One way or another, humans triumphed over monsters and demi-humans, using their numerical and strategic superiority. Once in distant and almost legendary times, his father, who chose to call himself by the formidable and majestic title of Demon Lord, managed to mount a powerful and unexpectedly organized resistance against humans. Inspired by the way human military structures were organized, He assembled his own army, but not just from scratch. He managed to unite several disparate tribes into one alliance, many of whom had lived separately and even feuded with each other for centuries. All of this was done for one purpose: to fight for freedom and a dignified future for monsters. In the end, though with incredible difficulties, sacrifices, and endless negotiations, his father still achieved peace with humans, an event many at the time considered utterly impossible. The prince's mother, who always advocated for peaceful coexistence and equality between humans and monsters, would surely have supported her husband this time as well. The great sage Merlin Enline, a man with an impeccable sense of justice and unwavering honor, would most likely have sided with them too, as he had repeatedly demonstrated his willingness to go against even powerful forces to defend the truth. The prince, thinking aloud, added that the 4 elite demons loyal to his father and the entire demon lord's army would almost certainly unite, and in such a case Varda would simply have no chance of victory no matter how hard he tried. He then continued more confidently, stating that while there was no doubt Forland was the strongest human kingdom, its power was still limited to the human world. Against the combined forces of demons and monsters, it might prove too weak. Hearing this, the princess asked indignantly, even with some irritation in her voice, was the enemy really so foolish as not to understand this simple truth? Finally, breaking the oppressive silence, the prince steered the conversation to practical matters. He asked the chancellor if he had managed to contact his parents. The chancellor's reply was dry and disheartening. He had tried, but no one was home. Moreover, a note had been found on the table. The chancellor, bowing slightly, handed it to the prince. In this note, his parents, with their characteristic peculiar humor, wrote that since their difficult son had finally flown the nest, they decided to take the opportunity to go on a romantic trip together for about a year. And, as if teasing him, they added a question: did he want a little brother or sister? Against the backdrop of grim discussions about war, this news seemed almost absurd. But the princess noted with a touch of sadness that if he truly took the planned steps, war would be unavoidable, meaning they needed to find a way to stop the approaching army now. The prince, realizing the full complexity of the situation with annoyance, concluded that killing Varda alone wouldn't change anything if the troops still began their offensive on the elven villages. Jumping up abruptly, he proudly and decisively declared that he had a clear goal, and now all that was left was to work out the details. He promised that he would develop a detailed action plan overnight, leaving no room for chance. Meanwhile, away from the main table, the chancellor's mysterious escorts, who had kept their faces and figures hidden under long robes all this time, finally allowed themselves to relax a little. Throwing back their hoods, they conversed with each other, saying that their mission to guard and escort the master had been successfully completed, that no emergencies had occurred, and that now they could finally allow themselves to rest. One of them turned out to be a charming young woman with delicate features and a cold, yet calm gaze. As she removed her heavy black robe, she quietly said that it was her duty to protect the chancellor, and she was glad that she had been able to complete the mission without casualties. Her comrade, glancing at her, felt a quiet inner relief that she hadn't taken off her robe completely. If she had been dressed more revealingly, it might have caused unwanted emotions in the prince or even compromised their cover, which would have been extremely undesirable in such an environment. After a busy day full of events and meetings at the palace, the princess's beloved, tired from conversations, walks, and worries, had long since fallen into a sweet and peaceful sleep in their soft, cozy bedrooms. Silence reigned in the corridors, broken only occasionally by the quiet creak of wood or the distant rustle of fabric. But one person could not afford this peace. The prince, left alone, was not sleeping. He sat at a heavy table, illuminated by the soft, golden light of a lamp, deeply engrossed in his thoughts. He thought that to understand the current situation, an outside perspective was needed, a view free from the bias prevalent within the castle. Everything should be considered from different angles, as the truth can take on a completely different appearance depending on the point of view. Previously, the prince had always relied solely on his own strength. He personally gathered information, drew conclusions, and preferred not to use his teacher's connections or his parents' influence. Such was his pride. But now everything had changed. At stake were not just personal ambitions or family reputation, but hundreds, perhaps thousands, of innocent lives of people and monsters, and these lives were immeasurably more important than his stubborn pride. Therefore, abandoning his former principles, he turned to the powerful and well-known Helf Randog Corporation, a business magnate, with a request to gather the necessary information for him. In the business world, Helf Randog was considered almost a legend, a man with an unprecedented network of informants and connections capable of obtaining information from the most restricted places. The prince knew that no matter how strange or even insane his request, the Helfrandog Corporation was ready to fulfill it in the shortest possible time. Such an influential lord of the commercial world had a powerful information network stretching to the most remote corners of the continent. The prince was almost certain that their view of events within the country would be much more objective and unbiased than that of those who were embroiled in court intrigues every day. At the same time, he clearly realized that he now had a serious personal debt to this corporation. Yes, he had said that this was his contribution to establishing world peace and that their help would ultimately benefit their own business. But deep down, the prince understood perfectly well who he was dealing with. This was the Helfrandog Corporation. Such people always found a way to come out on top, regardless of whose side they ended up on. Suddenly, a barely perceptible rustle broke the silence. The prince, instantly alert, raised his head and turned towards the source of the sound. His gaze darted to the door. He quickly assessed the situation. The door had clearly not been forced open, which meant whoever entered must have had a spare key. At that moment, he remembered that the princess, being a petite and light-footed girl, could almost completely conceal her presence. He might not have noticed her arrival if he hadn't prudently set up a special detection barrier that reacted to movement and energy. Seconds stretched on, and without hesitation, he silently moved away from the table and hid behind a massive wall. His muscles were tense, his breathing even, like a predator preparing to pounce. When the figure in the long robe was close enough, the prince, with a swift, almost lightning-fast movement, grabbed the stranger by the arm, pulling her firmly towards him, leaving her no chance to break free. It was the princess. She stood before him, dressed only in light underwear with a dark robe draped over her shoulders, and was sprawled on the bed as if she had just burst in and hadn't had time to properly compose herself. The prince looked at her pale, embarrassed face for a moment in confusion and asked in a calm, dry voice why she was there. She replied, flustered and visibly embarrassed, that she had come to sleep with him. Her words were direct and to the point, and he, giving her a cold look, instantly decided that, judging by her appearance and demeanor, she wasn't lying. The princess reiterated that she wasn't lying and demanded that he release her, saying she had nothing left to hide. But the prince didn't let go. He calmly and firmly replied that he would only release her once he received a proper, concrete, and convincing answer. She kept repeating the same thing, that she had come to ask to sleep with him, and her voice conveyed both awkwardness and desperation. The prince frowned and dryly stated that she probably just didn't believe his words and wanted to see for herself, as he considered this a natural wariness. There was no guarantee he wouldn't switch to Warta's side, and in that case she could die. These words sounded like cold calculation, and a heavy silence hung in the room for a moment. Turning to her, he asked if she really thought he wanted a war between humans and monsters. He even mused aloud that if he sided with the latter, he would likely win, as the demon lord, the Azure Thunder Knight, and the great sage would surely stand with him. Once they destroyed the human kingdom, all he would have to do is inherit the demon lord's throne to continue conquering the world. He then sighed regretfully, and added that he was sorry she had such a low opinion of him. Noticing that he had said all this in one breath, she assumed he must have been thinking about it for a long time. But the prince shook his head negatively and replied that wasn't the case at all. Ever since they met, he had simply started calculating all possible scenarios and thus managed to plan how to interact with her. He then leaned back, stretched lazily, and yawned. Seeing that she still doubted him, he admitted that he was probably mistaken. If a girl couldn't feel free and at ease around him, he still had a lot to learn. She explained that her doubts weren't out of simple curiosity. According to her, beliefs and words don't mean much, actions are what matter, and Velio the Wise had taught her this. Velio's teachings immediately came to the princess's mind, that if you want to trust, you should first doubt, that believing in someone brings peace, but it's often just an act of ignorance. That doubt is a way to understand a person, and that if after doubting each other they can still shake hands, it means they have found true friendship. She whispered this with gratitude and warmth, adding that she followed his teachings. Her brother agreed that it would be foolish to ask for trust immediately after meeting, and therefore she could doubt him as much as she wanted. But a moment later, looking down and deciding to ask a direct question, he asked if she trusted Velio the Wise because he himself trusted him, and that's why he had asked the sage for help. The princess exclaimed, embarrassed, that it was despicable. He couldn't manipulate her trusted grandfather like that. He admitted it was unfair, but explained that she would have to learn to use people and circumstances to her advantage, and being exclusively righteous wasn't always the best path. Shrugging, he declared the interrogation over. Surprised that he wasn't angry with her, she praised him for it and confessed that he was much more of a gentleman than she had thought. Carefully letting her robes fall from her shoulders, the princess timidly asked if she wasn't attractive enough for him. With a seductive and frank gaze, she said that she really wouldn't mind sleeping with him. This confession caught the prince off guard. He froze for a second, not immediately finding words, and in that pause there was surprise, internal conflict, and unexpected vulnerability. She asked her question again, was she not good enough for him, and touching her chest with her fingertips, slightly embarrassed, she admitted that she knew she had small breasts. He looked at her with slight suspicion and, without looking away, honestly admitted that he actually liked her very much, so much that he would genuinely want her. She offered herself again, saying that if he didn't mind giving her his strength so she could protect the kingdom, he could take her right now. But the prince, narrowing his eyes, flicked her forehead lightly and demanded that she stop pretending to be a damsel in distress. He didn't like such tense, artificially dramatic situations. Besides, he could clearly see her trembling. The princess fell silent, not knowing what to say. He quietly asked if she was scared and immediately added that he didn't need a bed warmer. He wanted to gather a harem of girls he loved with all his heart. He continued, saying that he wouldn't want their first time to be so cold and bland, especially since she was a candidate for his harem. She asked, confused about the candidate, and he confirmed, sharing that he was smitten with her at first sight. Then, with a wry smile, he noted that he was sure she was terrified of him, but she still tried her best to fulfill her duty as a princess, pretending to adore him, and he was deeply moved by her strength and determination. She asked if he had really understood all of that. He nodded and declared that he wouldn't sleep with her until she fell in love with him herself. She scoffed, saying he was trying to sound incredibly cool, but it was actually the exact opposite. But after a short pause, she added that she understood him better now. Smiling warmly and genuinely, she said he wasn't scary at all. He smiled back contentedly. And so, as they looked out at the night city together, he confided that he thought she was a very sweet girl who genuinely admired her big brother, and as a harem candidate, she could count on him because he would definitely help her. Leaning closer, the prince gently stroked her head and confidently said that everything would be fine. She blushed and quietly whispered that it tickled. The prince mentally noted that this was his specialty as the main character of a harem story, head patting. He was about to gently tell her that she should return to her room. It was late, after all, when suddenly, breathing heavily, she confessed that she felt strange. In a trembling voice, she said her body had become too sensitive the moment she stopped being nervous. All flushed, she asked what he had done to her. The prince caught an unusual scent in the air, an incense that typically causes strong arousal. The princess, embarrassed, admitted that she had intended to seduce him using that very aroma. He sighed and explained that, naturally, the incense also affects the person using it. She was surprised, thinking it only worked on guys. The prince explained that it affects girls too, and she had used a dose about 3 times higher than normal. He admitted that he was resistant to such things, but even for him, it was too much. Then, almost losing control, she lunged at him and exclaimed that she couldn't hold back anymore and felt like she was going crazy. He tried to calm her down. All the while, he kept reminding himself not to touch her. After all, he had bought her off with the promise that he wouldn't lay a finger on a girl he hadn't fallen in love with yet. Yet, he also remembered something else. He was an orc, he had a high libido, and her type drove him wild. She became more insistent and passionate, but he stubbornly repeated each time that he was an orc who kept his word. Thus, in a tense balance, they lasted until dawn. In the morning, his beloveds greeted him, cheerfully wished him good morning, and with an ironic squint, remarked that he must have had a good time with the princess. He calmly replied that he hadn't touched her and that he was simply a master of discipline. The girls exchanged glances, genuinely surprised and barely believing he had managed to restrain himself so well. That night, even before her visit to the princess had spent a long time looking at herself in the mirror, lamenting that she looked as if she had put on paper, awkward and uninspired. The next morning, as she sleepily stretched and looked for her brother, she suddenly realized she was completely naked and let out a loud shriek of surprise. Intense shame washed over her. Not only had she failed to seduce the prince and sleep with him, but she had also completely lost control of herself and literally gone off the rails. Sometime later, the orc received a report from Randall Corporation regarding their investigation. He meticulously compared it with the information previously provided by the princess and Milana, reevaluated the entire situation, and realized his doubts had finally been dispelled. Previously, he hadn't ruled out the possibility that the information might have been distorted simply to eliminate the first prince, but the new facts showed otherwise. Gazing thoughtfully at the castle, the orc concluded that it was time to get down to business. Meanwhile, among the people, it was already being actively discussed that the orc prince intended to claim his rights to the throne. A wide variety of rumors circulated throughout different social strata. They spoke of his recent return, that he was the beloved student of Yahello the Wise, the son of Lady Miley, the hero of Azure Thunder, and the protege of the great sage. The prince himself skillfully initiated this wave of rumors, starting from the castle, shaping public opinion of himself as the prince forging his path to the throne. At the same time, fears spread that he might not receive his inheritance due to the sudden appearance of a rival. The chancellor reported the arrival of guests to his lord. As the orc expected, the visitors included noble aristocrats holding high positions. Some expressed a desire to establish cooperation, while others sought to clarify his intentions. In any case, no one could ignore him now, and the prince himself gained the opportunity to gather information directly from representatives of the aristocracy. He intended to use all this intelligence as effectively as possible to build a multi-pronged attack strategy. He believed that the meeting itself was not the main component of politics. In his understanding, the true key to victory was thorough preparation, whereas meetings were not battlefields but merely places to announce one's achievements. While studying the situation, the orc noted that he couldn't limit himself to politics alone. He also needed to look for unusual and strange events that had occurred recently. Opening the massive grated door, he hypothesized that if the council had so suddenly turned away from Yahello the Wise and defected to Varda, then the underlying cause could be the influence of mind-washing magic, which meant traces of such interference should remain. Gathering his strength, he concentrated the magic of the double spirit mark and focused all his energy into a single stream. The room gradually filled with tiny spirits, and the orc himself used a forbidden ability, the vision of the past. These spirits were the eyes of the world, capable of reproducing past events, and by connecting his consciousness with their perception, he could see what had happened within the castle walls at the desired moment. Such a technique was considered forbidden, as for a mere mortal, merging consciousness with higher entities of a completely different nature was extremely dangerous. Even if one managed to catch the right moment, the strain on the body remained colossal. At best, one could only get a brief moment of clear vision at a specific time and place. Images of the past rapidly flashed one after another, and soon the orc, unable to bear it, doubled over in pain, which greatly alarmed his beloved companions. The girls surrounded him, trying to bring him back to his senses. Barely staying on his feet, he apologized to them, explaining that his condition would remain difficult for the next few days, but despite that, he had obtained exactly the information he wanted. Sitting down in a chair, he firmly stated that he now clearly understood what Prince Varda was plotting and how his supporters were acting. The chancellor, following him, reported that preparations for the meeting to elect the king were proceeding flawlessly, and that Prince Varda, the princess, and all members of the Council of Sages had already gathered. The orc noted to himself that the last time he dealt with politics was during the exam set by Yahello the Wise, but even after all this time, he hadn't lost his touch. His beloved wives sought to encourage him, expressing confidence in his success, and bolstered by their support, he went to the meeting with dignity. The hall, where representatives of royal and noble families had gathered, was filled with a tense atmosphere. Those present exchanged wary and curious glances. At the round table sat the self-satisfied first prince, who recognized his brother. With arrogance, he reminded those present of the orc's origins and tried to portray him in a derogatory light. However, the orc didn't let his brother's words shake his resolve. Standing up, he unleashed his energy and radiated such a powerful presence that he literally illuminated the entire room, shocking everyone present. He deliberately amplified his influence, understanding that a formidable aura plays a crucial role in such negotiations. After that, he firmly stated his position. Confidence was in his eyes, and his voice sounded like an undeniable assertion. The first prince, Varda, was incapable of becoming king, and he was revoking the Council of Sages' right to temporary rule. Later, in solitude in front of the hot springs, the orc once again allowed himself to use his past vision ability. This time, joyful scenes appeared before his eyes where his beloved wives were playfully splashing in the water. Smiling at this sight, he noted with a slight, ironic thoughtfulness that, unlike them, he himself could afford the luxury of joining the bath whenever he wished. The first prince, hearing the declaration of his own unsuitability for the crown, repeated the gist of what was said with clear disbelief and a questioning tone, accompanied by a pointedly sarcastic tone, as if expressing deliberate curiosity. Then, pointing at the orc, he elaborated that before him stood merely a simple village bumpkin, devoid of true upbringing and refinement, who, in his conviction, belonged back in the village, next to his aunt, who had once married an orc. However, the orc, not succumbing to such provocation and maintaining his composure, made it clear that circumstances had changed in the most radical way. He couldn't go back now. The kingdom, by his calculations, faced catastrophe if decisive steps weren't taken. He also added that, paradoxically, it was more important for him to remain the king of his own harem than the formal ruler of the country, though this phrase itself was more of a rhetorical device, emphasizing his unwillingness to greedily seize power without urgent necessity. The elder prince, having listened to this position to the end, reminded him that no matter how his younger brother reasoned, the Council of Sages had already made a decision in his favor and recognized him as the next king. The younger prince calmly noted that he was well aware of this, but emphasized that the council's decision was not yet final, and the throne did not yet actually belong to his elder brother. In response, the elder prince indignantly insisted that the decisions of the Council of Sages held absolute power, and even members of the royal family had no right to simply change them at their own discretion. He stood up and, increasing the pressure, reminded them of the essence of the council itself, which was once created to prevent tyranny. According to him, if the council's decrees were so easily overturned, the kingdom would inevitably be on the brink of chaos and disorder. The younger prince responded to these words with restraint and coolness. He acknowledged that there was some truth in his elder brother's reasoning, but it was still incomplete and didn't reflect the whole picture. After this, he explained in detail the content of Article 34 of the Fortland Kingdom's constitution. It indeed spoke of the necessity of the Council of Sages' decisions, but it also contained the sole exception. Council decrees could be challenged if a clear flaw was found in their adoption process. Based on this article, the younger prince concluded that the council's decisions were not absolutely inviolable under all conditions. Moreover, he emphasized that his elder brother's mockery of his rural origins was meaningless, because unlike him, it was he, the villager, who demonstrated knowledge of his own constitution and its intricacies. Then the elder prince, somewhat lowering his tone and voice, turned to his advisor, asking if such an article truly existed. The advisor confirmed that everything had been stated correctly and without the slightest distortion. Hearing this, the younger prince added that his knowledge was supported not only by experience but also by a special gift of memory. He had retained in his memory the languages and laws of all major states he had dealt with, and this is what made his position particularly stable and undeniable. After this, the elder prince noted that, no matter how the laws were interpreted, there were no flaws in the decision made. However, the younger orc prince immediately objected and pointed out an obvious violation. He identified the critical flaw as the use of a forbidden brainwashing spell on council members. According to him, this was how Lord Lanaria, Lord Mersardi, and Lord Unifares were subjugated to his elder brother's will. Upon hearing this, some council members visibly deflated, hanging their heads in heavy sorrow, as if confirming the truth of what was said. Deep down, many of them truly knew that the younger prince was not lying. In reality, the elder prince had summoned them, after which suspicious individuals entered the hall, seized them, and cast a powerful subjugation spell. It stripped them of their will, turning them into puppets incapable of resistance. But under the influence of the enchantment and unable to speak freely, they could not openly declare what had happened, even while fully aware of the extent of the violence inflicted upon their own minds. The council members reported remembering nothing that occurred until the orc prince removed the spell from them, and they officially declared serious flaws in the decision-making process of the Council of Sages. After a brief analysis, the orc immediately surmised that the brainwashing had taken place approximately on the third day after the advisors arrived at the castle. In his estimation, the magic used was a very skillful and complex spell, directly affecting the target's consciousness, and it had been developed only within the past year. By comparing the magical trace and the execution technique, he concluded that the spellcaster's potential was comparable to his own, and likely even superior in certain aspects, as removing such an effect proved extremely difficult. Due to the high complexity of the intervention, the effect could not simply be reversed by looking only at the final result. It was necessary to understand the process of its application. For this purpose, the orc merged his consciousness with spirits and used past vision. Seeing the original source, he managed to construct a neutralizing weave. He was likely fortunate in this endeavor. He managed to trace the actions only of the direct perpetrators, the henchmen who cast the spells, whereas the true initiator could not be identified. Having voiced his conclusions, the prince confirmed the brainwashing of the council members and designated it as an undeniable and extremely serious procedural flaw. Standing up, the younger prince solemnly declared that the first prince could not ascend to the throne and proposed stripping him of his right to inheritance. These words caused a real stir in the hall. The elder prince, feigning innocence, characterized his opponent's statements as strange, denied the brainwashing itself, and as a counterattack, questioned whether the orc was resorting to similar methods. In response, the younger prince suggested resolving the dispute with an appropriate spell, emphasizing that all council members were present and verification was possible immediately. The elder prince reacted indifferently, stating the futility of such actions because, in his conviction, those around them would not listen to such an inexperienced participant anyway. The younger prince then addressed the advisors directly and asked them to hear his position. If his elder brother were allowed to carry out his plans, the peace treaty between humans and monsters would come to an end. He recalled the previous war when both humans and monsters drowned in rivers of blood and when peace was miraculously restored. By his reckoning, allowing this hell to repeat was unacceptable. The elder prince could not hold back and presented a contrasting doctrine. In his view, humans should be incited to kill, abduct, and enslave monsters, turning them into commodities for the slave trade to make the kingdom even greater. Thus, in his opinion, both he and Fortland would go down in history. Increasing the pressure, he asserted that a half-blood was incapable of appreciating the beautiful prospects of such a policy. The younger prince rejected this logic as unsound and pointed out that if war began, Fortland would inevitably lose. The hero, the only one whose strength was comparable to that of the Demon Lord, would not side with humans, and monsters live long with the elite of the Demon Lord's army who fought in the previous campaign still active. Under such conditions, the elder prince stood no chance. The elder prince, banging on the table and accusing his opponent of cowardice, questioned how he dared to even think of defeat before the battle began, when victory supposedly loomed ahead and could be proven. The orc inquired about the source of such confidence, and the elder prince dramatically articulated his own belief. If monsters once again began to sow chaos, a new hero representing the next generation would appear and save humanity. The younger prince was stunned by this admission. He had not anticipated that his elder brother genuinely relied on the automatic appearance of a hero as a historical constant. The elder prince, spreading his arms and continuing to gloat mockingly, elaborated on his idea that heroes supposedly always appear in moments of danger and invariably lead humanity to victory. Internally, the younger prince was speechless. He saw a self-satisfied face and became utterly convinced that his opponent was a hopeless idealist, bordering on foolishness. Even during the meeting, the younger prince's gaze had been drawn to a young beauty among those present. He noted that he hadn't even known such a young woman was part of the council. Not fully understanding who exactly had orchestrated this entire intrigue, he mused in passing that if anyone's brainwashing had occurred, it would have been better if such interference had targeted her rather than the key figures determining the kingdom's fate. Stepping forward and stopping to capture everyone's attention, the elder prince explained in detail that in the previous war, the Demon King was forced to make peace solely due to the hero's swift and decisive offensive. According to him, this lightning-fast attack deprived the enemy of the ability to continue resisting. Now, he asserted, with him holding a high position and possessing full authority, the kingdom would undoubtedly achieve victory under his personal command, as he was convinced he could replicate past success. The younger orc prince, exhaling heavily and carefully assessing what was said, detected insecurity hidden beneath the ostentatious bravado. He noted that even if one were to assume that the mere appearance of a new hero guaranteed a favorable outcome for the upcoming battle, a crucial question remained: would this hero truly fight for Fortland? The doubt was expressed directly, and he openly questioned where his elder brother's unwavering conviction to the contrary came from. Then, the younger prince, raising his hand to his face and slowly revealing a hidden mark, stunned everyone present, especially his elder brother, who at first couldn't believe his eyes and deemed what he saw impossible. But the orc left no room for doubt. He firmly, confidently, and concisely declared that he was indeed the hero of the new generation. After this, he explained that if war were to break out between Fortland and the Demon Lord's army, he, as an heir of orc blood and simultaneously the chosen hero, would side with the demons. The obvious conclusion was that any violation of the peace treaty would be tantamount to suicide for the entire kingdom. The elder prince, utterly shocked, refused to believe what he had heard and seen. He insisted that it was a ridiculous lie and that such a thing could not be true. He particularly emphasized the irony of the situation. the orc half-breed, whom he had always considered weak and unworthy, turned out to be the one concealing such a significant truth. In response, the orc explained that he had deliberately hidden his origin and role. Revealing such a fact, he stated, would have brought him a host of unnecessary problems, worries, and political complications, which was precisely why he preferred to remain silent. After this, he resolutely demanded a clear and unambiguous answer from his brother. Did he truly intend to start a war, now that it was known the hero would be among their enemies? The elder brother's response turned into an unexpected, almost hysterical reaction. He first began to laugh, then his laughter grew louder, and he himself, as if losing his mind under the weight of his own ambitions, started shouting that all of this was absurd nonsense. His voice was a mix of anger, despair, and overconfidence. He continued to act like someone who was unconditionally certain of his own exceptionalism. In his view, he possessed numerous innate talents, had earned the love and special attention of yahello the Wise, trained under him, and acquired the necessary skills as a result. All of this combined, he claimed, made him the only one worthy of greatness and the right to lead Fortland to glory. At the same time, the elder prince recalled his own childhood with longing and bitterness, when he admired yahello the Wise and strived with all his might to become just like him. However, when they met in person, yahello coldly and mercilessly told him that he was nothing more than a foolish mediocrity, accidentally born into the royal family. At the same time, yahello's attitude towards the younger brother was completely different. The sage showed warmth and favor towards him and his mother. But this kindness, as it later became clear, was selective. yahello wholeheartedly valued only those who possessed obvious talent, treating others with indifference as if they didn't even deserve attention. Recalling all this, the elder prince, with bitter self-irony, admitted his own lack of talent, which he believed he inherited from his father. Rumor had it that his father ascended to the throne only due to the mysterious disappearance of his younger sister, and many barely even knew who he was, despite him occupying the throne. The current king, Fabris, possessed very modest abilities and talents, preferring to follow the well-trodden path laid out by his predecessors. Such a path in itself could not be called shameful, and as long as he was alive and well, his reign proceeded peacefully, without serious upheavals or catastrophes. The elder prince continued his confession, asserting that if he were to occupy the royal throne, his fate would be no better than his father's. His name would sink into oblivion, lost among other kings whom history mentions only in passing. He spoke bitterly, saying that his greatest fear was not death on the battlefield or defeat in battle, but simply being forgotten, becoming one of those no one remembers, about whom no books are written, and whose portraits would only gather dust in the palace archives. This very thought, he claimed, pushed him to make decisive, reckless moves. He didn't want to be another mediocre shadow against the backdrop of his ancestors. His voice cracked, filled with rage and despair, and he swore that he would never allow such a fate. The younger prince, listening intently, asked with cold directness, "Wasn't all this war, discord, sacrificing the peace of an entire nation just for vanity? Was the elder brother truly only striving to inscribe his name in history, even at the cost of the country's demise?" But the elder prince didn't try to justify himself in response. On the contrary, he admitted that he was ready to be remembered as anyone, a tyrant, a criminal, even a madman, just to avoid being a nobody. For the sake of this imagined glory, he declared his intention to destroy everything that yahello the Wise had built, to erase his legacy, and to start a new page of history where his own name would be paramount. He spoke louder and louder, confessing with a kind of morbid delight that he had already given orders to the troops. A mad smirk appeared on his face. He didn't care if others agreed, because the war would begin the moment the elven village turned to ashes. He wanted to be the one to light the first spark, the one who would go down in history as the initiator of a new era. These words caused a storm of indignation among the council members. Everyone understood that such an order violated the very foundation of the peace treaty, as the troops were not allowed to leave their positions. The younger prince, frowning, assumed the worst, that his elder brother might have used a forbidden mind control spell to subjugate the commander and force him to carry out the criminal order. And this guess turned out to be true. The elder prince, without hiding it, confirmed that he had indeed done so. He proudly explained that, noticing the orcs' interference, he decided to preempt any attempts at exposure and make the first move, relying, as he put it, on the willpower of mediocre people. Then the younger prince stood up and firmly and loudly demanded that his elder brother be found guilty of a crime against the crown and the state and immediately arrested. The guards, obeying the order, seized the deranged prince, and chaos and an uneasy murmur filled the council hall. The princess, pale and alarmed, asked what would happen to the army that was already on the move. The orc intervened and decisively replied that, first and foremost, the detachment must be intercepted before it reached the elf village. He expressed doubt that one person could cast such a complex spell on all the soldiers at once, but emphasized that the threat remained extremely serious and delay was mortally dangerous. The orc urged the counselors to listen carefully. If someone with a higher rank than the commander immediately went to the location and took control, the troops could still be stopped. The princess, sighing heavily, confessed to a bad premonition. She reminded them that Varda's accomplice was not a simple sorcerer, but a first-class mage known for his ability to create his own, even more twisted versions of forbidden charms. The orc, analyzing the remnants of the spell that had affected the council members, had already managed to recognize the mage's signature. He therefore concluded that if this mage was indeed behind the elder prince's incitement, the situation was far more dangerous than they had initially believed. With those words, the orc abruptly stood up and quickened his pace. His gaze became firm and focused. He had decided to head straight for the elven village to personally stop the army and prevent the spark of war from igniting, a war that could engulf the entire kingdom. The princess hastily followed the orc prince, adamantly insisting on accompanying him to the elven village. His steps remained swift and confident. He didn't slow down for a moment, but he still demanded an explanation from her, while also reminding her of the critical situation and emphasizing that taking extra baggage in such circumstances was undesirable. In response, she calmly and methodically gave 3 reasons. Firstly, she felt it was necessary to personally apologize to the elves on behalf of her kingdom, understanding that a simple diplomatic formality couldn't replace a heartfelt word and a sincere gesture. Secondly, drawing and checking her sword, she emphasized that within the royal family, she was second in strength only to him. The prince reluctantly agreed with this assessment, and she was surprised that he didn't even doubt her combat skills. He had already noted her confident command of inner energy and, from a single movement, understood that her swordsmanship technique was flawlessly honed. She confessed that she had always admired Master Miley and had persistently sought her training, which the prince saw as a simple and exhaustive explanation for the current strength of her school. He then demanded the 3rd reason, and without hesitation, she cited the feelings that supposedly bound them to each other. After a brief pause, the prince finally looked back at her and burst out laughing, which flustered her, but he ultimately agreed to take her with him. Without another word, he slung the princess over his shoulder and sharply accelerated. Stunned by his speed, she tried to object to this method of transport, but the prince coldly reminded her that they were in enemy territory. In a peaceful situation, he added, he would carry her like a bride, but right now he needed his hands free, as fighting with occupied limbs was simply impossible. Along the way, the princess still ventured to ask if he was sure about not bringing his other lovers. The prince explained that against an opponent of the level who could instigate Prince Varda and was comparable in strength to his own teachers, it was wise to have only one companion. Moreover, the orc mobile had already been lent to the group sent to intercept the furthest detachments. At one point, the princess, finding herself too close to his body, unexpectedly noticed a pleasant scent emanating from him, and even noted to herself that such remarks usually came from men, not women. Embarrassed, she cautiously hinted at a desire to share intimacy with him after the mission was complete, and confessed that her body still ached from the night she showed him her other side. The prince, smiling slightly, made it clear that his true goal was to create a harem where hearts and souls united as one, not a collection of casual and fleeting connections. He also indicated that he already liked her, but he saw in her behavior only a carefully feigned affection, more like a game than a genuine feeling. The princess, however, countered that the previous game was over and now everything was truly sincere. She insisted on her honesty, assured him that she had fallen in love, and explained this by the impression he made when he managed to corner her elder brother politically. Furthermore, she expressed a desire to become just like him. The prince mentally acknowledged that he would be pleased by such a confession, but he soberly assessed the situation. It was highly probable that she was confusing love with admiration, a common substitution for her age, occurring far more often than she realized. He then inquired if she was interested in the throne itself. The princess calmly remarked that she had never stated anything of the sort. The prince in turn noted her considerable talent and added that Velio the Wise also saw significant potential in her, but he cautioned her against striving to become like him. In conclusion, he admitted that even with all the necessary potential to be king, he remained an unsuitable figure for the throne and, correcting himself slightly, formulated the thought more precisely. not so much unsuitable as should not become one. The prince informed the princess that once everything was over, he intended to recommend her as the next ruler of Fortland. With his support and provided Valio the Wise returned, her candidacy, he said, would most likely be approved and accepted. The princess didn't fully understand why he was saying such things, because in her eyes he himself seemed the most worthy of the role of king, and no one was better suited than him. However, in response to her doubts, he ambiguously hinted that she needed to grasp the true reason herself. This inner realization would be a crucial test if she truly wished to ascend to the throne. He was pleased with his own words and even emphasized their significance, adding that his love would only be her reward once she found the correct answer on her own. The princess, blushing all over, merely noted with slight irritation that she didn't understand why he was so openly toying with her feelings and seemingly mocking them. The prince, with a hint of schadenfreude, thought that everything happening was nothing more than part of his special, almost ultimate seduction skill, which he called postponement. He believed this carefully planned technique was meant to help her distinguish simple, fleeting admiration from genuine, deep love. Yet, even after using such a trick, he still intended for her to truly fall in love with him, without relying on artificial ploys. And although he outwardly maintained his calm and composure, deep down, an untamed half of his orcish nature resided. Orcs were always known for their unrestrained lust, so he had to make significant efforts to keep himself in check and not cross the line. With her, he could easily succumb to passion and allow himself more than he should, but he still held back, even though it was difficult. Especially since it wasn't easy for him to completely ignore his stepsister's bold flirtations, which she indulged in from time to time, as if testing his patience. This time, the princess reacted indignantly, demanding, though not with words, that he stop his sudden touches, which had become unexpected and too intrusive for her. But he sarcastically and with a hint of mockery, noted to himself that her body might actually be enjoying it, and this observation brought him particular pleasure. This phrase, pre-saved in his memory for a special occasion, was eighth on his personal list of prepared lines he'd always wanted to say. He now felt rare satisfaction at being able to use it exactly like this, naturally, timely, and as if the situation itself had forced it out. She, embarrassed, asked him not to say such things aloud, almost moaning from her overflowing emotions. He in turn coldly yet confidently remarked that it wasn't her fault, as her body was obeying natural impulses. Therefore, she would have to patiently wait for the moment they returned so he could finally grant her complete satisfaction and quell her longing. He ran as fast as his strength allowed, using a spell to maintain balance while carrying the princess on his shoulder. His movement was so intense that it seemed as if he was solving several tasks at once, like simultaneously solving complex mathematical equations, leaping over unpredictable obstacles, and also engaging in delicate and meticulous work such as knitting. He could only manage this because he always took his training seriously, honing his body and mind to perfect coordination. Despite his focus, he couldn't help but notice how pleasant she smelled. This delicate aroma reached him every time she was close. Navigating a complex and winding path through the ruins of the tower and piled-up rubble, they overcame all challenges and finally reached the end of their journey. Before them lay a magnificent sight, enormous century-old trees, so tall their crowns disappeared into the clouds, and directly on their mighty trunks and branches were built elegant elven dwellings, shining with a soft light. From this height, they could survey the entire elven village, hidden deep within the forest, like a living embodiment of nature's harmony and ancient wisdom. Suddenly, elven archers surrounded them, their voices sounding threateningly as they demanded to know who they were, indignant that vile humans like them dared to step onto their sacred Kakaniashi. The air immediately filled with tension, arrows were ready to fly from their bowstrings, and the elves' gazes burned with distrust and fury. The prince, without a moment's hesitation, shielded the princess from a potential blow and loudly declared that he was an orc from the orc village of Lusil, and that he had come not as a stranger but as the son of the demon lord himself. These words rang out firmly like a steel strike, and the elves, who moments ago were ready to loose their arrows, froze, stunned by his admission. The archers, flustered after hearing about his origins and orcish blood, began to exchange glances among themselves and finally stated that they needed to consult with their senior elders. They asked the travelers to wait while they made a decision and withdrew for a brief but tense council. After short negotiations, the elves returned, their manners changed, and their voices held a restrained politeness. With a low bow, apologizing to the orc lord for their harshness and hasty accusations, they informed him that they would escort them to the outskirts of their village, where everything else would be decided. Under the close escort of the archers, the orc and the princess began to ascend to the treetops. The path led upwards along ladders and bridges connecting the houses, which seemed to float among the foliage. From there, a whole world of branches and light where the elves lived opened up, and each step on the wooden walkway echoed in the forest's silence. The princess, looking at this majestic settlement, remarked that she had heard elves were known for their caution and distrust of outsiders. However, they had accepted them with surprising ease, which struck her as strange. The orc calmly explained that the reason was that the elves were well acquainted with his tribe's leader and had a special relationship with them for a long time. He told her that the elves had maintained warm ties with his village for ages. They even took care of him when he was a child, and thanks to these connections, his mother was able to find teachers for him. His father, worried that he couldn't properly train his son himself, would occasionally summon one of the 4 elite demons to help with his preparation. These demons would spar with him, teach him something new every day, and he was deeply grateful for all of it. Listening to his story, the princess said in surprise that since he mentioned the 4 elite demons, perhaps the elven leader was one of them. But the orc, not letting her finish, immediately confirmed her guess. Indeed, the elven leader Karina, also known as the Invisible Assassin, the demon army's best archer and one of the elite 4, directly subordinate to the demon lord himself, was already waiting for them in the room. The old elf raised his head and, looking at the orc with warmth, said that he had grown up and changed. Just as the orc's father gave up the title of demon lord and became the leader of the demons, the invisible assassin also stepped aside when the army was disbanded. If an enemy didn't move, Karina, with his amazing skill, could hit them even from 3 kilometers away, and in his time, he was feared more than anyone else in that great army. The orc also warmly noted that a whole year had passed, and the old man seemed not to have changed at all. In response, the old elf said with a slight smirk that if he had known such a weak and subservient child would transform so much, he would have certainly married his daughter off to him. The orc remarked with a smirk that the leader's daughter was indeed beautiful, but her expression was still full of displeasure and hadn't changed at all over the years. However, deep down, the orc no longer cared how the elven leader's daughter felt about him. He had long since grown up, been through a lot, and now he had 2 beloved women who occupied his entire heart. The old elf invited the orc to sit down, suggesting a long chat, but the orc regretfully admitted that there was no time for heart-to-heart talks. He had to get straight to the point and reported that the situation was extremely dire. The orc explained that Varda, the first prince of the kingdom of Fortland, was planning to break the peace treaty and had already sent an entire army to his village. Their goal was to burn the elven village to the ground and abduct his kin. Looking down, the orc added that the kingdom was doing everything it could to stop the army, but he honestly admitted that he wasn't sure if they could handle this threat. The elven leader, listening attentively, asked him directly if this meant he had come to ask for help. The orc, without looking away, agreed and said that among the residents of this village, only he had true combat experience, the experience of one of the former 4 elite demons. The elven leader replied that he was shocked by the news that humans were once again going to turn their blades on them, as if they had learned no lesson from the previous bloody war. He said that the demons had agreed to peace too hastily and thoughtlessly, and now it was clear that this peace was merely an illusion, fragile and delicate, like thin ice on a spring river. With a cold expression, he added that, in essence, it would have been much wiser and more honest not to agree to reconciliation at all. The prince knew perfectly well that even now there were enough demons who deeply and sincerely despised humans, and that the war had erupted precisely because monsters were fed up with humans treating them as amusing toys, as beings to be humiliated and entertained. This hatred, once born in their hearts, had not disappeared to this day. It merely smoldered within, hidden but still dangerous. Among the demons, there were still enough who eagerly wished to start a war again, and so the orc felt how hopeless and precarious his current situation was. He asked the old man to calm down and, trying to be as clear as possible, explained that someone had clearly incited Varda. Pulling an old paper from his bag, he unfolded it and explained that a forbidden spell used in Fortland was recorded there. He expressed confidence that the elven leader would understand everything once he looked closely at the manuscript. The old man, taking the paper with trembling hands, examined it long and intently. Suddenly his face changed, his features sharpened, and his eyes widened in considerable surprise. Recognizing the spell, he faintly repeated the same words as if he couldn't believe it himself. "This simply cannot be." The orc continued, explaining that this spell clearly wasn't the work of a human. It was only natural to assume it bore the mark of a demon, and that demon's sole purpose could only be to reignite the war. The elf elder narrowed his eyes and asked the orc if he was sure about his suspicions. Even if it was all possible, it was still just a theory. Yes, the spell in his hands looked quite plausible and alarming, especially when considering the current situation, but was that enough to believe it unconditionally? The orc, without breaking eye contact, asked the old man what he felt when he heard about the humans' decision to start another war. He added that he was sure the elf elder understood perfectly why someone would want to ignite this conflict. The old man's expression changed noticeably. He let out a heavy sigh and asked them to overlook it, remarking that he wasn't going to pretend to be a priest or a sage obligated to remain neutral. He admitted honestly that the thought of this being a new chance had involuntarily crossed his mind. After the last war ended, he had often reflected on what happened, trying to understand if it was right to let the humans off so easily and allow them to get away with everything. He went on to say that elves, even compared to other demons, harbored a special hatred for humans. They were hunted more often, oppressed with particular ferocity and ruthlessness, as if elves were the most desirable prey for human cruelty. But suddenly, his words were interrupted by two elves who burst into the room with urgent and alarming news. They were practically shouting over each other, reporting that the sentries had relayed that the human army was already moving towards their lands. It was only 20 kilometers away, and the enemy numbered over 1,000 warriors. The orc frowned, his thoughts immediately taking an anxious turn. He wondered if the human kingdom's army had failed to stop the advance. Even before the orc entered the elf elder's chambers, a guard loudly announced the arrival of the orc lord from Illyasviel village. Hearing that name, the elder's daughter remembered the lecherous young man and, without hiding her irritation, shouted for him to be driven away. But her father, on the contrary, commanded in an authoritative tone for him to be brought in immediately. Stepping out onto the wide terrace of the house, the orc was the first to spot the massive army, numbering in the thousands, rapidly approaching the borders of the elven village. The sight of the marching ranks was stunning. The soldiers were moving faster than he had anticipated, and this fact immediately put the prince on edge. The speed of the advance was much higher than predicted. Following him, the elf elder himself came out onto the terrace. His appearance was accompanied by an outburst of rage. The old man, as if echoing an ancient battle cry, expressed contempt for humans and openly showed his readiness to fight back. He restrung his bow and took a combat stance, demonstrating he was ready to shoot without delay. It was clear from his demeanor that he was ready to do what was considered unthinkable, to make humans feel the full wrath of the invisible assassin. His intention to kill the invaders without hesitation was obvious. Cold determination to destroy the enemy was visible in his eyes. The elder's daughter sharply called out to her father and the orc, but the situation demanded calm. The orc stepped closer and, trying to diffuse the tension, urged the old man to control himself. He warned that bloodshed here would inevitably escalate into a full-scale war, and therefore they needed to try and settle the matter without casualties on either side. He insisted on the necessity of preserving the fragile peace, however bitter it might seem. The old man's wife joined in, noting that if battles began, her daughter might also get her hands dirty with blood or even die. The old man, looking back at the orc, whose voice conveyed maturity and reason, once again stated that all of this showed his growth not only in body but also in mind. He promised his cooperation in achieving a peaceful, bloodless resolution, and the orc, in response, shook his hand and expressed his readiness to work together. The prince mentally acknowledged that while they might not have stopped the army's advance into the kingdom with the elves and their skills, their defense still stood a chance. However, one major problem remained: how to deal with the approaching army. The elder cautiously questioned if the orc's plan seemed too lenient and why he wasn't speaking his thoughts aloud. As soon as the spell was mentioned, the orc asked not to delve into it or stir up unnecessary trouble. When the elder asked for clarity, he reaffirmed his intention to resolve everything without bloodshed. He then clarified that, according to his calculations, the army should arrive in approximately 2 hours. Hearing this, the elven leader demanded orders. The orc replied that he would give only one, and then he stated it. The order was for immediate evacuation. All elves were to leave the village. The leader's daughter was confused by this news, but the elder confirmed the order and insisted on its execution. The orc thanked him for agreeing. In response, the elder compared him to his father, the demon lord, noting the subtle traits he observed in him. The prince had never heard such a comparison directed at himself, and hearing it brought him quiet, personal satisfaction. The sun gradually set behind the mountains, and a twilight silence descended. The troops circled the area, trying in vain to locate their target, but they couldn't find the elves. The prince and princess, hiding inside one of the houses, watched the enemy's movements. The princess quietly asked if it was true that elves could disappear without a trace, and he confirmed it, adding that the soldiers were unlikely to find them in the dense forest. However, the thought that knowledge of the deserted village might prompt the enemies to attack another target remained unsettling. The princess, sharpening her blade, declared that she believed it was time for action. The orc, assessing the risk, asked her to be careful. Despite her status and the fact that her words held power even over brainwashed commanders, the princess couldn't hide her trembling. She had consciously come here because danger beckoned her. The prince, smiling with soft pride, noted her resolve and beauty. Hearing this, she was encouraged. Emerging from cover, she stepped forward, signaling the start of their actions. Her appearance drew attention. The army, noticing the princess, froze, and at that moment the orc activated his enhancement ability, sharpening his presence. She delivered a commanding speech, introducing herself as the third princess of Fortland, and demanded an immediate halt to their barbaric actions. Her address conveyed a clear message. The coexistence of humans and demons was the result of immense sacrifices and the suffering of millions, and it could not be so easily squandered. The princess's words had an effect. A murmur rose among the soldiers, and confusion and bewilderment appeared in the eyes of many. The prince was truly astonished by her charisma. He realized that the power of her charm wasn't artificial, much of it lay in her voice and appearance, a gift bestowed upon only a few. Her natural talent seemed to align with the moment, and the heavens seemed to bless her, offering the soldiers an unexpected thread of doubt and peace. The troops were initially bewildered. The soldiers, huddled in tight ranks, momentarily lowered their weapons and froze in complete confusion, unsure how to proceed. No one dared to make the first move, and it seemed as if even the very ground around them stood still in anticipation. A thick, almost suffocating tension hung in the air, making it feel as if the front lines themselves didn't know what to prepare for or how this confrontation would end. Then, suddenly and without warning, a massive circle of magical light flared up right in front of the human army's neat ranks, as if the earth itself had etched an ancient seal onto its surface. Soldiers, who had been standing still just moments before, suddenly writhed in unknown pain. It became clear that a powerful brainwashing spell had been cast upon them, rapidly spreading through the ranks. The orc had never seen anything like it before, and the sight shook him to his core. People who had just moments ago retained their human forms suddenly seemed to lose themselves, their faces darkened, their bodies contorted, and their movements became convulsive, as if guided by invisible strings. Almost instantly transformed into something akin to zombies, they began to scream wildly, demanding death for everyone in their path, as if controlled by an unknown vortex. One by one, they turned their gaze towards the princess, and filled with insane aggression, started throwing stones at her and shouting commands for her swift demise. What had seemed like a glimmer of hope and receptiveness to her words just moments before instantly turned into ruthless fury and cruelty. The princess froze, her heart seized with confusion. She couldn't understand why everything had changed so rapidly, as if her voice had never reached the soldiers' hearts. Now all she could do was fight. She desperately fended off the incoming stones and blows with her blade, but the crowd's assault only intensified. Suddenly, the plank beneath her feet cracked treacherously, then split and collapsed. The princess plunged into the void, throwing up her hands and mentally calling out for her brother's help. The orc, acting with lightning speed, managed to catch her, preventing her fall. Holding her in his arms, he asked with a slight smirk, yet also with concern, if she was getting revenge on him this way. At that very moment, the hero's mark on his hand glowed brightly, and an unknown force opened a path for them through the raging crowd. The maddened people parted on their own, as if an invisible wave was creating a corridor before them. When they carefully landed on solid ground, the princess, exasperated, chided him for being too slow, noting that she had been very scared and now expected immediate comfort. The orc, still holding her tightly, calmly promised he would do so, but later, once the danger had passed. He noted that she had shown rare bravery and emphasized that her actions had helped them pinpoint the true instigator of what was happening. Running through the ranks with the princess in his arms, he mused aloud that if their plan failed, the instigator was almost certainly hiding among the soldiers. And the monstrous spell just used, mass mind control, clearly indicated that someone with colossal magical abilities was at work. This was no ordinary suggestion, but complex dark magic capable of instantly subjugating the minds of many people simultaneously. As he approached one of the warriors, the orc felt the source of magical energy. That's where the spell's impulse originated. Grabbing the knight's helmet, he ripped it off and to his shock saw his suspicions confirmed. Beneath the steel mask was not a simple warrior, but a handsome young man with a third eye on his forehead, Khalil of the Golden Crystal, one of the 4 elite demons. His appearance was unusually captivating yet terrifyingly sinister. Chiseled features, cold, sharp eyes, and a third eye glowing on his forehead created an aura of power and dread. Khalil met his exposure with a mocking laugh. He admitted he had fallen into a trap, but his voice was laced with derision, and his demeanor exuded confidence. It was clear that he had not expected to encounter the orc specifically. Moreover, he called him his disciple, reminding him that he himself had once taught him magic. Khalil's race was renowned for its high intellect and innate magical power, so it was no surprise that many of them became the world's greatest spellcasters. Khalil himself was considered a genius and had already distinguished himself in the previous war as a child, before he even turned 10. Now, one of those who had once been the orc's mentor stood before him as the true source of destruction. The orc, suppressing his tension, noted that only a spellcaster like Khalil could create such a complex magical construct, simultaneously controlling the minds of a vast number of people. As the prince approached, he sternly asked Khalil if he understood that his actions would lead the world to a new catastrophe and ignite a war between humans and demons. The demon, however, replied firmly and without hesitation, stating that he didn't consider his actions a crime and that humans must die for the future of demons, a harsh and merciless logic justifying destruction. The orc declared that he would stop him at any cost. Khalil merely scoffed, remarking that the orc's actions showed he had no intention of killing to preserve peace, and maliciously added that the soldiers, already out of their minds, knew no mercy. His voice was filled with pleasure. He clearly reveled in the impending disaster. The princess, terrified, hid behind the prince, while the maddened army, closing ranks, drew ever closer like a boa constrictor's coil. Meanwhile, in a completely different location in the courtyard of an elven village, the daughter of the elven chief was practicing archery. Training was her duty, one she couldn't shirk. As she drew the bowstring, she trembled with tension, trying to maintain her focus. Her father, the old chief, watched her silently, ready to intervene at any moment if needed. With a roar full of fury and horror, the soldiers charged at the prince and princess with wild abandon. The princess, overcome by sudden fear, desperately tugged her brother's arm, and he, without a second's delay, with one authoritative wave of his hand, tore through the air with dozens of thundering explosions that rained down on the army. While the blinded and disoriented soldiers stumbled amidst the thick smoke raised by the magical discharges, the prince, seizing the brief moment of respite, again scooped up his sister and, straining his voice to its limit, shouted that he was about to jump. In the very next second, like an arrow, he shot upwards with a powerful leap. Meanwhile, the knights, caught by the weakening magical air, one by one began to lose strength and collapse to the ground. The prince, soaring through the air with his sister, calmly explained to her that everything happening was the effect of a sedative he had prepared in advance, which he had turned into a gas, sealed in a special bag, and then hung in traps on the trees. The brainwashing spell cast on the soldiers only made them obey the simplest commands and didn't last long, so the entire plan was for the spell to wear off while they slept. Thus, under the golden sunset sky, only 3 remained standing: the demon, the orc, and the princess. The demon, shedding his heavy armor and suppressing his bitterness, sighed regretfully, admitting that he had been caught, and he had been so close to starting a war. The orc, looking at him from under his brow, said heavily that all this time he had only hoped it wouldn't be him who was the instigator, and not because there were any personal ties between them, but because he, the demon with the golden eye, was too difficult to deal with. As his name foretold, the unusual golden third eye on his forehead was a characteristic of the rare golden crystal tribe. Their race possessed exceptional potential from birth, keen intellect, and immense magical power, allowing them to become the greatest spellcasters in the world. This demon was the youngest of the 4 elite warriors of his people and was already considered a genius, having earned fame and great merits in the previous war despite his young age. The orc asked him, as a magic teacher, to reveal the truth about what had happened. The demon, after a brief hesitation, agreed, remarking that there was nothing special about it, and asked in return if he had heard about Prince Varda, whom he had destroyed. Then the demon revealed a terrible truth. Prince Varda had kidnapped his beloved and ripped out her heart. The prince and princess were stunned, barely believing what they heard, and the demon continued. The heart of his people is woven from golden crystal, and it is so beautiful that it is considered one of the 3 greatest treasures in the world, worth more than an entire castle. The prince struggled to comprehend what was said. After all, the signed peace treaty forbade humans from touching demons. But the demon didn't stop. He confessed that his beloved's death, presented as an accident, had seemed suspicious to him from the very beginning, and that was why he had started his own investigation. It turned out that Prince Varda's fiancée desired to possess the most beautiful jewel in the world. Driven by her greed, the elder prince attacked the demon's kin when they were in Fortland. He then made his beloved's death look like an accident, but in reality, he took her heart and presented it as a gift to his true love. This was hard to believe. However, the orc, accustomed to thinking like a merchant, knew how boundless human greed and avarice could be, and he understood that many would indeed be capable of such acts for wealth. The demon declared that after this, he finally realized that even if humans signed a peace treaty and enshrined it in law, they would still continue to deceive, humiliate, and torment demons, for that was their true, unmasked nature. Ultimately, no matter how beautiful their promises sounded or how strict their invented rules appeared, humans would break them at the first opportunity. With a cold, almost stone-like face, he asked if they had any other choice but to kill their enemies. His voice sounded muffled, as if from a deep place devoid of emotion, and in its evenness, a threat could be felt. The orc stood silent for several minutes, as if trying to process what he had heard and weigh every word. His gaze fell heavily on the demon, and only after a pause did he slowly begin to speak. He asked if the demon had incited and manipulated the prince for revenge, destroying his life. The orc wanted to know why he had then mobilized an army and made it attack the elf village. He reminded the demon that out of the 4 of them, he and the demon had always been the closest, making it especially difficult for him to understand what was happening. To this, the demon replied coldly, stating that it was only in the past and no longer relevant to the present. The demon then added that he had once shared his desire to resume the war with his best friend. He believed his friend would support him, as humans had once mercilessly tortured and humiliated the elves, and therefore, he hoped his friend would be glad to help. Furthermore, the demon reminded him elves still disappeared without a trace, and even after the peace treaty was signed, they were somehow still found as slaves at human auctions. The orc then asked with disbelief if the elf leader himself had truly refused to support his idea. The demon merely gave a dry negative response. Chuckling, he added with grim pleasure that he then thought of another option, that perhaps he should teach him a lesson. For if his dear daughter were one day sold and used as a slave, perhaps then his eyes would open and he himself would be consumed by a thirst for war. After these words, the orc again fell into heavy silence. His gaze reflected a mixture of anger and pain. The demon then asked him directly what was he going to do. At the same time, he openly admitted that he didn't want to fight him, as deep down he still considered him something like a younger brother. He had once genuinely cared for him as if he were family, and those memories had not yet faded. The orc, lowering his gaze, apologized reservedly and replied that he could not help him, and no matter how difficult it was, he was obligated to stop him. However, the orc emphasized that he would not punish him with his own hands, nor would he hand him over to humans. Instead, he declared that he would send the demon to the elf leader, who without a doubt would be able to knock some sense into him much more strictly and harshly than anyone else. Exhaling, the demon said with a hint of regret in his voice that he was sorry the orc didn't understand him at all and couldn't see the world through his eyes. In response, the orc said the same thing, that he too was bitter that the demon didn't understand him. And then both, clenching their fists heavily and filled with determination, prepared for the upcoming battle. The atmosphere around them rapidly thickened, as if the air was heating up with tension and ready to erupt into a storm. The demon's third eye narrowed to a thin slit. He clearly stated his position. Humans break promises, continue to take away what is most precious from demons, then turn away from their pain, and demons cannot respond to violence due to the imposed peace treaty. Building up magical power, the demon posed a direct question. Was he wrong to believe that useless rules should disappear and that only one thing was needed, the ability to fight back when attacked? The orc drew his blade and gave a very direct answer. If that was the root of the problem, they shouldn't suddenly break the peace. Instead, they should openly strive to change the rules for the better, not do it sneakily. At the same time, without softening his gaze, he reminded himself that he couldn't hold back against such an opponent. He was facing a genius capable of fighting at the level of a great sage if he wished. This meant the best tactic was to close the distance and force a sword fight. With a swift lunge, he began to execute his carefully planned strategy. Meanwhile, in another episode related to the origins of the current conflict, the first prince's beloved subtly but persistently made it clear that she really wanted a golden crystal. The prince noted that obtaining such a gem would be difficult due to the peace treaty. However, she moved even closer, hugged him, and repeated her request, intensifying the pressure with her affection. Charmed by her persistence and closeness, the prince cynically concluded that wars start for foolish reasons anyway, and perhaps this was just one of those cases. Before rushing into the attack, the orc focused intensely and carefully calculated the distance. There were exactly 10 steps between him and his opponent, and he knew each one could be decisive. His plan was simple and clear: use rapid movement techniques and defeat the enemy in a single strike. Time seemed to slow, but in reality, only fractions of a moment were ticking by. 14 thousandths of a second remained until the strike, when the blade was ready to cut through space and reach its target. But at that very moment, the demon, squinting and smiling a cold smirk, said that the technique was undoubtedly magnificent, but it wasn't new to him and was far too familiar. He had seen similar things thousands of times. And immediately a counterspell followed, powerfully deflecting the swift lunge. Nevertheless, the orc did not lower his blade, as he had never even considered retreating from the very beginning. Moreover, he had prudently cast enhancing enchantments on himself beforehand, strengthening his muscles, flesh, and movement speed. However, the demon, putting even more force into his counterattack, parried the orc's blow with such power that the orc had to take several steps back to keep his footing. Shining fragments of spells still protruded from his body, pierced by magical spears, which he pulled out with effort, refusing to let the pain break his spirit. The demon, watching this, smirked and mockingly called his actions foolish, then asked if it wasn't too agonizing to fight in such a state. The orc, gritting his teeth and looking up, replied that the pain was certainly strong, but the demon wasn't having an easy time either, and that didn't stop him at all. The demon grunted and said that the orc was only the 4th person to ever wound him, meaning he had indeed underestimated his opponent. After these words, he pulled out special items from his pocket, strange cards with engraved symbols. These were artifacts containing pre-prepared spells. Their danger lay in their simplicity. To unleash magic, there was no need to spend time weaving spells. It was enough to simply imbue the card with power. Raising one of them and pouring magical energy into it, the demon cast an explosive flame spell. At that instant, a blinding light illuminated the space between them, followed by a colossal explosion that engulfed everything in a fiery storm. The orc barely had time to comprehend what was happening. Only his reflexes and combat intuition saved him from certain death. He lunged sideways, dodging the raging flames that had almost closed around him. But the demon didn't stop. A new card immediately flared in his hands, and the ground directly behind the orc exploded, shattering into fragments and raising clouds of smoke and dust. Towering amidst the chaos, the demon smugly shouted that all the orc's strength was going into defense, and that was precisely what deprived him of any chance of victory. His spells rained down without pause, one after another, and each was so destructive that the orc barely had time to dodge and avoid a fatal blow. Trying to close the distance seemed almost impossible. The former teacher's magic and his ability to instantly cast spells were too overwhelming. And yet, the demon himself was well aware. If he hadn't used the spirit marks to their full potential, he would have been dead long ago. The orc's blade was no ordinary weapon, but the oracle's sword, a true artifact capable of cutting through even the strongest enchantments. The demon realized that the orc's attacks were not random, a carefully constructed strategy, some secret technique not fully understood by him, lay hidden behind them. As the distance between them grew again, he loudly declared that the orc shouldn't even try to reach him from afar, as it would be utterly useless. The orc nodded and agreed aloud, admitting that he indeed couldn't strike him from that range. However, the demon wasn't about to stop. Pulling out a special card, he announced that the orc's arrogance was laughable, and he would now show him the futility of his efforts. A giant beam of light erupted from the card, shooting straight at the orc. The orc, raising his blade to defend, suddenly realized that the new distance worked in his favor. Now he had time not only to parry attacks but also to gradually regain his strength by using self-healing spells. Continuing to parry the blows, the orc carefully observed each attack. He couldn't shake the thought that the demon's cards contained too much magic. Ordinary items of that size shouldn't be able to hold such colossal amounts of energy. This could only be possible in 2 scenarios. Either the owner possessed another artifact that reduced power consumption, or there were special, extremely rare types of cards capable of retaining all invested energy without loss. Suddenly, a realization flashed in the orc's mind. These very storage cards were the true source of the demon's power. Seizing the right moment, the orc powerfully deflected one of the spells with his blade and stopped, realizing he had finally uncovered the secret. The demon frowned and irritably asked how he managed to parry every attack. The orc raised his sword and confidently replied that it was all about strength and skill. The demon, though a genius, was only brilliant in magic but weak in true martial arts. The orc emphasized that his attacks were simple, predictable. He merely cast one spell after another without using feints, sudden strikes, or distracting maneuvers. Everything the demon did relied on brute force, but he lacked tactical flexibility and combat instinct. Taking a stance and pointing his blade directly at his enemy, the orc concluded his thought. He had understood the pattern of his attacks, unraveled the secret of his power, and now it was time to end this duel. The demon was the first to break the silence, narrowing his eyes and asking the orc with a slight smirk if he had truly managed to figure out his secret. His voice held both mockery and interest, as if he himself wanted to hear confirmation. The orc, firm and without hesitation, told him to finally stop, stating it was obvious that such magical power couldn't be used indefinitely. He said this with the confidence of a warrior who sees the truth in the midst of battle. The demon, raising his eyebrows slightly, smiled even wider and admitted with a hint of surprise that his student had indeed seen right through him. Then, in a more serious and stern tone, he confirmed, "Yes, that's right, this is the power he fights with." After a short pause, he added that with its help, he intended to change this rotten world from its very foundations. He slowly slipped his hand under his sleeve, and his movement conveyed determination. As if preparing for this moment, the demon declared that he knew perfectly well that without using all available means, without revealing his full arsenal, he would never defeat his student. From beneath his cloak, he drew a special card, his ultimate trump card, saved until the last moment. With cold confidence, the demon stated that the orc wouldn't be able to defend against this spell, even if he understood its nature beforehand and tried to anticipate its move. Raising the card high to the sky, he loudly activated the Golden Sun spell. In the next instant, a colossal fireball in the shape of a radiant sun ignited and began to blaze directly above his head. The golden sun shimmered with bright light like crystal hearts, and its radiance pierced all the surrounding space. This was a top-tier fire-type spell, accessible only to him. The sphere rapidly increased in size, its heat scorching the air and its power sweeping everything in its path. Even the true oracle sword, forged from orichalcum and capable of severing enchantments, would break at the slightest touch of this destructive mass. Moving aside or finding an escape route was impossible. There simply wasn't enough time. The demon, smiling contentedly, thanked the orc for an exciting fight and with a touch of irony bid his opponent farewell. The dazzling, blazing sun surged forward, incinerating everything in its path, and irresistibly hurtled straight towards the orc prince. It seemed this was the end. His fate was sealed and he was doomed. But this is exactly where the demon made two fatal mistakes. The first was that he too obviously and demonstratively pulled his trump card from under his cloak. This inadvertently warned the orc that he was about to do something insane and extremely dangerous. Seeing the gesture, the orc anticipated the type of incoming spell and managed to prepare a countermeasure. The second mistake was that the demon used too many cards during the fight. Because of this, the orc noticed not only the pattern between the symbols on the cards and the summoned spells, but also a much more important detail. The small cards somehow contained truly colossal amounts of magic. The main secret turned out to be how the demon used the golden crystal, the heart of the entire golden crystal tribe. He transformed the giant reserve of magical energy contained within the crystal into special ink with which he inscribed his spells. This thought shocked the orc and he assumed the worst. Most likely, the demon had used the heart of his own beloved and had been fighting all this time, fueled by her life force. Once this realization fully formed, the orc began to calculate the power of each spell, based on the thickness and density of the drawn lines. Thus, upon seeing the last card, he was able to estimate its strength and found time to prepare. The next second, the orc prince rushed towards the fiery sun without a moment's hesitation. He was confident he could handle it. In a leap, he unleashed the ancient power hidden within him, the power of an evolving orc. The first seal he broke was called Release. Beneath the ancient seals were 3 levels of release. The first of these only granted the orc access to 20% of his true power, and even a quick calculation showed that this would clearly not be enough to withstand the grandeur and destructive might of the Golden Sun. Aware of the risk and responsibility, he returned to training again and again, persistently studying and trying various ways to utilize his hidden power as effectively as possible. As a result of long searches and persistent exercises, he developed a special, unconventional technique which he called pseudo-release. It allowed him to briefly compress the power available through the first seal into a single concentrated impulse, transforming it into a weapon of incredible strength. When the orc decided to use this method, releasing the second seal, albeit in the form of a pseudo-release, two colossal forces met face to face. On one side, the demon's dazzling, fiery sun rose, ready to consume all living things. On the other, the warrior himself, firmly holding his sword, radiating determination and intently releasing his deep energy. The essence of the technique was that pseudo-release not only instantly concentrated power, but also allowed him to control it without losing self-control. Thanks to this compromise, he could fight as if he had truly removed the second seal, although in fact he was only using a clever transformation of the first. However, the technique also had a serious flaw. Normally, the orc had a full 8 seconds to use the power unleashed by the first seal's release. With pseudo-release, this time rapidly compressed, becoming almost nothing, less than a second remained. He could maintain stability and a concentrated surge of power for only one brief moment. But even this, he firmly believed, would be enough for a decisive blow. With a battle cry, the orc lunged forward, his sword glowed, transforming into a compressed beam of righteous fury. It tore through space, cut through the darkness, and sped straight towards the demon. In an instant, the orc was close, almost touching, and using a short burst of power, he channeled it into a punch aimed at the enemy's chest. The demon writhed in pain, screamed, shrieked, and collapsed to the ground, unable to believe what was happening. He desperately repeated that it couldn't be because his strongest spell, the magical support he had saved for the decisive moment, should have made him invincible. But everything turned out differently, and he was defeated. The orc, straightening up after his swift movement, calmly remarked that he had never fought alone. In his mind, he clearly saw the faces of his beloved, their strength and warmth, the support for which he had diligently honed his skills. It was this combination, their love and his own determination, that allowed him to endure and break through. Sheathing his sword, he looked at his defeated enemy with a soft, calm smile, thinking that even when they were separated by distance, their hearts remained united. Meanwhile, the sun had finally set below the horizon, and night descended upon the land like a heavy velvet shroud. The prince and princess securely tied the demon to the nearest tree, carefully fastening the knots to eliminate any chance of escape. After that, the prince took all of his cards, which were the source of his power and the main tool for his magical attacks. Overwhelmed with delight, the princess rushed into his arms and began showering him with praise, comparing him to legendary heroes and claiming he was even better than them. He smiled modestly, admitting he had done something extraordinary, and she, blushing, confessed that her feelings for him had grown even stronger. She continued to admire him, calling him smart, kind, and fair, asserting that it was impossible not to fall in love with such a person. He awkwardly tried to assure her that she was exaggerating, but he was touched by her sincerity. The princess, not backing down, declared that he absolutely had to become king and that he was lying to himself when he said he wasn't fit for the role. The prince countered that he had flaws she simply didn't notice, but she, astonished, repeated again that he was amazing. He was pleased by her faith and respect and even thought that perhaps she had truly learned to distinguish simple admiration from deep love. However, a decision on what to do next had not yet come to him. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by a subtle sign. He sharply pushed the princess away from him, and in doing so, he effectively saved her life. The demon had somehow managed to free himself from the ropes and was already beginning to activate a new spell. The prince grabbed his sword and lunged at the enemy, but then realized the demon had recovered too quickly. This could only mean one thing: he had a hidden pill or amulet somewhere, perhaps in his mouth, allowing him to instantly replenish lost strength and complete a complex magical process. At that moment, the demon was attempting to activate a teleportation spell, one of the most complex and energy-intensive. The process was still in the middle, far from completion. The prince cried out in indignation, wondering if the demon truly thought he would manage to complete the ritual. The demon, with cold, almost mocking composure, replied that he would, and it was only because the orc was too kind and soft towards his enemies. To prove his point, the demon stuck out his tongue, revealing a card cleverly hidden in his mouth. And with that very card, he activated a light-based attack spell, not directing it against the orc as one might expect, but choosing a different, treacherous path. A bright beam flashed, tore through the air, and shot straight towards the princess, striking her in the chest, right in the heart. The princess froze in place, her body seemingly petrified by the unexpected blow, and bright, vivid, ominous blood gushed from her chest like a fountain. The orc prince, in despair and panic, screamed her name so loudly that the echo resonated even among the dark trees. His gaze instantly became focused. He detached himself from everything around him and switched to assessing the situation. Every moment had a price, and that price was life. He understood that if he rushed to her right now and immediately cast a healing spell, the wound could heal without consequences, as if it had never been there. But if he hesitates for even 5 seconds, the injury will surely leave the princess crippled forever. If he's 10 seconds late, her chances of survival will become negligible, almost non-existent. And if 30 seconds pass, death will claim her irrevocably. Meanwhile, the demon, without losing a moment, was completing the teleportation ritual. He had calculated everything in advance. If the orc had immediately run to save the princess, his enemy would have taken advantage of it and escaped. The orc would have to choose between saving his beloved's life and destroying his enemy, and this situation was no accident. The demon created it intentionally, as if weighing fate in the balance. After all, if he truly wanted to just kill the princess, he would have done it instantly, but instead, he offered the orc a choice, knowing that kindness was his weakness. The prince hesitated for only a single moment, as brief as a heartbeat. After that, he resolutely picked up the princess, holding her close as if afraid of breaking a fragile vessel. Despite his fear, his voice was confident and gentle, and with a warm smile, he reassured her, telling her not to worry, that this wound would heal and everything would be fine. The princess, losing consciousness and barely clinging to reality, weakly whispered, asking why he chose her. Understanding and pain were reflected in her eyes. The prince immediately realized what she meant. She suspected he could have acted differently and was waiting for an explanation. She was the heir of Yahello the Wise, and he knew that nothing less could be expected from her, but it was difficult for him, because deep down he understood that his choice might seem wrong to others. Meanwhile, the demon finished activating his spell and, with a predatory, cold, and mocking smirk, said that this was exactly what he expected. He knew perfectly well that the prince would act, as he always does, kindly. With contempt, he was already preparing to disappear, leaving the battlefield and his former student alone with the consequences. But at that very moment, a sharp, whistling sound pierced the air. Something gleamed, and a moment later, an arrow plunged directly into the demon's shoulder, piercing through his flesh and armor. From the surprise and pain, the demon let out a desperate, piercing scream, losing his concentration. The orc, without interruption, continued to channel healing magic into the princess's wound. Barely touching her with his palm, he repeated aloud and to himself that he always believed the demon would not escape unpunished. Someone would surely stop him. The arrow's hit was almost perfect. It missed vital organs, not killing but immobilizing the enemy, which immediately showed the archer's incredible skill. From afar, hidden in the shadows, the elf quietly said that his arrow, it seemed, had not rusted at all over the years, and his voice carried calm pride and quiet confidence. The demon, writhing and realizing what was happening, at first couldn't believe it. He quickly understood. The orc chose the princess because he knew or suspected that a skilled archer capable of intervening was nearby. But the orc calmly countered that he didn't know for sure, only hoped and believed that an ally would be close by. The demon, with bitterness and despair, looked up at the sky and exclaimed that they were once friends, that common pain and trials united them, and asked why his former comrade was now hindering him. But his strength was leaving him, and accepting his defeat, he helplessly bowed his head to the ground. The old elf stood aside, bow in hand, watching the outcome, his face filled with determination. The orc continued to heal the princess, his fingers glowing with a soft radiance. He not only closed the wound, but also applied a sealing spell to secure the effect and prevent rebleeding. He knew that the demon's ultimate fate was now in the elder elf's hands, and he would decide what to do with him next. The princess, feeling the pain recede and her breathing lighten with each passing second, looked gratefully at her savior. Tears welled in her eyes, not only from pain but also from joy that he was there. The orc lifted her into his arms, held her tightly to his chest, as if promising never to let go again, and confidently said that it was time for them to return to Fortland. The journey back had to begin immediately, while hope was still alive, while their hearts were full of determination, and while her wounds could still be fully healed. After all their accomplishments and trials, they had managed to prevent an inevitable war between humans and demons. Having resolved all urgent matters, the orc returned to the majestic castle of Fortland with the princess. There, in the spacious halls, where the air still held the tension of past anxieties, his beloveds were already waiting for him. As soon as they saw the prince, the girls immediately rushed to him and bombarded him with questions. Each one wanted to know if everything had truly ended well, why his face looked so serious and pensive, and how everything that happened could have actually occurred. For them, everything he had experienced sounded like an amazing legend or a fairy tale that had suddenly come to life from the pages. One of his beloveds, recalling his feats with trembling delight, noted that his victory over the god of misfortune and that terrible battle with the magical beetle which almost swallowed the world tree were in themselves worthy of eternal glory. But now, she said, he had become something more, a true hero whose name would live on in the memory of nations. The other, listening to her reasoning, added with some confusion that, if you thought about it, it seemed quite strange how he found time between these deadly battles for seductions, for such persistent and sometimes embarrassing attention to them. Their shared interest quickly shifted to something else. They all wanted to know exactly what had happened between him and the princess during their journey, as they had been together the entire time. The prince hesitated deep down. How could he admit that the young heiress had indeed fallen in love with him? However, her feelings at the moment seemed more like sincere admiration and deep respect than genuine love. For this very reason, he himself didn't feel the desire to move towards a closer relationship. It was at this moment that a distinct knock echoed through the silence, and the princess herself appeared at the threshold, her face serious, her voice resolute. She had come for an important conversation. Sitting opposite him, the girl asked the orc to answer her honestly, reminding him how, during the decisive battle, he had faced a choice: to save her or to capture the demon. She emphasized that he had chosen to save her without the slightest hesitation, and if not for the timely intervention of the elf lord, the demon would have escaped. That's why she asked directly, did the prince know about the elf's presence nearby? The orc shook his head negatively and replied firmly. He explained that his calculation was merely 50-50. According to him, the elf was the leader of his tribe, and it was more logical to expect him to lead his tribesmen to safety. But deep down, he still hoped that, at the decisive moment, he would intervene and make his single, fateful shot. Hearing this, the princess asked in astonishment, had he really chosen her life, even without full certainty of the outcome? After all, if the demon had escaped, the death of millions of innocents would have been on his conscience, and she herself was just one of many, replaceable. The orc nodded and didn't hide the truth. He admitted that if he had reasoned purely as a ruler, he should have allowed her to die for the sake of millions. But despite this, he consciously decided to save her specifically, and he didn't regret it. Moreover, he assured her that if everything happened again, he would make the same choice. It was then that the princess fully understood his motives. She realized why the orc himself believed he had no right to become king, even with his potential and strength. But he emphasized that it wasn't for him to explain, but for her to figure out herself. It was her homework, her own conclusion. The princess, admiring him more and more, still admitted, yes, he acted for the good, but he made a fatal mistake by choosing her at the cost of millions of lives, and therefore she no longer aspired to be like him. The girl said aloud that the prince tended to be biased, and when it came to making a choice, he would always prioritize his beloveds and herself, no matter the situation. Such a person, she concluded, could under no circumstances be a king. The orc agreed, admitting that making his loved ones happy was important to him. He confessed that the thought of millions dying would be unbearable, but if his heart told him to, he would still save those he loved. He understood that the princess, despite her beauty, strength of spirit, and true royal qualities, could never fully accept him, and the thought of having to say goodbye to her stung him painfully. But suddenly, the young woman firmly declared that she would be the next ruler of Fortland. The orc agreed, saying he was confident in her success. After all, Yahello the Wise would soon return, and with his support, her throne would be solidified once and for all. The princess reiterated that she would indeed be queen, but added that she would need his help. Looking up, she pleaded with him to become her chosen one, promising him everything in return: her heart, her body, her innocence, her entire self. The orc was stunned. He barely registered how their conversation had led to this point. The princess, however, was beaming with happiness and even remarked that perhaps this was how she had completed his task. When he cautiously asked if she was disappointed in him, she confidently replied, "Not at all." According to her, it would be bad if he became king, but as her husband and helper, he would be the best. The orc countered that if they became a couple, she would have to learn to balance between him and millions of lives. To this, the young woman smiled softly and said that the country would always be her priority, but she was confident in him. He would endure, and therefore she could push him away if necessary and then accept him back again. His lovers interjected, reminding him that the orc dreamed of a harem and therefore he would have other women. The princess calmly asked if there was anything to worry about. After all, it had always been normal for nobility to have multiple wives for the sake of continuing their lineage. The girls exchanged confused glances. Was the orc really a nobleman? Grabbing his hand, the princess declared resolutely that he could have as many wives as he wished, as long as he gave her a child and truly loved her. After that, she pulled him into the bedroom. There, asking him to undress and lie on his back, she gently promised that she would take care of him that night. Taking his palm and placing it on her chest, she asked with emotion if he could feel how fast her heart was beating. The orc was struck by her determination. Now the princess wasn't confusing admiration with love. She genuinely and sincerely sought to get closer to him because she loved him. But doubt still stirred in his soul. Was this truly the ending he was looking for? Clinging to him, she asked directly if he loved her more than the others. He refused to comment. This angered her. She said he could have at least lied. But he answered firmly that he was willing to praise her endlessly, but he couldn't lie in a way that would offend his other lovers, and he would treat her the same way. He would never cause pain with a lie. He hugged her tighter and said that he sincerely loved them all. The princess, calling him cunning, admitted that she liked this very cunning. So, leaving their arguments behind, they surrendered to feelings and tenderness that lasted until dawn. The orc remained true to himself and, as before, intended to seek only the strongest, for he considered himself someone who never compromises and is not inclined to settle for less. Morning arrived. Lulina was still asleep, but the orc was already awake, looking out the window. Sipping his coffee, he reflected with satisfaction on spending the night with the princess, a significant achievement for orcs. The thought made him chuckle, which woke her up. They exchanged morning greetings, and the gentleman offered her a hot drink. Lulina recognized the taste of the coffee Tita and Kururu had mentioned and noted that it was indeed good. Enjoying the drink, the girl said she wished she could have it every day, but she would lose that opportunity once the gentleman left. The orc asked if she would try to dissuade him, and Lulina replied that he had no right to become king, even if he was suitable. She added that as long as he helped her, she could fulfill her duties. Lulina smirked and said she would become the first queen of Forland, though she was a little nervous. The guy noted that the princess was strong and selfless, as in his place, he would have chosen his girls over the country. The orc said that Lulina could ask him for help, and she replied that she would try to make him continue to love her. Tita scornfully remarked that the gentleman had a very fun night, while Kururu sadly added that she now understood the elf's feelings, even though she used to think she didn't mind a harem. The orc noted that they had been lonely without him, but assured them they would receive just as much attention. Tita, turning to her friend, asked what they should do, as she wanted to teach the gentleman a lesson. Her friend replied that he probably didn't have bad intentions. The guy reminded them that they hadn't made sweets in a long time and suggested they do it today for a tea party. One girl forgave him, while the other said she wasn't swayed by sweets. The orc thought they were just looking for an excuse to forgive him, but he still decided the desserts should turn out especially delicious. Lulina peeked from behind the door and said she wanted to try the sweets too. The girls exchanged glances and noted that she was now part of their family and they didn't want to argue. The princess said she accepted their invitation and wanted to get to know them better. The gentleman concluded that the girl was interested not only in sweets but also in getting to know the others in the harem, which was important for good relationships. He said he had a meeting scheduled before the tea party and added that he was meeting with a cunning and influential person he had known for a long time. Valio Forland the Wise was waiting for them on the terrace. He greeted the orc and noted that he hadn't come alone. The guy returned the greeting. Tita and Kururu, seeing the former king, exclaimed and became noticeably nervous. Valio the Wise asked if the girls would marry the orc and said that in that case they would be his granddaughters. Liluna advised them to ignore him, explaining that her great-grandfather looked strange when he tried to act like a normal grandpa. He said he just didn't want to scare the girls, and the princess added that they should treat him like any ordinary elderly person. The orc invited them to sit down and asked Yahello the Wise if he agreed that his girls were beautiful. The great-grandfather answered affirmatively and noted that he had even started to get a little rowdy, forgetting his age. He suggested that the young man address him informally, but the orc refused, explaining that he was his disciple. Yahello the Wise agreed but noted that it made him seem more distant. The guy observed that he acted like a lonely old man, even though that wasn't actually the case. During his training, Yahello the Wise became fierce as he believed there were no bad people, only those whose talents needed to be unlocked. The orc believed there was no better candidate for the throne. Yahello was the ideal king. The young man said he was concerned about how easily the former king had been imprisoned. He reasoned that Yahello the Wise might have immediately understood Prince Varda's true intentions and therefore allowed himself to be captured. He noted that this way his great-grandfather could act discreetly and asked what prompted him to do this. Yahello the Wise replied that he knew about his suspicions and remarked that they frequently encountered crises which made him uneasy. He said that something powerful was operating in the shadows. The young man seriously pondered his words. Everyone sat down at the table. Yahello the Wise asked the orc if he found it strange that he had saved the world 3 times in such a short period. He reminded the young man of his recent feats, defeating the magic beetle, battling the god of misfortune, and stopping Kalo, which prevented a war between demons and humans. The orc noted that all these events were serious and could have led to the end of the world. The former king suggested that it was all happening because of his destiny as a hero. The young man recalled the fairy's words that he wasn't obligated to fight, but would be called upon against anyone the spirit king deemed a threat. He reasoned that the king only considered those capable of destroying the world as threats, and too many of them were appearing. Yahello the Wise put forward the hypothesis that someone was subtly orchestrating all these events. His great-grandfather recalled those who were involved in the misfortunes. The elf who removed the seal from the magic beetle became engrossed in human wealth and entertainment and turned into a puppet. Uncle Kururu, who removed the seal from the god of misfortune, was not himself during their last meeting. According to Kururu, he had been sane just a couple of years ago and their family was friends with him. Yahello the Wise also mentioned Varda, who tried to start a war. Behind him was Khalil, who wanted revenge for his beloved, whose heart had been stolen. He remembered how, during the interrogation of Varda's fiancé, she was asked why she needed a heart made of golden crystal, and she replied that she didn't know. The orc said that someone was clearly behind these events. The former king agreed. Yahello confessed that he had tried to find the culprit but without success and promised to continue searching. He warned that if the instigator existed, they would surely appear after 3 foiled plans. With an unperturbed expression, the orc replied that he could be relied upon. His great-grandfather added that he had called him to warn him of danger. He turned to the girls, saying that they would not be safe near the young man. Enemies would make them their primary target. He noted that the enemy was strong and his allies would strike at the orc's weak points, his loved ones, and stop at nothing. The elf asked if he meant they should break up with their master. The former king admitted that it could be interpreted that way. Tita declared that she would stay with him because he saved her, and she loved him. Kururu said that she loved him too, and wouldn't abandon him because of danger. Lulina realized that it wasn't by chance that the orc fell in love with the girls at first sight, and she said that she was with them. The girl added that she had been ready for any torture since birth and would endure anything. The orc was touched that, despite Yahello the Wise's words, the girls loved him and decided to stay with him. Overwhelmed by his feelings, his instincts took over. Yahello the Wise smirked and remarked that the guy had wonderful girls and excellent taste. He suggested they get married and have a wedding of unprecedented luxury. The girls joyfully exclaimed that they had dreamed of this. The orc flatly refused. When asked why, he replied that he would marry when he had gathered his entire harem. Tita asked if he planned to expand his harem. Kururu said she had hoped he would be satisfied. Lulina noted that 3 was already a lot, but she knew he would want more. The orc himself thought that most people would be content with 3, but he was a special case. The fox girl asked when the wedding would be, and her master replied that it would be in the distant future. The elf was indignant, while Valio laughed and said he now understood there was nothing to worry about. Embracing the girls, the orc declared that he would become the harem king. The girls trained in the castle courtyard. Tita practiced archery and Lulina honed her fencing skills on dummies. The orc, watching them, asked Kururu if she wanted to join. She replied that she would be a bad fighter and preferred to develop her blacksmithing skills. The fox stated that she would definitely master the abilities she received from her master. He noted that it might take an eternity, but he was confident in her success. Kururu confessed that his desserts were what interested her most right now. The orc promised they would be the best she had ever tasted. The guy took out a mango and placed it on the table. Kururu said she had never seen such a fruit. The orc explained that it was extremely difficult to obtain and he was lucky to get a few. He added that mangoes came from warm southern countries and required crossing an ocean for delivery. The fox noted the fruit's pleasant aroma. Her master clarified that one cost 400,000 gil. Kururu asked in astonishment, and the orc admitted he had 5 fruits that cost a total of 2 million. The fox was outraged, saying that amount of money could buy 2 years of luxury. She asked why the price was so high. The orc explained that mangoes spoil quickly and the journey is dangerous. Only 2 out of 3 ships make it to the capital, making 400,000 seem like a small sum in comparison. He asked if she would eat such an expensive fruit. Kururu declared that she would, and after knowing the price, it seemed even more delicious to her. The orc suggested trying it fresh. The gentleman cut the mango, making hedgehog-like incisions. The fox noted that the sweet aroma had intensified, making her eager to try the fruit. Next, he began preparing a second dessert. He made a mango paste, diced the pulp, poured milk over it, and added a little gelatin. He placed the preparations in the freezer, and soon the jelly set. Kururu commented that the fruit pieces in it looked like precious gems. The orc noted that a good dish always pleases the eye. The gentleman moved on to the third dessert. He added milk and sugar to the mango paste and heated it in a pan. Kururu was surprised that the aroma became even more vibrant when heated. The orc explained that the fruit is naturally very aromatic. Once the mixture cooled, he added an egg yolk, cream, and fruit, transferred the mixture to a chilled metal container, and waited for it to set. He used the water spirit to stir the ingredients until a rich mango sorbet was formed. Kururu was delighted, and the orc suggested they go see Tita and Lulina. The girls noticed them, and the gentleman suggested they have an outdoor tea party. Tita was surprised they had already finished cooking. Lulina added that she had tried this fruit before, and the elf admitted she was craving something sweet. Tita noted the pleasant aroma of the fruits. Kururu smirked proudly, and the orc asked what exactly she was so pleased about. The elf took a piece to try. Tita confessed that she used to think human fruits were strange, but this one exceeded her expectations. Kururu said it was the most delicious 400,000 gil she had ever tasted and teared up. The princess remembered that she hadn't eaten mango in a long time and wanted to try the desserts. After tasting it, she noted that she liked the pieces of pulp in the dessert. Tita said the icy dessert was sweet and different from the fresh fruit. The orc agreed that it turned out pretty well. The girls praised him and he thanked them, thinking about how much effort he had put into learning to cook sweets and be popular among them. He asked what was tastier, the fruit, the jelly, or the sorbet. The girls pondered for a moment. They all replied that it was the fruit. The orc froze, and they quickly added that the desserts were also excellent. The hero realized he had lost this small battle. He knew that mangoes tasted better fresh, which is why the fruit is called the confectioner's bane. The orc mused that his tasks were complete, and it was time to leave the castle. Lulina asked her lord if he was truly going to leave. The young man nodded and added that he wanted to continue searching for girls, check on his business affairs, and he still had plenty of other concerns. He told Lulina she could come with them, but the girl replied that she would stay because she needed to prepare to become the future queen. They hugged. The orc promised he would visit her often, as the journey only took 1 day by orc mobile. The princess asked if he truly promised, warning that she would cry if he didn't keep his word. Lulina started crying, and the young man thought she had changed. These weren't fake tears anymore, but real ones. He handed her a stone, and the girl asked in surprise what it was. The orc explained that it was a magical device, a simplified teleportation spell. He noted that true teleportation magic was only available to fairies, the sage Merlin, and Khalil. He himself didn't possess it but had managed to imbue a part of his power into the crystal. The Lord said he had an identical stone, and with them they could communicate for 20 seconds regardless of the distance. Lulina exclaimed joyfully, thrilled that their connection would no longer be broken. The princess remarked that such an invention could change the world. The orc clarified that not every stone would work for this, and they were also expensive. He said he had spent 10 million gil on each and advised them to use them only in emergencies. Lulina asked if it was okay that only she had such a stone. The orc replied that she wasn't the only one. Tita and Kururu showed their stones and said that their lord worried too much about everyone. The orc thought he had created these crystals to protect the girls in some way and prevent losing them in dangerous moments. The girls and their lord bid farewell to Lulina. As he left, he reasoned that 10 million for a device was nothing if it saved the girls' lives one day. In the city, a mountain of paperwork awaited the orc. The girls, looking at the stack, noted that their lord was incredibly popular. Reading the documents, the orc mentioned that rumors about his sugar business with the Xanalic company had spread, and he had received many offers from various firms. Tita asked if this meant her lord would have a lot of work. The orc replied that he only took on what truly interested him. Kururu, with a satisfied smile, remarked that she wouldn't want him to be too busy. The lord clarified, asking if it was because she would be lonely without him. The fox girl blushed and said that wasn't it at all, she just didn't like it when he stopped teaching her blacksmithing. The orc thought she was so cute. The elf asked if she should respond to the offers, and he affirmed. The lord noted that Tita was doing better and better and promised to ask for her help if needed. The girl assured him she would continue to try her best. The orc said he would visit the Xanalic company, and the girls wished him good luck. Approaching the enormous building, the orc mused that Xanalic was one of the largest companies on the continent, with an extensive network of connections. He reminded them that he had asked them to sell sugar at a low price on behalf of his company, noting that the cooperation benefited both sides. Upon entering the office, the orc greeted the company head, who said he had heard about his exploits in Forland and returned the greeting. Xanalic reported that sugar had become their firm's most popular product, but a serious problem had arisen. The young man looked at him questioningly. He handed over a letter from the region's ruler. After reading it, the orc was outraged. Sugar production was about to be banned. The man explained that the decision would be made at the next meeting, and that convincing the ruler would not be easy. The orc asked if anything had happened during his absence. Xanalic suggested he look at the list of goods unloaded at the port. The orc noticed that there were too few items. Xanalic explained that it was all connected to their business. He clarified that sugar used to be a key commodity in intercontinental trade, sweet, easy to store, expensive, and in high demand. The orc reasoned that mangoes, unlike sugar, do not store well and spoil easily, but they are still transported along with sugar. He noted that due to sea monsters, there was always a risk of losing a ship, and sea trade was only sustained by the profits from sugar. The young man said that if a profitable commodity stopped generating income, the risks would become unjustified. The man agreed. The gentleman reasoned that the halt in sugar trade disrupted the balance of supply and demand, causing other goods transported with it to sharply increase in price. Xanalic agreed, adding that market prices had skyrocketed and the ruler had decided to ban production. The orc acknowledged that this was one of the best decisions and asked if they had come up with a solution. The man said they wanted to sell sugar at import prices, but this would have sales. The orc noted that this was an acceptable solution. However, he admitted to himself that he didn't like the decision. The spread of sugar could lead to new discoveries. He decided that they needed to promote a culture of sugar consumption. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't be able to regain interest later. The orc stated that the main problem was the risks of sea transport, and this needed to change. Traders should be able to avoid ruin even if they lost a ship. Xanalic, intrigued, asked for clarification. The orc explained that traders only profit from successful deliveries and losing a ship leads to bankruptcy. He asked why large companies like theirs could afford to take such risks. The head replied that they had several ships, and even if one was lost, the others would still bring in profit. The orc noticed that small, single-ship firms vanished after their first disaster, making them afraid to take risks. He suggested combining 10 ships from different companies to share losses and risks. Xanalic countered that they would have to cover others' losses. The orc explained that this could be turned into a system where expenses would be shared and, most importantly, the likelihood of bankruptcies would decrease. The man said it sounded like charity. The orc replied that it could be turned into a business. He explained that it would be insurance. Participants pay contributions and losses are covered by a common fund. The gentleman thought that in his past world, insurance companies were huge, and Xanalik could establish one just like them. The leader jumped up and exclaimed that it was an excellent idea and everyone would benefit. Xanalik asked if the orc regretted sharing such an idea. He replied that insurance required a lot of money and trust and he liked this city, so a revitalized market would benefit everyone. The man said he would prepare a plan and contact the smaller firms, and then the ruler would lift the ban. The orc realized that matters were settled and began to think about traveling to another continent. He reasoned that he had specifically hired people to search for beauties, but none compared to his current girls. This meant he needed to search further beyond the seas. He remembered one girl who would never be his. The gentleman resolutely told himself that he would travel across the seas for new beauties. The heroes stepped onto the island. The orc noted with satisfaction that the orcmobile had easily endured the long journey. Kururu was surprised they had arrived in just one day, and Tita admitted she still couldn't believe they had crossed the sea. The young man calmly explained that they had arrived in the southern lands. The elf noticed the hot, humid climate, and the fox girl complained unhappily about the stuffiness. The gentleman thought he could summon wind spirits to change the weather, but decided it was better for them to get used to the local climate. Tita pointed to a tree with bright fruits and asked if it was a mango. The orc nodded, surprised by her attentiveness, and noted that such trees were abundant here. Kururu, however, was indignant. Why had he spent 2 million guild on mangoes when he could have traveled here and back in a day? The gentleman froze and calmly stated that his day was worth far more than that money. The girls just chuckled, saying he had forgotten that himself. The orc said they needed to go to the city. That was their main goal. The elf noted with surprise that there were no walls or fortifications around, and Kururu asked if it wasn't dangerous to live without protection from monsters or bandits. The orc explained that even if there were threats, no one would dare attack because this was her territory. The fox girl clarified who he was referring to, and he stated directly he was talking about the demon lord. The girls exclaimed in surprise, and Kururu asked, astonished, if this wasn't his father's city. The young man explained that no, the city belonged to the local demon lord. He added that his father owned 3/4 of the continent, and one of the regions was under the rule of this demon lord. He gave the example that each human race has its own king, and it was almost the same here. The orc warned that the demoness here was one of the elite 4 in the demon army. Tita was confused, wondering how a local ruler could be part of the elite. The guy simply noted that it happens sometimes. Tita pondered how strange it was that the ruler obeyed his father. The fox girl asked if the orc would introduce them to her. He replied that he had met her several years ago and there was nothing special between them. But then, a mocking voice chimed in, saying he was too indifferent as they had been much closer. Everyone looked up at a figure rapidly descending from the sky. The woman approached the orc and swiftly tried to stab him in the head with a knife, but he easily dodged and immediately counterattacked. She intercepted his fist, smiled, and said he was still in excellent shape. The orc chuckled and admitted he had been expecting her. The woman introduced herself as Lilith and, without hesitation, invited him into her warm embrace. His companions gasped in surprise, but the orc calmly refused. To the girls, it sounded unbelievable. How could he reject such a beautiful woman and not succumb to temptation? Lilith wasn't fazed. She hugged the orc and added that he had no reason to be shy. Tita cautiously asked if they knew each other. The guy sharply stepped away from the girl and explained that before them was Lilith herself, the demon ruler and a top-tier succubus. The demoness confirmed her name. She added that her race was perfectly compatible with orcs and asked the others if they agreed. The orc mused that Lilith was a succubus who had perfected her martial arts. The demon ruler possessed enough power to rival even his father. He understood that they had known each other for a long time, and that's why she would likely not refuse to help, as long as he didn't say anything unnecessary. Lilith invited them to her castle. One of the girls asked why they were going underground. The guy explained that her domain was located there. His companions asked in surprise why it was so bright underground. Lilith explained that this dungeon happened to be a suitable place for a castle, and the light came from an artificial sun created there. Kururu wondered why she had made things so complicated. The demoness calmly replied that the place had historical value and she could afford to build a castle there. She added that the girls with the orc were very cute and noted that he had really put in the effort. His companions noticed that Lilith began to emit a scent similar to their master's. Approaching closer, the demoness told the orc not to worry, she would take care of them herself. The guy sharply told her to stop. He stood between the girls and Lilith, reminding her that they were there on business. The demoness called him a bore. The orc calmly stated that he was now an influential businessman and had come to establish trade relations with this city, deciding to notify her beforehand. Lilith settled into a chair and said he could do whatever he wanted, and with her permission, he would have no problems. Then she clarified if that was the only reason for his visit. The guy replied that he wanted to expand his harem. The demoness joyfully hugged him, declaring that he had finally come for her. The orc resisted and explained that, as the demon ruler, she could introduce him to her worthy subordinates. Lilith asked with annoyance if she alone wasn't enough for him and noted that it hurt her. The orc pointed out that her facial expression didn't match her words at all. Tita cautiously asked why Lilith served Orc's father. The woman calmly explained that she once tried to conquer the world but lost to him. That's when she fell in love. Kururu was surprised that a succubus like her would submit to another lord just for love. Lilith, in turn, asked if any other reason was needed. Orc noted that this was precisely why she served his father. She tried to seduce him but was rejected, and that's one of the reasons why he himself couldn't take her into his harem. Lilith offered to spend the night with him, but he refused, saying he wasn't interested. The demoness asked in surprise if he found her less attractive than his companions. Orc replied that it wasn't about that, he just didn't see her as a partner. Grinning, Lilith admitted that no one had ever stumped her like this before and suggested they fight. The guy asked why that was necessary. She replied that it was a condition for sleeping together. If she won, she'd be on top. Orc was a little flustered. After thinking it over, he added that if he won, she would introduce him to some cute girls. Lilith became completely enraged and said she wasn't going to hold back. She even apologized in advance if she accidentally killed him. Orc stood in the center of the arena, thinking about the upcoming duel with the demoness. He understood that if he lost, he would spend the night with her. Grinning, he noted that even that would be interesting. Kururu remarked that he was making that disgusting laugh again. Tita explained that it was a special orc laugh that her master deliberately forced out. The guy asked her not to reveal his secrets. Kururu was surprised that he had refused Lilith's offer. Orc replied that he had his reasons. The little fox noticed that more spectators were gathering. The guy said they were the castle residents. One of the girls was surprised that there were different races among them, living peacefully. Orc explained that there used to be wars between the races, but 500 years ago, Lilith ended them, established new laws, and became the ruler of the continent. His companions were curious about the demoness's age. The guy replied that she was an unusual succubus. The girls said that offering a fight was unwise, as only a god or a devil could defeat him. Orc admitted that Lilith was stronger than him. In their previous fight, he hadn't even had a chance to win. The girls were surprised by her strength. At that moment, a rumble was heard. The demon lord entered the arena. The girls noted her revealing outfit, and Orc became a little nervous. Lilith asked if he was ready to give himself to her. Orc firmly replied that he wasn't. She smirked, saying his body told a different story. He protested, saying that mind and body are separate. The woman smiled and called him cute. Lilith said he looked appetizing. The crowd cheered her on, and the orc mentally wondered at their reaction. The demoness called him brave for being willing to fight one of the Elite Four. The orc said he considered Twilight Jesfelt to be the strongest. Lilith acknowledged his strength but added that she had held back for the orc's father. She expressed hope that he hadn't gotten a big head after defeating an overconfident punk. The orc noted that only Lilith could call Kalo that. The demoness suggested they stop talking, but he asked another question. The guy said the audience was too active and asked if she often pounced on people publicly. He thought to himself that it would be natural for a succubus. Lilith replied that it was her first time, which was why everyone was excited. Blushing, she confessed that she was still innocent. The orc was surprised, not believing her words. The woman became indignant, saying that succubi only experience that in their dreams. She added that she was experienced in dreams, but in reality, she hadn't had anything like it. The guy noted that she was serious but still didn't believe her. The orc said she was ancient and innocent, and that it was shameful. He thought he wasn't joking about her age, she was almost 1,000 years old. Lilith got angry, and the orc realized he was done for. She smirked, apologized for her situation, and declared that she was going to fix it. The demoness lunged at him, saying that he would become hers. Lilith moved swiftly around the guy. He noted that her speed was comparable to the Azure Thunder hero, Miley Forland. The orc erected a steel wall in front of him. The woman prepared to attack. The demoness punched a hole through the barrier with a single blow. The wall changed shape, transforming into an X-shaped structure. The master ordered it to close and crush Lilith. The edges slammed shut, but the mistress escaped the trap. Black smoke spread around. The orc realized it was dark magic, stealing and destroying. Such power belonged to the demoness. He figured that darkness and light were rare elements distinct from the others. From darkness, powerful weapons could be forged. The guy acknowledged Lilith's superiority. Deciding to use a combined water and wind spell, he aimed for her weaknesses. The orc summoned Azure Thunder and directed it at the woman. He explained that the spell amplified static electricity and lightning traveled at 1,000,000 meters per second. Lilith easily deflected the attack, which greatly surprised him. The guy repeated the spell, but the result was the same. The demoness, smirking, said that the orc hadn't managed to finish the fight and still had room to grow. The guy asked how she managed to repel his thunder. Lilith smiled, noting that he had named the attack after his mother. The orc vehemently denied it. He admitted that he had simply thought of her during the spell. Lilith laughed, remarking that the strike was good, and confessed that if she hadn't seen the activation, she wouldn't have been able to dodge it. The mistress said that this magic was useless against her. The orc realized she could read minds. With that advantage, combat skill didn't matter. He said that the world was vast and her race was nothing surprising. He took a fighting stance. Lilith clarified if he intended to engage in close combat, adding that only his mother had dared to do so. The orc agreed, noting that her claws, enhanced by darkness, could destroy anything. He rushed into the attack, understanding that it was akin to suicide. As he got closer, Lilith defended herself with her claws. She was surprised that the sword didn't shatter. The guy realized that black magic absorbed mana, and to preserve the weapon, it needed to be imbued with that energy. The master noted that his girlfriend had forged the best sword. Lilith admitted that the blade was magnificent, infused with energy, even though it was made of orichalcum. The orc mentally thanked Kururu. The fight became fierce. Lilith confessed that she was having fun. The master agreed. She noticed that the guy was at his limit and activated an enhancement. Lilith lunged at the orc. He braced himself for the impact. They attacked simultaneously. The demoness's claws were severed. The orc held his sword to her throat, declaring his victory. He explained that, just like Lilith, he had committed to a decisive attack. The guy quickly managed to remove the seal and re-strategize. This was his main trump card. The demoness asked how he adapted so fast. He replied that he had never shown her his full strength and had listened to his mother's stories about fighting her for his father's love. He recalled that his mother was inferior in skill, but words of encouragement made her stronger. This was what threw Lilith off balance. The demoness called those memories unpleasant. The guy added that he realized she hadn't been fighting at full strength back then, and now he was able to counter her attack. Lilith admitted partial defeat. She fell to her knees and began to cry. She cried out that Orgling and the orc had rejected her and she had lost again. She said she would remain ancient and innocent. The spectators in the stands began aggressively discussing the orc, demanding he be punished. The arena's atmosphere grew tense. The crowd screamed for blood. In a panic, the guy asked Lilith to leave and offered her his room. She asked if he was trying to seduce her. The orc hesitantly agreed. A joyful Lilith agreed and grabbed his hand, noting that he had become more assertive. They ran off. The demoness led the guy to her room and remarked that something definitely had to happen between them. The orc thanked her for the opportunity but pointed out that his girlfriends were watching. His companions apologized for interfering and entered. Lilith gave them a displeased look. The woman said she would go change and they could have some tea. Kururu confessed that she thought they would be kicked out, but the master noted that the demoness was kind and loved to care for others. They decided to have tea. The girls were surprised by the succubus's strength, and the orc added that he was about to explain her ability in detail. He explained that it was called theft and belonged only to Lilith. The guy clarified that succubi enter men's dreams to feed on their life energy, and Lilith's power was an enhanced version of this skill. He noted its similarity to the abilities of orcs. Kururu asked if this meant the demoness could grow infinitely stronger. The orc confirmed, adding that her growth came from the energy of others. Lisichka was horrified, realizing that in that case she would be impossible to defeat. The master noted that it wouldn't come to that, everything has a limit, even her. He explained that the body is like a vessel that cannot hold an infinite amount of power, and he believed Lilith's vessel was already full. As an example, he recalled his own evolved orc blood, which had almost overwhelmed him. The orc was surprised he managed to win against her and admitted he would lose the next battle, but he was still determined to become the strongest to protect his loved ones. The girls assured him that he would be able to resist even an unusual succubus and wouldn't give his body away. The guy reluctantly agreed, and they noted his disappointed expression. Lilith returned to the room and thanked them for waiting. She confessed that she felt more energetic in her old costume, but it was a bit cold. The orc thought such words were natural for a woman her age, but decided not to say it out loud. He noted the beauty of her black wings. He realized his attraction to them had developed since he fell in love with a race that had similar wings. Lilith approached him, embraced him with her wings, and asked why he was staring so intently. Had he noticed her attractiveness? The guy was slightly embarrassed. His loved ones urged their master to come to his senses. The orc shouted that he wouldn't succumb to temptation, and the demoness asked if he didn't like older women. He admitted that he did. Lilith observed that his aversion stemmed from her experiences in other men's dreams, and he preferred innocent women. The guy countered that he didn't value a girl less because of that, and reminded her that he could easily seduce women with children. Tita confirmed that he had flirted with her mother, and Kururu responded with disgust. Lilith exclaimed, asking why he was rejecting her if none of that bothered him. The orc explained that he doesn't get involved with those who are in love with someone else. He understood that such relationships would only bring suffering. The demoness cried out that she loved him, but the guy denied it. The master said that her feelings were directed towards his father, not him. He added that he could immediately see true love and its recipient. The orc declared that he was not her father and asked her to stop looking for a replacement in him. It would only cause pain to both of them. Lilith silently stepped away. The master understood that she recognized his truth and couldn't forget his father. The demoness approached the bed. Throwing a pillow at the orc, she demanded he leave. He deliberately allowed himself to be hit to make her feel better. The guy and the girls left the room. In his thoughts, he understood Lilith. Despite her age, she remained young at heart and couldn't let go of the past. The orc decided to do something nice for her. She wouldn't join his harem, but he wanted to help because he admired her. The guy knew he had angered Lilith, but deep down, he regretted the missed opportunity. He noted that if he had betrayed his principal, he would have become trash himself. The orc decided that a harem needed to be built honestly and sincerely. He wanted to create a union he could be proud of. Tita said that the master sometimes gets serious at strange moments. Kururu added that it was now clear why he didn't give in to Lilith, even though he had been persistent with her. The orc explained that he only flirts with those he can truly make happy, and he dreams of a harem where everyone would be joyful. The elf admitted she sensed a kind person in him. Kururu agreed and decided to ask a question. She asked if he would abandon them if they, loving him, fell in love with someone else. The guy was horrified and couldn't answer immediately. The thought of his beloveds falling for someone else was unbearable. It made him throw up. Kururu asked if he was okay. The orc apologized, saying the mere thought had shocked him. The girls noted that they felt the same way when he acted like that. The orc promised he would do everything to ensure they only loved him and ordered them not to look at other men. Tita called him selfish, and the little fox supported her. They added that they were unlikely to find anyone better, and the master was pleased to hear that. Overwhelmed by his feelings, he wanted to pounce on his beloveds, but they screamed at him not to do such things in public. The orc composed himself but mentally figured out how it could be arranged. He would ask the wind spirits to refract light and set up a magic mirror so that it would be visible from the outside, but they wouldn't be. Imagining this, he let out an orcish laugh. Kururu, looking at him, asked Tita how they could have fallen in love with someone like that, and the elf said he had a disgusting expression on his face right now. While walking through the market, the orc said he wanted to apologize to Lilith so they would be staying in town longer. He noted that completely different goods were sold here. Kururu spotted a basket and asked if it was wheat flour. The orc replied that it was rice flour and added that rice was the staple food in these parts. At another stall, they found food made from rice flour and the master suggested they try it. The girls agreed. Upon seeing the food, they admired its appearance. The orc guessed it was a stuffed pancake from another world. Kururu said the dish was delicious and she wanted to show it to her family. The master explained that it contained lettuce and shrimp, but the seafood couldn't be taken with them as it spoils quickly. He suggested taking rice paper, which has a long shelf life, and thought of wrapping various fillings in it. The girls agreed. The guy reasoned that they could wrap the same shrimp or fruits with cream in it. Seeing coconuts, the orc suggested a dessert. He gave each of his companions a coconut. They exclaimed with delight how amazing the fruit tasted. As he reached for his drink, the fairy beat him to it, taking a sip and declaring it good. The orc immediately recognized her. His companions were surprised by her appearance. The orc explained that she was a servant of the Spirit King from whom he received his mark. The fairy was indignant, stating she wasn't a servant but an apostle. The master said there was no difference, and she replied that the word apostle sounded more respectable. The orc remarked that an arrogant face didn't suit her and joked that it would be better to turn her into a figurine. The fairy was outraged and threatened to call the guards, but the guy noticed she was reading his mind again. She replied that it was her basic skill. The master reasoned that he had superficial and deep thoughts and that there was horror in the depths. The fairy decided to check. She threw up from what she saw and Tita asked what was in there, but the orc said she was better off not knowing. He recalled how the Twilight Gespenst had once shown him an image of a loved one in a tragic state. For him, it was his mother. The fairy screamed that she hated the orc and wanted the Spirit King to appoint someone honest and naive in his place, like Miley in her prime. The master understood that she wasn't talking about strength, but about a time when heroes were full of enthusiasm and easily used as tools. The fairy became even angrier. The orc asked why she had appeared. She replied that it was to warn him. The fairy stated that he might die soon. The orc took it calmly, assuming a new world enemy would appear soon. He said that heroes must fight them, and the Spirit King only provides the power to win. The master remembered the last enemies and asked if they were the world enemies. The fairy confirmed it. She added that her navigation ability had helped him. The orc countered that she hadn't appeared since giving him the mark. The fairy explained that her intervention was minimal to give the hero fewer restrictions. The orc said that didn't sound like navigation. The fairy added that they don't interfere directly due to rules, but if the opponent cheats, they act similarly. That's why she was here. The master realized there was a higher ruling being above the Spirit King, and the true enemies were those who controlled the defeated monsters in the past. The fairy called him crazy how he made so many conclusions from just one word of hers. The orc was surprised. Wasn't that normal practice? She said it was the first time she'd seen a hero who doubted them. The guy figured they just had different perspectives. He had a rich imagination and knew many stories. The fairy warned him to be careful, saying that if no one intervened, his death was predetermined. The orc said her analysis was just annoying him. She indignantly told him not to interrupt her and admitted she wanted to finish the conversation quickly. The guy asked if she would give him a power, like a mark. The fairy confirmed it but clarified that the power was one-time use and needed to be used wisely. The orc asked if she could tell him when he would die. She replied that by the rules she wasn't allowed to say. The guy asked for more details about the power. The fairy explained. She declared her business was finished, and the orc said mortals couldn't pull off something like that. She turned to the merchant, asked for another coconut, and despite the orc's comments about her size, took it. After saying goodbye, she flew away. His companions said they had imagined fairies differently and now found it hard to respect her. The orc realized he had to avoid his fated death no matter the cost for the sake of his beloveds. His beloveds became worried about their master's life and asked him to be careful. The orc assured them he wouldn't die for them. Tita asked if he could promise that, and Kururu offered to mend his sword. Inspecting the weapon, she was surprised there wasn't a single scratch on it. The orc noted that she had made an excellent blade. He added that she would have to create something even better, and it wouldn't be easy. The fox girl confidently stated she would manage as she was constantly improving her skills. The elf girl said she also had to try hard not to fall behind. The orc emphasized that Tita was also growing, becoming stronger. She admitted she felt a little awkward hearing such words. The orc assured her he was speaking sincerely. The master announced that he had come up with a new technique on the battlefield against Lilith and wanted to show it to the girls. They agreed, and they headed to the training ground. Tita noticed that the townspeople were watching them and was surprised by their interest. Kururu suggested that their master's victory over the demoness had attracted attention. Meanwhile, the orc focused on his attack. He recalled that he had devised this technique in another world and had long wanted to bring it to fruition. He decided to fill his sword with energy until it contained as much as he had used when simulating the removal of the second seal. As he recited the spell, the orc realized it was lasting longer than expected, and it became difficult to hold the magic within the blade. When he finished, he swung his sword. A destructive wave swept through the hall. The strike was so powerful that it split the hall's floor in several buildings ahead. The spectators and his companions were stunned. The orc said his sword was magnificent. The girls admired the move, confident that with it he could defeat any enemy. The orc merely remarked that it wouldn't be bad. Tita asked if the secret to the strike lay in a long incantation. The orc replied in the negative, adding that there was no need for it. He reminded her that a spell only required mind and energy, and there were no spoken formulas. The elf was surprised and asked why he did it then. The orc said it was cool. He explained that the incantation added to the effect, and he was an orc who valued style and respected original creations. In his thoughts, he imagined one day spreading manga, creating anime, and marrying a voice actress. His companions noticed he was lost in thought again and asked him to put his thoughts aside for now. Suddenly, Lilith's servant approached the orc. He informed him that the demoness was waiting for the master in the morning for a conversation. The servant clarified that the meeting would be business-related, not a casual chat. The orc agreed and realized that everything before had just been a prelude. The guy woke up not understanding what had happened. He looked younger and was in his orc village home. Calling out to his beloveds, he saw someone entirely different. Lilith appeared before him. She asked if he had been tormented by a nightmare. The master was indignant and demanded an explanation. The demoness, approaching closer, noted that he was calling her by name and called it insolence. The orc asked if she wanted him to call her sister. Lilith replied that he must have had a bad dream because he always addressed her that way. She then climbed into his bed. Pressing the guy close, she heard his plea to stop. Lilith calmly remarked that he could simply push her away. He reminded her of Tita and Kururu, but in the next moment, his memory blurred and he stopped understanding who they were. The demoness said she would fulfill his every wish. She praised him and told him to repeat after her the words that he loved his sister Lilith. The guy began to obediently repeat, but then stopped, remembering his girlfriends. Lilith sensed the change and asked if he wanted her to do something pleasant. He only replied that she was mistaken. The orc reasoned that if it weren't for her demand to confess his love, he might have given in, but he had his beloveds whom he would never betray. The master said he couldn't confess feelings for her alone. He wasn't going to betray his girls and his dream. He asked her to stop once more. At that moment, the orc woke up. He was relieved it was all a dream, but he realized something similar could happen in reality. Tita and Kururu entered the room, announcing that breakfast was ready. He complained that he couldn't calm down Orc Caliber and asked if they could help. The girls were surprised and thought it was impossible. After that, he went to Lilith. He immediately demanded an explanation for how she could have done such a thing. The guy said that because of her, Orc Caliber had gone crazy. The demoness replied that it was his own fault. She then noted that he had become much stronger and added that he reminded her of his father, Orgling. She sadly admitted that she liked him more and more. The orc said that if it weren't for her feelings for his father, he would do everything to make her his. He clearly understood how charming she was. The guy added that there was no point in building illusions. It was obvious she loved his father. Lilith agreed and suggested they postpone the conversation about love. She noticed that disasters had been happening too frequently lately. She needed to understand what was going on the other side. The demoness speculated that someone was hiding in the shadows. As long as she was here, the continent was safe. But something terrible had happened recently, and only the orc's parents prevented disaster. The guy asked about them in surprise. Lilith explained that her castle served not only as a historical legacy, but also as a ritual tool to contain a creature. Recently, someone tried to remove the seal from it. She added that the guy's parents helped strengthen the defense, and it was only thanks to them that everything succeeded. The orc remembered his parents telling him they were going on a romantic trip. The demoness noted that they left right after the incident, and the guy remarked that his parents were indeed great people who knew much more. He reasoned that the enemies of the past had returned due to the destruction of the seals and didn't think the same thing could happen on this continent. The young man said he was ready to help. Lilith noted his kindness, even though he had rejected her. The orc confessed that she was still dear to him, and Lilith replied that she also valued him. She explained that she saw him as a brother and wasn't looking for a replacement. The guy noted that she had overcome her internal conflict and asked what monster she couldn't lock away without his parents' help. The demoness replied that she hadn't even expected that creature to still be alive. At that moment, space distorted. The young man felt sleepy, and Lilith exclaimed, trying to understand what was happening. The woman frantically noticed that something had broken through, and the reinforced seal was about to open. She grabbed the orc's hand. Above them, several spaces opened up, revealing skies, cities, and nature. The guy asked if it was a dream and noted that it wasn't just one person's dream. The demoness praised his observation skills. Lilith explained that this world was created from many dreams and belonged to everyone who ended up here. They had been pulled into an alien reality. She said that the creature sealed here was her ancient ancestor. This is the most ancient progenitor of nightmares. She couldn't understand why the seal had been broken. The orc noted that it was impossible, but then remembered the fairy's words about cheating. The demoness asked him to stay close to her as it was safer that way. The orc replied that she had already saved him and he hadn't ended up here willingly. Lilith felt the world expanding, consuming everything around it. She speculated that it would continue to grow until it covered the entire continent. The master then remembered his loved ones. He declared that he would go look for them. The woman countered that the world was too vast, but he was confident that they were also looking for him. Lilith doubted this. The demoness pointed to two monsters. The orc recognized them, and Lilith noted that those absorbed by this world didn't notice what was happening. She explained that they were fine for now, but creating a perfect new world required energy. This energy was being taken from those trapped within. The next second, the monsters withered, drained of their life force. The orc grew even more anxious, thinking about his companions. Lilith said that this world was too vast and finding anyone here was impossible. The guy countered that he had to protect Tita and Kururu. The demoness dismissed his idea. She explained that it would be simpler to eliminate the creator of this space. The orc reasoned that if finding people was difficult, then finding the creator wouldn't be easy either. But he suddenly realized that they could force the creator to reveal themselves. The woman was pleased by his insight and explained that since they were anomalies in this world, they should try to destroy it. She suggested they start acting. Lilith said she would analyze the area. The orc was surprised that the demoness retained her power even in an illusory world. The guy noted that he couldn't use magic and felt a heaviness in his body. The woman replied that it was normal and asked him to trust her. At that moment, the orc unleashed his magical power. Lilith, surprised, asked how he did it. He replied that he had learned by observing her. The demoness noted that he was incredibly intelligent, as it took her a millennium to master it. The young man chuckled, saying he still couldn't handle it alone. The protagonist added that this way he wouldn't be a burden and asked what he should do. Lilith, with a smirk, called it their debut as a duo and said she would help. After finishing the analysis, the woman asked him to fix the errors of this world. The young man agreed and decided to use a powerful new skill. The orc swung his sword, delivering a devastating blow. After the strike, a rift appeared in the world. Lilith remarked that he should have done it sooner. The young man explained that he might have hit her then. At that moment, they noticed the enemy approaching. Black magic surged from the rift. The demoness recalled his words about a prison castle for her ancestor. She explained that her ancestor was different from her. He was capable of stealing everything: power, memories, will, and emotions. The woman asked if the orc could maintain his sanity after absorbing human hearts. He replied that he could not. Something emerged from the rift. The protagonist reasoned that a human heart is an entire world and it takes immense strength to restrain oneself. This creature had devoured countless worlds. The orc said it was the embodiment of a nightmare, and Lilith agreed. She clarified that they were facing a prototype, one who had once destroyed an entire world. The young man realized that the opponent was stronger than both of them combined. The orc noted that the monster had already destroyed a world, but since this one still existed, it meant it had been stopped. He declared that they also had a chance to repeat that feat. The protagonist thought he couldn't have managed alone, but now Lilith was with him. The woman said they would fight not for this world, but for the one she wished to create. The enraged monster unleashed a barrage of attacks, but the heroes managed to dodge them. The orc realized the creature was horrific. It had lost its mind, mindlessly devouring hearts, and now acted purely on instinct. He understood that close combat was impossible. Lilith attacked the enemy with a soul-destroying spell. The monster howled and began to blur. The young man reasoned that the demoness had destroyed its souls, and now the enemy would lose control. The creature reached out to Lilith, but the orc prepared to strike. His attack tore the monster to pieces. He realized they had a chance to win. The enemy was strong but lacked skills and strategy, just like a regular monster. Suddenly, a strange creature burst out from the remnants. It formed a sharp spear from its arm. The next moment, the orc was wounded in the shoulder. Lilith rushed to his side. The demoness's ancestor appeared before them. He said he finally felt light, adding that overeating had been bad for him. The orc felt a warning from his sixth sense. The opponent was too dangerous. They needed to retreat. The woman trembled in terror. Lilith fell to her knees and cried out that it was the end, that they couldn't defeat him and had to run. The orc realized she had lost hope. She knew the ancestor's power. His previous attack had shown just how strong he was. The guy noted the ancestor's unusual aura, which was palpable even to him. The creature stated that they were similar, both created to maintain balance. He said the guy sought to preserve his consciousness by strengthening himself, and Lilith was his improved version. The orc couldn't believe that all this time he had been holding back someone who possessed such valuable information. He offered the demon to destroy this world, adding that the real one was much more beautiful, and emphasized that he didn't want to kill him. But the ancestor refused. His nature was to plunge everything into nightmare. The orc noted that humans had ways to relieve tension and asked if there were other ways for demons to satisfy their desires. The ancestor asked the same question to the guy and received a no in response. The creature explained that one cannot ask for what one cannot do oneself. It added that stopping him was impossible and that the orc, as an experienced warrior, should understand the difference in their strengths. The hero had to agree. He reasoned that the enemy fully controlled the power concentrated in the human body. He was weaker than before, but had become even more dangerous. The guy realized their defeat was inevitable.